You've walked through the darkest nights. You've heard the crowd, felt the blinding light. You were standing there when your heart comes alive. It's a dream of a head, and it never dies. Right here, right now, give it all, get it out. Never surrender, I fight and never fail. I am a contender, a challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies, relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies, relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. You carved your way with a sharp attack. You watched it all burn, and you never looked back. There will come a day when your fears will rise. You protect your crown, so it never dies. Never a surrender, I fight and never fail. I'm a contender, a challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies, relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. On my way, on my way, find my way, find my way. On my way, on my way, dream my way, dream my way. Never a surrender, I fight and never fail. I'm a contender, and challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies, relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies, relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. We're no strangers to the fallout. It's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon. Blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers, start tonight. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want.
I feel it deep, flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone, and taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control, awaken something deep in me.
Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold in pursuit of the prize. I've been told, ain't no way to survive, keeping all of this fire that's locked up inside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing their thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing, I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment.
The sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment, the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are.
My name is honor, my name is king, my name is champion, my name is strength.
Tell them who you are.
My name is Pentakill, you think it's strange? My name keep ringing inside of your brain.
I hear it every night. It's to the moment the sky rain down. It's to the madness that's all around. So tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go and tell them who you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are.
Turn it back.
Gear out the weapon, getting ready, counting down. Pay attention to the challenge, tell me where you from. Gotta be tough, gotta be strong, gotta be savage like animal. Every time you tryna push me down.
Look at me, I'll
Put
be
the line
lying
down when I run around, and I make a sign, I will catch you. Watch out, it's better feel, got no mercy.
Look at me, I'll be rising.
Carry the season, you got a damn, gonna weapon. You never hesitate for another moment, but my bone is golden.
I'm invincible, just let him know. I can show you all the glory I own. To the drunk, go find a way to the party time waiting. Go, live from how can we go? It ain't a way for tiny bags. Storm is coming, tired of your cold. It's my kingdom, fire going up.
We the kings, it's our honor showtime. Honor kings,
Pour some gas, we gonna burn up.
honor kings.
On a killing spree, I turn to violence. All my enemies, they go on silence. Wipe them out for only 6 seconds. We got honor. You wanna get me juice, kind of the one who made the rules. You have night to choose, only one way, got night to lose.
I'm gonna show
kings, it's an honor showtime.
In this world, only ones in this world, only ones in this call out my name, cut through the sound of the rain. No matter how I feed the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we tried to break free from the night. You know we made it out, we found the light. I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new vibrant world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against all odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one let me down. Destiny is calling high light. I'm not afraid to fight for everything
In Hero's Gorge, the base is the spring of life. In the real world, every forest and plant is the Earth's spring of life. The base nourishes the gorge, just as Earth's ecosystems sustain all life. If the base is exhausted, heroes will lose their home. If ecosystems are destroyed, all life loses their habitat. Honor of Kings is working with players worldwide to support real-world environmental causes and protect our planet's future. By participating in Protect Nature, Protect All Life, all efforts in the event will contribute to real-world causes, protect the environment, and let us defend the honor of our planet together.
Excuse me.
Our game stinks.
Another round. Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14, performance beyond limits.
Welcome to the Honor of Kings Major East League Spring and Major West League Spring 2025. Two independent tournaments, each featuring 7 top teams from rising powerhouse regions across the globe. Major East features teams from South Korea, Japan, Middle East and North Africa, and South Asia. Major West brings together talents from North America, Latin America, Europe, and Turkey. Each league has a $50,000 prize pool and a clear goal to qualify for the Honor of Kings World Cup KWC. The majors will be split into 4 phases: Ranking Week, Survival Week, Knockout Stage, and Major Last Call. Running from April 17th to May 4th, each phase will become more challenging than the previous, ensuring teams to be on their best forms at all times. The global ban and pick format is in effect from the start, limiting repeated hero picks across the series. Both leagues begin with Ranking Week, a single round-robin best-of-3 format. While it is less punishing in a best-of-3, teams still need smart drafts and broad prep from day one. At the end of Ranking Week, the top 3 teams move to Group S, while the bottom 4 head to Group A for Survival Week. Unlike traditional slow-paced formats, this Week 1 is anything but forgiving. Every match counts. Survival Week ups the ante with double round robin best of 5 matches. Here, the global ban and pick rule really kicks in, and teams are put to the test. Hero pool depth, draft strategy, and flexibility becomes essential. There's no hiding behind comfort picks, only teams that can adapt will survive. In Group A, it's a ruthless fight. Only one team advances, while the rest are eliminated. One stumble could mean missing the knockouts entirely. It's fast, high stakes, and decisive. In Group S, the top 2 reach the upper bracket, while 3rd place drops into the lower brackets of knockouts. The final stretch is the knockout stage, featuring a double elimination best of 5 bracket. Each league's champion qualifies directly to KWC, meanwhile runner-ups get one last chance in the major last call, a final best of 5 to secure their World Cup slot. This format rewards consistency, creativity, and composure under pressure. Catch every moment live on our official channels. Every game is a chance to prove your region's strength and your team's readiness for the global stage. The path to honor starts now.
We're no strangers to the fallout. It's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon. Blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers, start to line. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers, start to lie. We don't bow to fear.
Become a pro player? How hard did that take another path? Can you walk this path?
Je me suis déjà posé la même question.
Posso percorrere questa strada?
Il l'appelle. Le chemin et le champ de bataille vers le plus grand honneur.
Posso arrivare?
Je ne suis encore personne.
Posso lasciare il mio nome? Inizia a salire su questo palco.
But the moment I tapped my first skill button, the moment I stepped onto the stage, I was no longer nobody. Our names began to shine. In facing the tension of adversities, in facing the frustration of defeat, in facing the uncertainty of the unknown, nothing can block the path I choose. With the light of victory, we pierce through the thorns. The path to honor is here. Beneath our feet. Light up. When our footsteps awaken the dawn of the gorge, to walk this path is to walk toward honor.
it's not just about adapting. It's about creating your own path.
Siamo pronti a sconfiggere chiunque si metta sulla nostra strada.
To work down this path, we need to do it together.
Side by side, we walk the road that shapes our fate.
Es hora de cumplir con nuestro papel.
Siamo pronti a sconfiggere chiunque si metta sulla nostra strada.
It's time to walk the path of honor.
Hello and welcome to another day of the Kings Major West League here in Survival Week. It is day number 3 and I'm once again back at it in the caster booth. My name is Rafa, but this time I'm combining forces with the one and only Mr. Yikes. I've known this guy since the good old days of other MOBAs spanning back in the years of post-COVID going into 2021 and 2022. We had some good times at Mall of America, being able to travel abroad. And now, you actually get to see what it's like on my side of the screen. You get to be alongside me, calling out the plays, calling out the big names.
Exactly. Happy to be here, Rafa. It's been a while. Definitely, we met a couple of years ago. But now we are able to meet as casters and, have some fun today. Yes, we have a lot of good matches coming up. We got LATAM versus NA. We got EU versus NA. So I'm excited for those. MKOI definitely going to be playing a lot of matches today. And we are both from NA. So that's going to be fun to watch. And also, we have a treat for you guys. We have AYLO Gaming versus MKOI, which is going to be the first match. And guess what? Rafa is, from Peru.
Oh my goodness, it's such a difficult one because I want to root for AYLO, but I also want to root for MKOI. It's going to be a tough one watching two of my favorite children, battle it out for, a chance to get to that next stage in the knockout stage. But of course, we got to remind everyone at home why we are all here playing, why all the 7 teams are battling out to the very end to make a chance for that $50,000 prize pool with $10,000 going to the grand champion. But just the fact that they were able to qualify into this tournament at least gets them $6,000, so you're not walking away empty-handed, which is a pretty damn good feeling if you're one of the 7 teams here.
Yeah, that is a lot of money, Rafa. $50,000 total prize pool. Insane. Second place, $8,500. Third place, $7,000. Fourth place, $6,500. And fifth to seventh, $6,000. That is a lot of money that you can be spending, to get whatever you want after you win this tournament. But yeah, looking at the group stage survival week, we can see that OG staying at the top of Group S, Twisted Mind the second place on Group S, and 9ZG at third place. Group A, we have a lot of matches from Group A. We have VP on the first place, MKOI second, AYLO Gaming at third, and for fourth we have NRX, next Ruya. Definitely tough groups here right now.
Yeah, it is a very, very bitter battle in Group A right now. And you're going to get a chance to see them continue fighting and cementing their spot in getting a chance to escape Group A, trying to get into the knockout stage. Some of those big matches are going to be MKOI versus AYLO Gaming, and then of course MKOI again, this time against Virtus.pro. A reminder, last time that Virtus.pro and MKOI played against each other, it was an off-streamed match. So the broadcast didn't get a chance to stream it, but it was Virtus.pro, the victorious ones in the end. 3-2, very close series. So there's a chance that MKOI could get revenge today since the last time it went the full distance. Whereas our second series of the day is going to be OG Esports versus 9Z Globant. And as you saw in the group standings, 9Z Globant with 3 series losses, they've already locked their spot into the lower bracket of the knockout stage. So at this point, it's just 9Z Globant trying to play for pride and trying to get as more experience and lessons learned in these series against the best teams possible. Whereas OG Esports, they have technically not locked in their spot into the first seed, but a win here could cement that today.
Exactly. 9ZG, again, we are aware that they are pretty much confirmed for the lower bracket. Today's matchup against OG is just going to be, testing their limits, like knowing where they stand in the Group S. Obviously, they're at the third place right now, but they can, experiment a little bit, draft, try to test the waters, see if there's any way for them to, beat OG or some of these tough teams right now. Twisted Mind is another team that's, has a very similar play style, and they're pretty dominant, just like OG. OG. So maybe if they meet them later on in the lower bracket, you know, they're gonna have the chance to possibly beat them if they're able to, you know, experiment today, have some fun out there. But yeah, they're definitely locked in for the lower bracket. But what we're looking at today is MKOI. MKOI are gonna be the underdogs, obviously, here that we are gonna be looking at. Again, being you know, casters from North America, we gotta root for the Canadian boys here and hope that they do make it through. But you know, they have to be very clean, they have to be precise today, they have to win both matches against AYLO Gaming and EU. So it is gonna be a very hard task, but you know, we'll see, because we're gonna be getting into the AYLO Gaming versus MKOI very shortly. And you know, last time they played, AYLO Gaming actually beat them 2-0 in the best of 3. So they're gonna have to change it up. I mean, I've heard some things behind the scenes, you know, getting some extra help. We might see, you know, some new staff, and they had some role swaps previously. I believe in week 2 they had some kind of role swap between Muaji going to the clash lane. So you know, we're gonna have to take a closer look at that and see how they're gonna play out during this week.
Well, let's get a chance to meet those two teams, starting off in our first series of the day. On the blue side, check out AYLO Gaming. Here on the blue side, in our first series of the day, the Crown Hunters, aka AYLO Gaming. In the clash lane, it is Doxa. In the jungle, Vermon. Mid lane, Lomax. Farm lane, Sulista. And support, Robo Alma. These guys have been able to surprise some of the other competitors so far here in the Major West League, but they've also dropped some series against other teams, and being able to at least take a game or a series off of Next Ruya in our first day. I think that series was probably one of the most entertaining series we've ever seen so far in the Major West League. Each game going to at least 20 plus minutes. Tempest Dragon involved in every single game as the ultimate conclusion and climax of the game. And funny enough, Vermon was able to secure every single one. But here on the red side, let's get a chance to meet MKOI.
And for the red side, Movistar Koi, the Rising Phoenix. For the clash lane, we have Muaji. For the jungle, we have Demon Cat. Mid lane, Kentao. For the marksman lane, we have Liuli and Goose for the roam. I mean, these guys, you know, they look ready. I hope they're ready today. Is there kind of like the last chance, I would say. This is again Group A. Only one team is going to make it out. Virtus.pro being on top. You know, they've had a pretty good time, you know, playing yesterday. They've been, you know, kind of easing in. We saw Grizzly Q have, you know, double MVP performance. So definitely they're going to have to pick it up here on the MKOI side going against VP. But yeah, it seems like that they've had the support, they've had the time to review the previous matches, and going against AYLO Gaming once again on this stage, we're going to have to see how they're going to, you know, put up a fight today. And it's going to be a best of 5.
True. And it seems like so far, at least MKOI has had a better chance to go the distance in these longer series, longer chance to adapt and flex a lot more creative muscles here. As you were talking about, MKOI kind of struggled early on during the ranking week, not being able to pick up a single series win until the very last day of the competition. At the end of the day, it was them triumphing over Next Ruya 2-0. And it was the first time we got the chance to see Koi at least being able to get a full series win. But our head-to-head, it is going to be focused on the farm lane. Both Sulista and Loli have been very, very critical to their team's success here.
Exactly. Luli, definitely one of the players to look at on the MKOI side. From what I was told, this guy has a lot of experience being one of the best marksman players in the North American region. So definitely have to look out again at Luli. But yeah, on the other side, AYLO Gaming, the Peru pride, you know, Rafa. So we'll have to see. I mean, Peru, we got Solista dealing a lot of damage, being able to, you know, get a bunch of kills for the AYLO Gaming side. Again, AYLO team being one of the newer teams out there in the tournament. They've definitely been putting up a great performance. And now getting into the draft, AYLO is going to go ahead right away, ban out Dolia from the MKOI side.
Already a powerful support pick, and MKOI say, you're going to ban a powerful support? We're going to ban a powerful support. Diadea also biting the ban table as well. AYLO Gaming could continue to focus down onto that support pool, but instead they're going to take a shot at Demon Cat's hero pool, knowing that the Luna was one of the things that Demon Cat was able to pilot to success in one of their few wins of the tournament so far, and paying respect to such a high frame burst assassin like Luna.
Yeah, and MKOI is going to go ahead and target the pay, definitely banning Luna and pay right after that. Pretty interesting, but that means Mai is going to go to the AYLO Gaming side. First lock from the blue side, obviously. They're going to go ahead, have the first pick here, pick up the Mai, and now MKOI is going to have to answer here with 2 picks on their side. So let's see what they're going to lock in.
I imagine the Arlie, there it is, already being hovered here. When we look at some of the hero picks that have been hotly contested, not just in picks, but also bans, Arlie and Mai Shiranui definitely sit at the top of the table, boasting nearly 98 and 92% draft presence rates, respectively. Ogren being the 4th one on the table there. But it's not necessarily been a hero that has always won the games that, you know, they are picked in. It definitely comes down to execution and making sure that the enemy team does not have the tools necessary to shut down an Ogren.
Yeah, definitely strong picks coming from the MKOI side. We got the Arlie and Ogren lock-in, and I like that, you know, coming out from them. But on the AYLO side, we see them respond with a Dharma and Monkey here. Those are, again, solid picks. A lot of CC. Seems like AYLO Gaming is playing, you know, for the CC here. All of the heroes that they picked so far have a lot of mobility and a lot of CC. They're trying to lock down the Arlie, the Ogren, and the Yishin coming out from the MKOI side here too. That is going to provide a lot of CC. It's going to help the Ogren, you know, be able to walk in whenever Yishin uses the world is my board, locking in the target. So that's going to create some space for the MKOI side. So I really like the pickup here.
Yeah, MKOI and AYLO Gaming both kind of opting in for scaling team fighting drafts, which we knew that was very much a signature calling card for the side of MKOI throughout the ranking week, as they tried numerous times to try and see if they could play towards that team fighting stage. And it was kind of one of the big criticisms that we had, that a lot of the early game planning from MKOI seemed directionless, but over time they had seemed to be able to lock it down, and the fact that they've been able to at least win a full best of 5 series against New Ruya and being able to take Virtus.pro the full 5-game distance, going to show, as you were mentioning before early on the broadcast, Yikes, you know, we've heard some changes behind the scenes in terms of coaching and getting some additional staff on board, and I think it's really helped so far for the MKOI boys.
Yeah, definitely, and looks like here they banned out the Chano and Lady Sun, targeting Solista, as we saw earlier. They had a head-to-head match with Solista and Liu Li. Definitely target banning him right now is a good choice, but that means Lung is open. I don't think they saw Lung getting through here. But yeah, I think AYLO Gaming might have to lock in the Lung here. Sakir is gonna get picked up for the MKOI side, while Sun Bin and Zhang Fei gonna get banned on the AYLO side. So they are target banning the support. So MKOI sees that, and they're gonna lock in the Sakir here before we get further into the drafting phase.
Yeah, it almost seems like MKOI are daring AYLO to lock in the Long here, because they definitely could have banned it out, but instead they chose the Chano and the Lady Sun instead. But AYLO Gaming not going to fall for the calling card and go for the go that MKOI are trying to bait them in if the Long was the answer they were trying to lay a trap for. D-Renja is not only a better answer if you want a little bit more control in the early game, in the laning phase, but paired with something like the Motsu, all right, now we're talking. For the side of AYLO Gaming, you have decent CC setup, you have early move and push on the bot side of the map, so that gives at least one lane that Vermont can play through.
Is that a Mulan pick I see? If they lock that in,
oh baby,
it's gonna be an exciting match in the Clash lane. Dharma versus Mulan. Haven't seen that in a while, but yeah, it's gonna be definitely exciting. But yeah, as you said, Mutsi and Daringia here get locked in for the AYLO Gaming side. I kind of like the Daringia pick here because he's gonna open up the space for, you know, the My Shernoi to move around the map a little bit easier, because if you do pick Lung here, you're gonna have to put in a lot of time, invest a lot of time protecting the Lung, definitely against the Arlie and Sakir. But yeah, the Daringia pick here is pretty solid. It does pretty well against the Arlie matchup. Lung would have kind of been a 50-50 matchup, so I like that AYLO Gaming kind of noticed that and picked up the Daringia here with the Motzi. That's gonna create some trouble definitely for the Arlie and the Ogren here trying to walk in.
Yeah, looking at both of these compositions overall, we recognize a lot of scaling, a lot of team fight power the later the game goes on. And if we know anything about how AYLO have played their recent series and matches, a lot of their games have just gone 20 plus minutes. It doesn't matter what heroes they lock in for themselves. Even when Vermont was playing the Pei and they had the Pei Byron combo for themselves, it still went 20 plus minutes. We still had to do a Tempest flip before the game was decided against Nextruya. So I think MKOI very comfortable, very secure in their understanding of what to prioritize for this first draft, and saying, you know what? More than likely, unless AYLO Gaming can prove to us in the first game of the series they can blitz us, we are totally fine taking a very, very full-on scaling composition as we take to the Gorge for Game 1 between MKOI and AYLO Gaming.
Yeah, we're getting to right into the game, so I'm definitely going to be looking at the matchup in the Clash lane. Moaji again against the Dharma here on the Mulan. It's going to be fun to watch, but we're going to see the classic, you know, team walking into the mid lane, getting vision, and Sakir here gets a pretty nice S1 on the Mozi, taking him down about 20% health. And on the top side, Mulan just trying to leash out the jungle camps, but she fails, and the AYLO side is actually able to secure the jungle camp here.
Yeah, it looked like Vermont was helping Dox to get the early push so they can go for an early invade here. Demon Cat had cleared out his bottom side jungle with the blue buff. The red buff already secured. Meanwhile, big fight coming out, but it looks like everyone's going to disperse. Going to get a chance here as all this action, all the action you see on top of your screen right now is all thanks to with the support of EWC helping bring up top tier competition worldwide as the invade continues from MKOI's side, trying to secure a blue buff away for themselves, but it looks like Vermont was not able to secure it away, so Demon Cat walking away with both blue buffs.
And now we got Realme. Our players are geared up with Realme 14 5G, built for performance, made for gaming. Smooth, cool, and reliable, just the way esports demands. Ready to level up? Get yours now and feel the difference. And we definitely can't feel the difference right now from the AYLO Gaming side, as they were able to kind of invade, but they did also get counter invaded too. So definitely both teams are putting up a really, you know, rigorous performance right now, invading each other so far.
Yeah, it was it was a little crazy, just AYLO Gaming, the way they were, you know, using the top lane priority to bully their way into the red buff. Yeah, Vermont able to secure it away, but at least Demon Cat and the rest of MKOI group up, don't let themselves get rolled over, and they answer blow for blow. But however, speaking of blow for blow, it's a visit to the top side thanks to Lomax setting up a kill with Doxa and the Truth Mantra and First Blood off of Muaji.
Yeah, that was a great rotation by Lomax, being able to, you know, utilize the mobility that Mai has, go to the top lane, and with the CC they both have, along with Dharma. Now they're looking for an invade. They're gonna jump on to the Yixin here. Nothing comes out of it, but I believe they did secure that red buff there.
Yeah, Demon Cat has not gotten a chance to take a red buff for himself this entire game. Thankfully, on something like Ogren, it's not the end of the world if he doesn't get it, but, you know, if I'm a jungle in this game, I'm feeling a little sheepish that, you know, the enemy team has invaded my red side now twice. And I'm thinking to my team, hey guys, is there any chance that we can do the same thing to them? If not, it's cool, but you know what? I would really like it at one point.
Exactly, and that kind of comes with the Mulan pick here. Obviously, picking up Mulan here, you want to play aggressive, but, you know, Lomax rotating, and with the help of Doska, they're able to shut that down. You know, Mulan already died once, not able to kind of get the camping. Mulan is kind of a hero that you want to kind of camp in bushes and try to pick up targets, but with the comp that AYLO Gaming has, they're kind of countering that.
Yeah, just making sure that Muaji cannot get accelerated on the Mulan. If anyone has a reason to fear a Mulan getting out of control, definitely go back and watch OG series where Keke brought out the first Mulan of the tournament, and you understand why. If you let this hero get too much gold into her pocket, she will definitely take over. And so far, AYLO Gaming doing a good job of trying to diffuse that pressure, as Goose showing up in the mid lane for a quick 3v2, but a cannon blast right on top. Is Goose in trouble? Doesn't look like it. The rest of AYLO Gaming cannot get a chance to lock him down.
Yeah, and it seems like both teams, again, playing for the Tyrant at the 4-minute. This is pretty classic. We've seen a lot of teams just try to focus for the Tyrant as it gives you the damage boost. But yeah, it seems like that so far AYLO Gaming is doing a great job poking out the Sakir here. But I do like the pick, you know, Goose picking up the Sakir here, having a lot of mobility, being able to get the vision here. But as you can see, Sakir is poked out almost at 40% health here. And Mike here is doing a great job poking.
Vermont steals the Tyrant away. MKOI were trying to leash it down, but the fact that they couldn't dedicate all full members, as you called out, Sakir, Goose getting chunked out, he wasn't really able to get involved and start forcing away the Vermont, so he was just hovering there, and, you know, Demon Cat thought that he could outsmite him, but Vermont bests him in the smite control.
Yeah, crucial theft by Vermont. Amazing job by Menki, being able to press smite in time, locking it in for the AYLO Gaming side. But yeah, Sakir, you know, got chunked pretty much throughout the whole Tyrant fight, so they couldn't really engage with that. And, you know, Vermont being able to walk in at the very last second, securing it, huge for AYLO Gaming side here. And we can see there's a 500 gold difference. Obviously, it's not that much just yet, but slowly but surely, the gold difference is going to get up there.
So it'll come down to who can knock out the first tier 1s, as if there's anything we've learned from this tournament. Once the tier 1 turrets start to fall, then the rest of the map starts to collapse around it already. Great big chunk onto Lowly and Goose from the hands of Solista and Roba Alma, but quick join in from the other side of the map. Muaji making his presence felt alongside Kentao, roaming on bot because they know the pressure is starting to get the best of Goose and Lowly. Thankfully, he's able to sustain off of a camp and the health relic, and they're going to rotate the pressure to the mid lane now.
Yeah, Muaji had to calm down because we saw that Motzi and RNG are doing a great job winning that 2v2. They got pretty low, so they had to get out of the top tower. But mid lane here is going to go to the MKOI side. That's going to open up a lot of space for them. And there's a fight here from Muaji getting a double kill on the Mulan.
Nicely done there from MKOI, being able to just completely snowball the pressure. They had 5 men continued onto the bot side into the mid lane, took out the tier 1 and continued the pressure into their top side jungle. But at the very least for AYLO, they continued having Solista pressure onto the bot tier 1, took out the turrets and made sure that the turrets are at least equalized, and the gold lead did not completely spiral out of control for MKOI. But now Lowly is all alone by himself on the tier 1 thanks to the double kill you called out, Yikes, and that is now 2 turrets to the side of MKOI.
Yeah, that was a pretty good, you know, trade for the MKOI side. They were able to pick up a double kill on Doxa and Vermont here. Now you can see they open up the mid tower too at the same time, giving them so much space to actually invade a lot easier now. So they're pretty much paying back AYLO Gaming what they did to them earlier in the game, taking the red buffs. Now they're able to just pretty much secure the Azure Golem with the mid lane taken with more space opened up.
AYLO trying to set up control for the next Tyrant that should be spawning in about a minute and a half's time. Meanwhile, MKOI only having Muaji on the bottom side of the map. It's got to be careful in case the rest of AYLO Gaming starts hunting and comes sniffing around for a isolated Mulan pick here, whereas MKOI trying to gain pressure around the mid lane. Since there's still a minute before this Tyrant spawns, there is a chance for AYLO to go for the Overlord, but that would give up pressure on this tier 2 turn on the bot side.
Yeah, it seems like there's a trade going down here. Mulan have to go all the way back. The second tier is going to fall down on the MKOI side. Same thing is going to happen on the other side of the map for the AYLO Gaming side, but seems like that AYLO wants to go even deeper. They're going to try to go for the high ground here, but Mulan is holding it down, and MKOI rotates back.
There it is. World is my board, and Demon Cat is just living inside that world of success. AYLO Gaming thought that they could get more off of that high ground turret, but they overextended their welcome, and the collapse from MKOI was just too fast for them to outplay.
Yeah, Rafa, we talked about the World is My Board and the Ogren combo, just locking people in and Ogren having a field day. And he gets a double kill off of that, rotating, and AYLO Gaming stayed way too long. MKOI was able to get the second tier on the top side from the AYLO Gaming and just rotate all the way back. They were able to secure this double kill, and now they're going to get a free Overlord here as well.
AYLO Gaming, will they have a chance to get in? Doesn't look like it, yikes, because the Overlord is just burned down, and no one from AYLO Gaming even dares to walk in. They're going to try to focus their efforts onto looking for a Tyrant. Now note, it's only 9 minutes into the game, so neither of these objectives taken were Shadow objectives, so not the empowered ones so far. But I have to say, yikes, this is very surprising how fast both of these teams are playing right now.
Yeah, they're definitely playing fast, and they're doing both a good job trading around the map. Like, it doesn't look like that is pretty much one-sided at the time, as like AYLO Gaming was taking the bot side inner towers. MKOI was being productive and also taking the inner second towers on the top side. So yeah, both teams doing a great job trying to equalize the match right now. The goal difference is only around 2,000. But the objectives, as you said, they're getting enhanced now in about 20 seconds. So let's see here, as we're gonna have a peek on the Sakir here, Dharma is gonna pick this up. Oh!
Yeah, Goose goes down, but the revenge kill on the Doxa is secured by Demon Cat. But just like that, Lomax gets a chance to kick him in the face and send him back down to the grave. Demon Cat falling means that MKOI are going to have a little bit of a difficult time securing this Tyrant, but they're going to try for it to see if Menki or Vermont on the Monkey is nowhere near that site. So this is just theirs. What a heist by MKOI.
Yeah, that was a great pickup. They saw that Menki went top, and he was actually quite low, so he was not going to be contesting the Tyrant. Them knowing that they're actually 2 people down, they went for the Tyrant here. They were able to secure it, and now they can try to zone off the AYLO Gaming side from the Overlord, which is actually enhanced now. So definitely a great heist by the MKOI side, picking up the Tyrant there.
Yeah, MKOI now with that Shadow Tyrant having overall just better odds at being able to fight these team fights with the buffs that you get at this point in the game. MKOI sitting on mostly 2 items. I think we saw Lowly getting towards his 3rd. Meanwhile, Where is my board? Popped up here. Maybe Robo Alma can turn it around, but he is sacrificed for the greater good as long as AYLO Gaming can even the odds, and they do onto Goose here. So it's a 1-for-1, both of the supports going down. MKOI's farm laner Lowly chunked out nearly below 50% HP. Not safe enough for him to go back in unless he can lifesteal off of some of these camps. But the rest of MKOI maintain their position on the top river.
Exactly, and as we can see, Muazi actually picked up the Pure Sky, same as the Menki, so Pure Sky is gonna help them a lot. They're gonna, you know, it reduces the damage that is taken from the enemy by around 20%, so they're gonna be super tanky whenever they use these active items. I really like the pickups by both of them. Muazi has been kind of annoying now. We saw early game he was getting shot down by the AYLO Gaming side, but now he has a lot more presence, and it seems like the AYLO Gaming is actually super scared of him. And same thing is happening with Vermont, having the mobility, being able to get in and get out, securing the kill on the Sakir here. But seems like they're gonna have another fight here, Rafa.
They're gearing up for it, trying to control the river, just making sure they're bullying AYLO Gaming away from maintaining mid-wave priority at the moment. They get the first push in, that guarantees their first move into the river. A blue buff has spawned, maybe AYLO Gaming will try to protect it, but Vermont just trying to continuously poke his head in, knowing that he is the biggest frontliner for the squad of AYLO Gaming. He's the only one that's safe enough that can walk in and take a few punches, but just Shadow Overlord being burned down here. Lowly on the backside, Vermont walks in, but no crucial kill theft this time around. It's Demon Cat that secures it. World is my board, locks a couple members in from AYLO Gaming. Muaji and Goose trying to buy up as much time as they can. Muaji forced to run away, but Lowly is able to finish off Lomax. A cannon blast stuns up the front line, but AYLO Gaming are losing damage and losing numbers, so Lisa falls next. Doxa was forced to run away, and MKOI take everything off the gorge here.
Oh, wow, another insane The World is My Board coming out from the Yishin, locking in 3 targets into the pit. And, you know, the follow-up from Ogren, obviously Demon Cat is gonna fall, but they were able to secure some kills here and get the Overlord too, which is gonna give them the time to push in these towers even further. So AYLO Gaming definitely falling out of the game now.
Yeah, for the first time we see a massive gold lead coming out for MKOI, nearly 4,000 over AYLO Gaming. And we have talked about in the past where AYLO Gaming, even when they are finding early game leads or trying to find some skirmishes, they are not always consistently able to clean out those games and finish in a relatively fast manner. MKOI, you know, for the most part during the early stages of the tournament had a very similar story. Always wanted to play for the team fight stages, but they were often getting blitzed out or losing control. But the fact that MKOI have leveled up their early game, they've been able to recognize quick rotations and collapses, and now they're playing overall just a stronger unified front. They are looking very good right now in this opener.
Exactly, and as we go deeper into the match here, we have Mulan again jumping right on top of the Motzi, almost actually killing him, but he's going to get stunned here and have to retreat. Our Chenille comes out, the world is my board, again comboed with the Ogren here, gonna be able to execute Vermont here, and this should be the bot tower unless they have different plans. Yeah, it seems like they want to go back here and retreat for the Tyrant, just play it safe.
Makes sense, and that item you called out, yikes, the Pure Sky, if that is correct?
Yeah.
Am I saying the... Yeah. That goes to show what Muwaji's job is right there. He is a big damage threat, but the fact that he can go in and absorb a lot of attention and cooldowns with a critical timing of use of that item, he buys so much space for the rest of MKOI to collapse in, and then if AYLO Gaming burn too many resources or exhaust trying to take out Muwaji in that instant, boom, now you're down numbers in terms of likability of being able to fight MKOI, and they have to give ground, and that guarantees pressure into securing the Shadow Tyrant once again. And now MKOI can move into the jungle, ready to contest once again.
Exactly, and we see MKOI putting in a lot of pressure, trying to invade the jungle. Ooh, Motzi, I believe he ulted right there by accident, so that is gonna play a huge part in the next fight, unless he does come up. But yeah, we see that Mulan is putting in a lot of work right now, trying to zone off anyone from engaging, which is quite good. That opens up the space for Yixing be able to kind of lock down players with the world is my board. And it seems like they want to try to target the high ground here on the top side of the map. And yeah, they're going to get it easily.
AYLO Gaming do not pull the trigger quite yet. So MKOI don't need to do it either, as long as they're just able to dip and dance back and forth, just using the pressure of these minion waves and Demon Cat slinking on over the wall through the path of passing. It just makes it super hard for AYLO Gaming to try and contest. The gold lead has extended now to 7,000. A Shadow Overlord is available once again if MKOI want to go for it, but it just comes down to setting up those waves first. So that is why Muwaji already blitzing towards the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, and both teams right now are trying to look for the Overlord. We see Muwaji pushing the minions in the bot lane and then rotating back to mid lane here, trying to catch someone up. So we're gonna have to look at the Mulan here before this Overlord fight actually goes down. Overlord actually almost down.
Demon Cat. Oh, wait, Kentel's stolen! That's crazy! And unlucky for AYLO Gaming, the most disaster scenario that could have happened has occurred for the Peruvian squad, and now MKOI are going to just run them down into the base. No defenses left. This crystal is exposed, and MKOI still got all 5 being able to pound into the base. Game 1 goes to Movistar Koi.
Yeah, unfortunate for the AYLO Gaming side. Kentel being able to secure that Overlord, followed up with the rest of the MKOI side, picking up the kills. They were able to secure the win here. 1-0 to the MKOI side. Great performance by the Canadians.
MKOI already off to a great start here in the series. AYLO Gaming gonna have to go back to the drawing board here, Yikes, and see what they can do to try and put a little bit more pressure on Movistar Koi going into the series.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't believe the Mulan pick at first, especially with Mulan being picked off as first blood. We thought that AYLO Gaming had a plan for the Mulan, trying to shut it off. But seems like as the game went on, Mulan was able to kind of come back into the game right after that double kill that we saw Muwaji get it.
Yeah.
So yeah, definitely Mulan played a big part for the MKOI side. And we know this going into the match. We've heard that Muwaji is one of the most versatile players in the game itself. So he has a lot of picks, and he showed that with the Mulan pick here. And I really like the Sakir pick as well. Obviously, Sakir was getting poked out throughout the entire game. But if you guys didn't know, Sakir is able to pretty much hold on the auto attack skill and get regen, get life back. So Sakir was able to kind of negate a lot of the pokes and just heal back. So yeah, MKOI definitely doing their homework, and and I think they had a pretty good draft. You know, they knew what they wanted to play, and they went into the game picking up the Mulan, you know, leaving one of the most, you know, OP clash lane heroes such as Byron. We always see Byron or Main picked against the Dharma, but they decided to go with the Mulan, leaving it open for the upcoming matches that they have against the AYLO Gaming. So I think, again, MKOI, they're doing a great job so far.
Yeah, it's a good strategy that you're pointing out, because Byron has been such the typical answer to go for earlier on in the draft if you want to guarantee some priority in the top side of the map. However, the fact that they opt for something like Mulan, where, to the credit of AYLO Gaming, they were putting a lot of pressure onto it, right? We saw that Vermont on the Monkey had already pushed in early so that they could go for continuous red buff invades. They even had Lomax on the Mai go for a roam onto the top side and, you know, push in Mulan. But the fact that MKOI were still able to play the map fairly proactive and be able to get objectives for themselves, looking for the first tier 1 turret. I still think about the first sequence that they had where they collapsed onto the bot side at a moment's notice, knowing that Goose and Lowly were getting chunked out. Immediately, all 5 go to mid, take out the tier 1, get a big pick on the top side, get the other tier 1. And that kind of opens up the map for some safe space for either Muaji to farm back his way on the Mulan and be a threat and a presence later on in the team fights, or for the rest of MKOI to be like, hey, you don't have these turrets for safety anymore, and something like Demon Cat can just start flowing in alongside the Yixing to set up for those team fights.
Exactly, and looking at the charts here, we can see that around the 6-7 minute mark, we see MKOI pick it up. They obviously had a very slow start, getting invaded a couple of times, actually losing the Crimson Golem, which was huge for the Ogren, not being able to pick that up. But yeah, after the first Tyrant, I believe, around the 6-7 minute mark, Koi was able to secure the mid tower, as you mentioned, go ahead, get the double kill in the jungle, and pick up the second tier on the top side. So they were able to funnel in a lot of gold, get back into the game, and then start invading. So we can see that in the chart. MKOI did a great job throughout the mid game, and they were able to secure the win from the AYLO Gaming side here.
And now AYLO Gaming are going to have to go back to the drawing board and figure out, you know, what can we try to take into MKOI next time around. Now, there was a good reason that MKOI, knowing that the pay was on the board, immediately banned it in the first round, allowing some of these picks like the Mai and the Arlie to be contested. But we're going to get a chance to see who the MVP is. It is Demon Cat on the Ogren, being able to survive not 1 but 2 red buff invades, being able to take it in stride, get a blue buff back for himself, and be that huge monster we know Ogren can be in team fights.
Yeah, the Conductor of Souls by Demon Cat throughout the game was quite perfect. I mean, it was with the assist of Yixin's ultimate, the world is my ward, locking in targets, but the Conductor of Souls connecting on multiple targets, on multiple fights, he was able to kind of stay in fights for a very long time, and we're going to see that here. The Mulan coming from Muaji being able to hold the towers here, and now with Demon Cat, as I mentioned, being able to combo with the Yixin here, picking up a double kill here. So great plays from Demon Cat.
Yeah, once a Ogren is able to accelerate through the early stages of the game without that much pressure in terms of shutting him down, this was his first and only death in the game, just in that overextended dragon fight or blue buff fight. Afterwards, it's pretty much MKOI's world to play for, as they are able to just go through their whole home field advantage of just being able to continuously play for these massive team fights, something that even early on when they were struggling to win series, we recognized was always a strength on their part.
Yeah, exactly. And we saw the Ken Tao steal on the Overlord once again. That was a changing point.
Yeah.
You know, AYLO Gaming was kind of holding the game slowly. They were holding tight so they don't lose, but Ken Tao securing that Overlord with the follow-up from Demon Cat on the Ogren, winning the team fight, getting the double kill, just, you know, kind of put a little pin on it. But yeah, now as we end the first match, we're gonna go ahead and go on a break, so we'll see you guys in a couple of minutes again.
compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against all odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back me down. Destiny is calling high. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory's on my side. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same in time. Can't love ever, can't forget. What you see is what you get sometimes. Gonna show the world tonight the light that shines inside us. We're against the odds, but we won't give up, 'cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling
And welcome back, y'all. We're getting ready for game numero dos between AYLO Gaming and Movistar Koi. If you missed out on the first game and you're just tuning in now, well, Movistar Koi were able to come away with the first victory in a pretty convincing fashion, too. Early game was a little scrappy between both teams, but it came down to some of those early map rotations, and something that, as we continue talking about, you know, at least early on, wasn't something that MKOI was known for, but recently, yikes, they have definitely been getting better, whether it's, you know, coaching staff changes behind the scenes or just more scrim time and the overall evolution and the, you know, character arc development from this North American squad. They are starting to not just get better as a team fighting squad, which was already a prevalent strength about them, but they're getting better at the map play too.
Exactly, definitely a huge performance boost from the MKOI side, and we have the global ban and pick heroes here. You guys can see AYLO Gaming and MKOI are not going to be able to play the heroes that played in the first match, so they're not going to be able to pick up the Arlie, the Sakir, the Yixin, the Ogren, or the Mulan on the MKOI side. And AYLO Gaming, same thing here. Dharma, Monkey, Mai Shirnui, Darenji, or Motzi are not going to, you know, they're not going to have the chance to pick it up again, and that comes with the global ban and pick system. So they're going to have to kind of try to work around a different draft here, and it seems like AYLO Gaming is going to go ahead here and choose the blue side once again. So they're going to try to go for that first pick early on here.
Yeah, I'm curious, yikes. If you're on AYLO Gaming side, what are you now looking towards? Because you can't go for the Mai Shirnui, and that's a big power pick that now is kind of wasted in a loss. You know, are you going to try to go for a little bit of an early blitz combo, or are you just going to try to run back another team fighting combo?
I mean, they locked in Mai. I feel like they locked in it last game, trying to kind of get more out of her, but it wasn't working out really for the AYLO Gaming side other than the first blood and some of the jungle fights. So I think the Mai pick wasn't great coming out of the AYLO side, but this time I think they might be able to lock in the Arlie if MKOI doesn't realize and ban it out. But so far, AYLO banned the Dharma and MKOI banned the Daedea here as we get into the second run of the draft here. Second ban coming out from AYLO. Ooh, Mai's gonna get banned out, so they want to take that from the MKOI side as they cannot pick it up anymore.
Sure. All right, well, MKOI, they could go for another pay ban if they are still respecting the power of Vermon's pay performance that he showed. And yep, they are not going to give him that chance to display it here. And AYLO Gaming, what did they go for? The Dahlia, which was something that was banned in the very first game, is now available.
Yeah, Dahlia first pick. I mean, they know that MKOI is not able to pick up Arlie due to the global ban and pick. So here, we're going to have to see what MKOI is going to answer with. And I'm thinking it could be a Motzi, to be honest. Picking up the Motzi could... Oh, they're going to go with the Duen here on the side of the MKOI. And they're going to have another pick. That's going to be Princess Frost. Huge CC coming out from the MKOI side.
Do we see the Liang picked up for it on the final pick of the first round? MKOI have that potential. AYLO Gaming, meanwhile, are going to have to consider what their options going to be, knowing more than likely that if you see a Princess Frost, you're going to see a Liang combo come out on the full rotation, and their answers are Kaiser and Hou-Yi.
Yeah, Kaiser and Hou-Yi. It depends how the Hou-Yi is going to play out the match. Is he going to go the tank build? Is he going to go with the hybrid build? Or even the full damage build? So we're going to have to wait and see how they want to play that Hou-Yi. But they definitely do want to play the Dolia Hou-Yi. You know, resetting the ultimates on Hou-Yi, being able to lock down targets and hit them across the map, stunning them, that's going to be pretty huge. But they have to play the combo properly and land it. And as you mentioned, we saw the Princess Frost and Liang being picked up. We've seen them being picked up as kind of like a duo throughout the entire tournament. They do provide a lot of CC, and again, MKOI, it seems like they're going for a bunch of CC, and they ban out shit on the MKOI side with the Darren GF from the AYLO Gaming side.
I mean, you already have Hou-Yi locked in with the Dolia, so you can have 2 Burning Sun arrows. So either if you are next to each other and you're just sending them downtown to see if you can layer down, you know, cross map picks, or if you're in a crucial team fight and you just need that extra stun onto a target that is diving your face or just trying to hit the front line and ensure that they're not able to get any of their abilities or skills off. AYLO Gaming continuing to ban out the farm lane pool. No Marco Polo, no Direnja, but the answer could be Lady Sun for Loli.
Yeah, I like the Lady Sun pick here, as well as them banning the Ganonmo. We saw them struggle against, I believe it was 9ZG, where they gave them Ganonmo and they played the Mink and Lady Sun, and MKOI didn't really have any answer to the Ganonmo, so I'm really glad that they were able to kind of ban it out this time around. And Marco Polo gets banned out on the AYLO Gaming side, and it seems like they want to lock in the Angela with the Sonsei. Wow.
Whoa. Well, so not only you could get 2 set sails and 2, you know, major boats coming out for that crash in, a little bit of that global power. I wonder if you could set up a contract with Sonsei as the Dolia, have him cross map, roam in with set sail, and then cast it again already in the middle of the team fight. That would be major engage power. But the Angela is not a hero that we get to see that often in the tournament here. Yikes.
Yeah, we usually see Angela comboed with Diadia, but this time it's getting comboed with Dolia, so that's pretty interesting. But we do see the Byron being hovered over here by the MKOI side. I talked about Byron last match. They didn't pick it up, probably saving it up for this game. And we can see the MKOI side, they're going in with a game plan, and their game plan is just CC. CC for the Lady Sun, lock down targets, let the Lady Sun auto have the best time in the game rolling around the map with the first skill and the frag grenade. So yeah, Lady Sun is gonna have a huge impact here. She's pretty much the entire damage on the MKOI side, so we're gonna have to see how Liu Li is gonna play that. But yeah, AYLO Gaming also has a game plan too. Play around the Dolia resets, you know, reset the Hou-Yi, reset the Angela, the Sonsei, even the Kaiser reset could work out. The Kaiser getting the demonic armor with the ultimate, becoming super tanky, and also dealing a bunch of damage. So we're gonna have to see who Dolia is gonna prioritize. She has kind of like 4 heroes she can prioritize here with the ult, so definitely interested to see who they're gonna prioritize.
Yeah, there's a lot of options there, which makes a lot of variables for MKOI to consider as they continue playing against AYLO Gaming heading into their second game of the series. One last chance to look at the compositions on both sides here. As you pointed out, for AYLO Gaming, a lot of potential for damage and fighting, as you know, even something like Kaiser, who is going to be building tanky, still is kind of like a battle tank in itself, similar to something like Dune, where even though this Dune is bringing a significant more CC thanks to that, you know, second cast of the first skill, but it's also about just how long you can survive, and Dune definitely deals a decent amount of damage the longer he's able to continue in these fights. But we're on to the Gorge for the second game of this series. MKOI versus AYLO Gaming, already advantage going over to the North American representative and the squad and themselves after taking off the first game of the series.
Yeah, so interesting play from the MKOI. Usually from what I've seen, they do allow the Liang to kind of solo clear the mid lane, try to rush level 4 so he can get the ultimate down early and just lock down targets. But MKOI didn't actually do that. Princess Frost and the Liang cleared together. And now they're just helping out the Dune here, trying to speed up the jungle clear on the MKOI side, which is I really like. And AYLO Gaming kind of doing the same thing, helping out in the bot lane with the help of Dolia. The Hoi is able to clear out the jungle camps, getting some gold.
Yeah, a lot of resources and priority from MKOI put into mid lane as well as jungle, whereas AYLO Gaming were definitely investing a little bit more time into Sulisa, ensuring that he was able to get a majority of the gold. They already were able to contest for one of the camps that Lowly was trying to solo for himself. I think it was a good yoink by Sulisa thanks to his second skill, but credit to MKOI, able to bully them away for the Phoenix and just taking care. Sulisa just spacing behind the minion wave, being very respectful of Lowly and Goose's damage output.
Yeah, exactly. Lily and Goose, they have a lot of damage output, and if they're, you know, just the Liang is so suppressive, even if he doesn't have level 4, he doesn't have his ultimate yet, he's able to lock down targets with the first skill that he can put down on the floor. So if they walk into it, they're gonna get stunned. And then Lily is gonna be able to follow up with the Lady Sun, do a bunch of huge damage, which is definitely not good. But again, they do have the Dolia on Robbie Alma here, which is gonna be able to protect a lot. Again, Dolia has a second skill that can, you know, recover your health, help you out. And once they're able to get the resets here, once Dolia hits level 4, they're gonna have a little bit of an easier time fighting this duo lane of Lady Sun and Liang.
Yeah, because then you can send out 2 arrows and then try to just lock them perma. Now, something that we didn't get a chance to catch in the mid lane, Lomax had burned his ultimate against Kentao, which forced the common skill flash out of the Princess Frost. So that is why you see it is currently down. It looked like MKOI were trying to pressure for a quick skirmish, but Lomax being able to hold his ground and keep him back. So now there's a chance for, if Kentao ever oversteps his boundaries, that is a pick opportunity for the side of AYLO Gaming.
Exactly, and now Liang is level 4, so Power World, the ultimate, is going to be pretty massive, with the both objectives spawning around the 50-second mark. I believe both teams are going to try to play for the Tyrant once again. So we are about to see the combos that this team's, you know, been preparing. Are we going to see the Liang Princess Frost? And there's a Hoi all coming down into the mid lane. Angela following up with the help of Kaiser. They're not able to finish up Dune. Obviously, Dune is super tanky, but you have the Dolia Hoi.
Yeah, and you already have to keep in mind that this is the power of that combo, right? You sent out a burning arrow cross map, see if it hits anyone. If it does, AYLO Gaming able to pounce on it. Unfortunately for them, Demon Cat, as you called out, too tanky to survive that burst, but because it came at the cost of a Celestial Melody, Sulisa can just throw out another arrow. He's going to try again in the mid lane, but this one is a field goal.
Yeah, the first one was quite accurate. This one, not so much. And then you have the Sunslave resetting already, setting sail into a wall.
Was that a Lambo? He was just driving around and he had the convertible down too. Man's is riding in style.
Yeah, I feel like he used that to kind of scare off the MKOI side, but they're not scared. They're going to pick up the Tyrants in style and just back off.
Yeah. You know what? I can totally see that if the arrow had landed, then maybe by the time Doxa arrives on the set sail, it combos into the CC. So they were ready to all in on that mid lane play, but unfortunately for them, the first one doesn't connect to the second one, not going to have as likely of a chance to combo with it. But the Tyrant going over to MKOI, no chance for AYLO to steal. And so far, this early game is, even though neither team has gotten a massive gold advantage, it definitely just seems like MKOI are totally fine.
The Hoi arrow comes down, catching out Liang. They knew that Liang is just sitting in that bush. Nice kill pickup from Lomax with the help of Solista's ultimate coming out of Hoi.
They knew where he was lying in wait. Yikes, they saw him walk into that bush, and Goose thought that maybe no one had spotted him out, and unfortunately, he was the one that was actually wrong. So, first blood going over to AYLO Gaming. Now, it's not the game run away with for them quite yet, but those are always the picks that you can try to set up if you can keep track of where everyone is on the map.
Exactly, the Burning Sun arrow is working out this time around. We've seen it not work out in a couple of matches, but now we got the CC lockdown coming down on Kaiser. He cannot move. Look at that, Rafa.
But Vermont's still tanky enough to survive it. I definitely thought he was going to go down, but as you called it, like, even though he didn't get a chance to move for what seemed like 10,000 years, Vermont just so tanky on the Kaiser, just not going to Gonna get bursted down here by MKoi. But this is actually the second time we've seen this in the same series. MKoi at the 5-minute mark after the Tyrant being taken, they sent all 5 members to look for a group overload play to play for the tier 1 turret, but they were not able to get it this time around because Vermont defended it so well, and it's the first turret actually going to AYLO Gaming this time around.
Yeah, Vermont was able to pop the ultimate. Obviously, Kaiser gets a lot of bonus stats for magic and physical defense, so they were not able to, you know, take him down whenever he popped his ultimate there. And that's why I said it could also combo with Dolia later into the game where Hou Yi is not able to land these Burning Sun arrows, as we saw right there, not a one to miss. So Dolia is going to have to reset that. But yeah, Kaiser late game is going to be a menace. It's going to be super tanky, popping the ultimate twice. And now another star coming out on the Dune here. Nothing is going to come out of it though.
Yeah, when it lands on the Dune, it's not the ideal target for MKoi. Lomax on the Angela tried his best to burn it down, but even with the ultimate, still not enough to get through all the HP and the resist that Demon Cat has early on into the game. Everyone on MKoi's side seems to be crowding around the mid lane so that they can look for the tier 1 turret once again, only lowly farming up camps on the top side. But so far, it's a great defense from the side of AYLO Gaming on another Burning Sun arrow.
Ooh, cuts the Liang by the edge of it, and Sensei is gonna go for it. And MKoi has to back off here. That was quite coordinated, I would say, Rafa. What do you think about that?
Yeah. I mean, now we're seeing the combo finally come to fruition. We saw a little inkling of it when they tried for the mid lane a couple minutes ago, but because the arrow doesn't land, then Duxa's first set sail was not able to connect, and that's why he pulled away. But when he sees the arrow connect onto the backline and on a squishy target, then he can ram them with that car. Right now, the rest of MKoi trying to still continue fighting for pressure in the mid lane. Duxa's gonna arrive. A Burning Sun arrow hits Demon Cat in the back, and that means Muaji is nowhere else to go. AYLO Gaming sets sail with the car, rams it right into the face of Demon Cat, but he's got the ulti to escape, and it's just not enough from the side of AYLO Gaming to survive under the tower with the help of Kentao's Princess Frost. They equalize 1-1.
Yeah, Princess Frost barely living, but it seems like AYLO is actually kind of overextending now. Hou Yi is gonna have to flash away here. Also, Angela had to burn flash suits, so 2 common flash down on the side of AYLO Gaming. But yeah, that was pretty well played. AYLO Gaming, they're able to kind of dodge some of their skills and then fight back with the Burning Sun, with the Sensei, locking down targets. The same thing is happening on the MKoi side as well. We saw Liang. I believe Sensei got fully ulted by the Liang on the tower, so he was able to go down for the MKoi side. So yeah, 3-1 score here. The gold definitely is looking a lot better for the AYLO Gaming side right now.
Slowly starting to come away with the gold lead, 2,000 to their name. And they always have the continuous pressure of both of these side lanes after taking out the tier 1 turrets. It's been really good macro play this time as a response from AYLO Gaming, but with 2 Tyrants to the name of MKoi, they are at least being able to keep up in terms of teamfight damage. This time, the suppression is on! Not a tanky target. It is on the squishy mage in Lomax's Angela, and finally, the tier 1 turret will fall for MKoi.
Yeah, we're gonna see MKoi do this a lot more and more as the cooldowns are being reduced. As they level up, they're able to pick up more items also that is gonna reduce their cooldowns. So Liang and Princess Frost are gonna be having a huge impact in these fights, and we're gonna see that in just a little bit as they are leveling up. But yeah, MKoi is coming back to the game, winning some of these skirmishes. And seems like both teams are playing for kind of picks on the sides or even in the mid lane. We see the Burning Sun arrows getting reset every single time and just being thrown out by the Hou Yi here.
AYLO Gaming, they have a little bit more global power when it comes to those picks, but for MKoi, they also have such strong one single target lockdown potential. Demon Cat trying to make his way into the river, but this Tyrant is secured, and it's a Shadow one, so it's a big team fighting buff going over to the hands of AYLO Gaming as they now brute force their way back into the mid lane. Demon Cat trying to hold his own, but they expose lowly in the back line, forced to vault away. Demon Cat getting super low. Doesn't die now. A flash from Lomax was trying to look for the finishing blow, but doesn't get it on any of the members there from MKoi.
Yeah, Lomax doing a great job zoning up and scaring off targets, but you know, wasted flash once again here. But yeah, Princess Frost and Lady Sun pretty low. They have to get back behind the towers. And it seems like AYLO Gaming picking up that Tyrant gave them a little bit more confidence here to engage and try to, you know, take down the MKOI side. They were able to secure the mid tower here, which is quite big for them. It's going to open up the space a little bit more. It's going to give them room to kind of look for even better arrows, the Burning Sun arrows from the Hoi here, as they're going to have a little bit more vision, a little bit more space to get in. But we can see that, ooh, Demon Cat almost fell, but it seems like he's going to actually fall with the Burning Sun arrow coming in.
Oh wait, but they burned down Doxa. Demon Cat able to front line it and sustain through all of the damage. And now Vermont is the only one in the front line trying to fend off the rest of the members. Demon Cat getting super low. Sulista finds the last arrow and is able to push him into the back. Sulista continuing the chase onto Kentao. And now Muaji has to give his life so that everyone else can get out. Muaji not able to survive. It's a triple kill for Sulista, and this Hou Yi is online.
Wow, what a great play and arrow to start everything off by Sulista. This guy was the head-to-head nomination for the AYLO Gaming side, and that shows Sulista having a great performance on this Hou Yi, with the resets coming out of the Dolia having huge impact starting out these fights. Again, as I mentioned, the damage is gonna, you know, rely on the Lady Sun here, and she's not able to get any of these kills. She's not able to pick up anyone with the front line that the AYLO Gaming side has, and we're gonna get a replay here.
As you see, both of the frontliners kind of exhausted all their tools there. There was a moment where it seemed like everything was gonna be fine for MKOI, but then Sulista flashes in. He finds his moment. He knows that no one else can match his damage output at this stage in the fight, and that's why he fearlessly is able to use his common skill there.
Yeah, and as we see, the Burning Sun arrows coming out constantly now. The cooldowns are very low, and we can see that Hou Yi here is going with the hybrid build, as I mentioned here.
Yeah.
Picking up the Cuirass of Savagery, picking up the Deep Frost Siege. So that's gonna, you know, make him a little bit tanky. That's why he's able to kind of flash in and get those triple kill right there.
Vermont falls in the first fight. Doxa trying to flank on the bottom side. Demon Cat falls thanks to Sulista pumping out the damage on the arrows once again. And now MKOI have to scram because no one can deal with Sulista. Look at that. He's in the middle of all the members of MKOI and he just does not care here, yikes. He is pumping out these arrows faster than Legolas at the Battle of Helm's Deep. A quadra kill for Sulista on the Hou Yi. He wants that Penna. He wants Goose to step up so he can claim it for himself. They get the stun down. He's going to flash into it once again.
Oh my!
Sulista! AYLO Gaming strike back in the series 1-1.
Wow. Wow. An official pentakill going to Sulista to finish it off. The Hou Yi Dolia combo working out, making it 1-1. AYLO Gaming winning that matchup. Again, the Cuirass of Savagery, the Deep Frost Siege having a lot of impact. He was literally able to frontline, as you say, Rafa, as a Hou Yi. What do you think about that?
It's just crazy. I mean, I play a lot of Hou Yi to climb in my ranked games, but I've never built Hou Yi that way before. I usually have gone the Shadow Ripper and the Eternity Blade, a very late game oriented build, and it definitely takes a little bit more to come online. But I think, if I'm not mistaken, yikes, when you go for something like the Sparks Forged Dagger and the rest of the build he goes for, it's a little bit, it spikes earlier. You get a little bit more upfront damage and you're slightly tankier as well. So you are more fearless when flashing forward in those team fights. And it definitely seemed like it because when he was in the middle of like something like a Byron, he didn't seem phased at all. He was just killing the front line and he was killing the back line.
Yeah, and I think what I saw was that he was building the Boots of Tranquility, and that actually gives him a lot of CC as well. That's why we saw the ultimate coming down constantly. We saw, even with the help of Dolia, he was able to have his ultimate refresh before the Dolia ultimate actually refreshes. So yeah, Hou Yi had a huge impact this game, and Sulista showing why he's one of the best marksman players in the tournament right now.
Yeah, he has racked up the third most MVPs in the league so far, the most MVPs on his squad respectively. I think more than likely he'll be getting the MVP for this game. If he doesn't, then something has gone terribly wrong. But I imagine that will be, you know, the talking point for later on. But we get a chance to look back at the compositions once again. And to the credit of MKOI, there was a moment that they were avoiding a lot of that global pick power, the Burning Sun arrows, the set sails from AYLO Gaming. You could see that early on, that is what they were playing for. But the fact that MKOI were trying to do the same thing as game one, where they look for that sequence of tier 1 turret into breaking open the rest of the map. It was delayed so long just because AYLO Gaming recognized and set up a better defense this time around.
Yeah, exactly. And we saw like there was too many things for the MKOI side to kind of dodge. The Angela constantly roaming around, the set sail, the burning sun arrows, the Dolia knocking back, getting vision in the bushes with her abilities when she goes in the water, gets enhanced. But yeah, we can look at the damage, 120,000 damage with a hybrid Hoi build on Solista. Insane damage coming out of the Hoi. Definitely gonna be trying it out myself in a ranked match after the stream. But yeah, on the MKOI side, Liu Li again having a lot of damage but wasn't able to get like much of the kills. As I said, Lady Sun pick right there was quite vital. She needed to get the kills, she needed to get the farm early on to do a bunch of damage. And now we have the graph, Rafa.
Yeah, because you could see it was very even back and forth between both of the teams, but then around that looks like these. I mean, there was a slight advantage when they finally are able to connect the first string of Burning Sun Arrow into set sail combos around that 6-minute mark. But the game was still definitely winnable for MKOI, but it wasn't until that topside jungle fight where you saw Solista flash in after the rest of the members of MKOI going for the throat. And once you see a Hoi doing that, I think the game is pretty much over.
Yeah, and MKOI knew that. I mean, we saw the mid tower, as I mentioned, the mid tower being picked off from the MKOI side. It was pretty huge. It opened up the map, and now we have our MVP, Solista.
Yep.
802, damage taken 13%, damage dealt 37%, total gold 25%. Insane performance on the Hoi here. Definitely well played to them. You know, they went for a combo that's, you know, rarely works out because how much pressure it is on the Hoi to land the arrows. But Solista, this guy is a sniper.
I mean, you don't land shots that you don't take, right? And he was definitely taking a lot of shots this game. And the fact that you get something like a Dolia to basically double the amount of the shots that you get a chance to take, then it's double the chances of you have winning the game and winning the fights for your team, which makes it such a devastating combo. And like you said, it's not something that we have seen in this tournament that often. In fact, Hoi hasn't really been picked that many times, maybe around 4 or 5 at this point between all of the teams so far in the Major West League. But definitely a treat to see it being used by Solista and Robo Alma this time around. A shame for them we're not going to get a chance to see it anymore in this series, at least on AYLO Gaming side. Maybe MKOI will want to take a page out of that book and you say, you know what, that looks pretty OP. We want to try that combo. But I think a big thing that you noted earlier, Yikes, was that Hoi does have a very susceptible laning phase. And so if you're able to get through that laning phase and start unlocking the map with those arrows, then it becomes a super valuable pick. And there just wasn't enough pressure from the side of MKOI to really punish that Hoi because they didn't really think it was going to be a problem.
Yeah, MKOI, you know, they picked up the front line, they got the Duan, they got the Byron this time around, and they kind of tried to rely on the Princess Frost and Liang. But the Kaiser pick, you know, making him super tanky whenever he uses his ultimate, the invincible armor, and then you had the Sansei set sail kind of trying to disrupt the Liang. You know, Liang, whenever he uses the ultimate, is able to lock down targets, but the Sansei always was on the back of Liang trying to stun him out of the ultimate, which worked out. Anyways, guys, that was it for the second match versus, you know, AYLO Gaming versus MKOI. We're gonna go on a break here and get back to you guys with this best of 5.
Kings. It's an honor.
Welcome back, y'all. We're getting ready for game number 3 between AYLO Gaming and MKOI. Now, game 2 showed us that AYLO Gaming got a little fighting spirit back in their pocket still. They're not going to go down at least that easily for the sake of Movistar.pro. So this really has to, give us a chance to step back, yikes, and remind everyone that both of these teams in Movistar.pro and AYLO Gaming are in a very similar position. They're 1-1 in the standings in terms of series score. Virtus.pro sitting at the top of Group A, 2-0 on this series. It is so important for AYLO and Movistar.pro to be the victors of this series because it at least allows them to be competitive for that single spot at the top of Group A to get into the knockout stage. If they were to drop this series here, more than likely, it is so difficult to get out of the group still with a 1-2 series record where there's only 3 more series you can play. I think if you are able to at least get a 4-2 record, you have an insanely high chance to get out of the group. But that is just considering without even acknowledging how many more series Virtus.pro is going to win. So just reminding everyone at home, AYLO Gaming, Movistar.pro, they cannot back down ever this series. If they want to get out of this group, they got to bring it their all.
Yeah, definitely do or die for the teams in the Group A, especially for AYLO Gaming and MKOI, as they both need to actually win this series. But yeah, we're going to jump right into the draft. Rafa, we got AYLO pick, banning the Dharma. It seems like MKOI is going to be on the red side again, banning the Ogren, Mai getting banned out by the AYLO, so pretty solid bans coming out from both sides. Pei getting banned again from MKOI, so apparently Vermont has to be somewhat of a demon on the Pei because it's getting banned out every time by the MKOI side. And now AYLO, they're going to have to go with the first pick here, and I could see the RB being picked up here. What do you think about that?
Maybe. It definitely wasn't banned by MKOI this time around since they opted in for an Ogren ban alongside the continuous Pei. And I think they, looks like we'll get a chance to remake the draft. Probably something happened in terms of like a tech issue on one of the player ends. So we'll get a chance to load back into the lobby as soon as possible, but Arlie could definitely be one of those options if all the bans remain the same. It has been one of our most contested heroes in the tournament for a reason. Very slippery, a lot of outplay potential with those parasols, being able to link back and forth between them. And you just have a surprising amount of damage once you're able to come online with those item spikes too, right? So, but I think to your point, Yikes, the reason why they continuously ban out the Pei, maybe it's just off the strength of, the one Pei performance we saw from AYLO Gaming on, or against Next Ruya. And even though it still went like a 20+ minute game, which is not very convincing for a Pei win necessarily, it just goes to show that Movistar.pro do not want to give AYLO Gaming any strong means of being able to blitz you early on so that they can still get to the team fighting stage.
I see. Yeah, but I mean, the Pei ban also kind of makes sense because it seems like that MKOI doesn't like the fact that they're getting invaded. We saw that in the first match of this series. They were kind of getting invaded by Dharma and the Menki on the red side. So Crimson Buff didn't go to the Ogren for a very long time. So now giving out the Pei to Vermont, it could make things worse for the MKOI side, and they probably don't like the fact that they would probably get invaded because Pei is just that kind of hero that has a lot of fast clear speed with the abilities he has, being able to transform into the human and the tiger form. So yeah, definitely taking that away is pretty huge. And it's good to realize when you kind of don't like to play against something or if your team is weak against something. So MKOI realizing that, they don't want to give that to the AYLO side.
It is curious though that Movistar.pro I think had the chance to select what side they wanted, and AYLO Gaming, when it's been their choice, they've always elected blue side, but Movistar.pro have actually elected red side whenever they got the chance to do so. So neither of these teams have swapped sides in this series so far, and it goes to show I think counterpick is becoming a very strong focus point for the side of MKOI. But we finally get into the draft, and the first pick is the Diadea.
Yeah, Diadea definitely a strong pick for AYLO Gaming, but they don't have the Angela this time. Usually, as I mentioned previously, Angela and Dieria obviously always get paired up together, but that's gonna leave open the Liang mid, the Princess Frost that could be played with the Dieria here as well, possibly a Ganon Mo. But Yuhan here is gonna go to the MKOI side.
And this hero has been flexed in multiple roles we've seen throughout the tournament. It's been played in the jungle, notably by Vermont on AYLO Gaming, but most of the time it's been played either support or mid lane. But definitely not going to go into the mid lane because we already have Nuwa locked in for Kentao.
Yeah, Nuwa, definitely a great mid laner, has a lot of CC, a bunch of range, and is able to kind of block off, you know, a lot of targets in team fights with the walls she can create. And then we have Arlie here getting picked up for the AYLO Gaming side. Pretty solid pick with the Diarrhea here.
Sure.
Being able to lock down targets, get a lot of gold for Arlie with the passive that Diarrhea has. Whenever she uses, you know, skills on the enemy targets, she's able to steal gold and also give gold to her own teammates. So Arlie's going to be able to have an easy time, get a bunch of gold, bunch of items here, try to kind of get the picks. So Arlie going to be the carry for the AYLO Gaming side. Seems like Luna is going to pick up here.
Yeah, we saw that this was a ban earlier, not necessarily against Vermont, but it was banned away from Demon Cap. But they got a chance to lock it in for themselves. This is a high frame hero, has a lot of burst damage, can easily threaten the backline as well as any fighters that are a little squishy early on. But MKOI, their answer is the Musashi, and this is a hero that not only is going to be building tanky, but has a lot of damage threat as well as mostly CC and the ability to be able to block those projectiles with his first skill.
Yeah, Musashi definitely a great pickup here to lock down the Arlie and even the Luna. They have a lot of mobility, and that's going to help a lot. The duel to death from Musashi, the ultimate, being able to literally duel someone to death is going to help a lot here, especially against this Luna and Arlie being so slippery. But yeah, Dolia gets banned from the AYLO Gaming side. They don't want to give that to MKOI. Again, Musashi, Yuhan, and Dolia. Just imagine the resets. That would be insane. So they want to take that away. And Princess Frost and Yixin gonna get banned from the MKOI side with the main ban from the AYLO Gaming side. So solid bans from both teams. And now he's gonna leave us with the last two picks from each side.
Makes sense. MKOI know that AYLO Gaming have yet to pick a mid laner for low max, so getting rid of those options. Same thing in terms of support as well as Clash laner. But the fact that they banned a support goes to show that AYLO Gaming were aware that, like, maybe Yuhan could have been flexed to not the support role, but maybe the farm lane role or the Clash lane role, which would have been pretty crazy. But, you know, AYLO Gaming were pretty much prepared for anything, as now AYLO will get a chance to lock in their final two heroes.
Exactly, and Lady Zhen and Byron gonna get locked in for the AYLO Gaming side. I do like the Lady Zhen pickup here with the Diarrhea. It would still work because Lady Zhen is gonna have that little follow-up with her stuns and the ultimate if Diarrhea is able to lock down targets, and also it's gonna give them space to kind of fight a little bit better with the Lady Zhen ultimate. And Charlotte here with the Darenji is going to get picked up for the MKOI side. I do like the Charlotte pick into the Byron. I believe that is a 50-50 matchup as they do get into kind of close-up battles. But again, it's a 5v5 game. Don't think they're going to get the chance to kind of 1v1. But it would be nice to see that happen.
More than likely not, you know, unless the rest of the map agrees, you know, beforehand. It's like, hey, we're going to let these two have an honorable battle to the death. Whoever wins, you know, then we can decide what the prize is afterwards. But, you know, when in a competition for a huge prize pool and a chance to escape Group A to get a larger chunk of that prize pool and a chance to either make it directly to KWC or a chance to play against the second best team of the Major East League for a second spot at the KWC, then, you know, you can't afford to set aside honorable 1v1s, yikes. You just gotta go for the throat. You gotta take whatever advantages you can find.
I mean, you know, the MKOI side does have Musashi duel to the death. You know, so he might be able to kind of single out targets and make the 1v1 duels happen here. We could possibly see that happen, especially with the Luna here being picked up for the AYLO Gaming side. Going to have a lot of mobility and possibly going to try to invade here. And Musashi is definitely going to try to defend with the help of Charlotte. And yeah, with that being said, we're going to get right into the game. Seems like Goose is going to be on the Yuhan here. So that is going to be a lot of slow CC, a lot of healing. Yuhan, if you guys didn't know, have pretty much a transformation that she's able to kind of heal or deal more damage, and going to the healing mode is going to help a lot for the MKOI side this match for sure.
Flexibility in whether you want extra utility or extra combat power is pretty nice for MKOI, as long as you're able to dictate and determine decisively which you need in the moment. But the standard 2v2 in the mid lane for first push. Globant Alma is going to return back to the farm lane, but try to cut off Goose's roam path as well. Already you're starting to see that Goose is getting cut off on the path downwards, so just going to return to mid lane, help get that extra push in, while Vermont is just blazing through the jungle camps right now on this Luna. Same thing for Demon Cat on the Musashi.
It seems like both sides are just going to do a full clear. We're not going to have any kind of invades this match, which is quite good for the MKOI side. We've seen them struggle against invades, but this time around, they don't get that from the AYLO Gaming side. And Solista and Robbie Alma in a bush, healing up a little bit. Seems like Muaji has a bit of a prio here in this lane. With the help of Demon Cat, they're going to be able to clear up the minions here.
Yeah.
That's what you want to do.
Sure. Yeah, he did not want to. He didn't want the beef between 1v2. Meanwhile, 3v2 on the bot side. Goose was in some trouble there. Solista, with the help of Lomax, roaming to the bottom side, just getting a little bit of extra chip damage onto the farm lane duo. But because of Yuhuan, he's just going to try to sustain themselves back up to full.
Yeah, I feel like the matchup is a little bit even for the Darengia versus Arlie. So once Darengia is able to pick up, the armor boots and is able to pick up some items, he's gonna be able to sustain the Arlie engages. But right now, he needs the Yuhan here in the lane to kind of protect him. And we can see that AYLO Gaming side, they're abusing that. They're always having 3 players coming down towards the bot lane, trying to get on the top of the Yuhan here and the Darengia, and they're doing a great job.
Yeah, they already forced the flash out of Goose off the second visit from Lomax's Lady Jen. So now there's a common skill down onto the support for MKOI. Could be an opportunity for AYLO Gaming to set up a play once they have level 4s on all 3 of their core members here. Now that Roba Alba has access to the ultimate. Could be something if Lady Jen makes his way back towards the bot side. They're already trying to push that pressure down. Roba Alba expending the ultimate. Does not really find them. It's a field goal between both Lowly and Goose. And now it's still standard play as Muaji forced to flash away.
Yeah, Muaji is forced to flash away. That's going to be pretty massive. As the objectives are coming up, Muaji is not going to have the flash here, so not going to be able to go on any of the backline, or even when he gets into a fight, be able to flash out. So that's going to be pretty huge. But it seems like that Musashi is going to go ahead here, jump on the Byron on the top side. Nothing does come out of it, though. The Byron is going to survive. But same thing is happening bot lane again. As we mentioned, the Lady Jen always coming down to the bot lane, making it a 3v2 with the Yuhan backed off here, making it a 1v3.
Haven't gotten a chance to see Kentao at least take advantage of that pressure where Lomax is not in lane or be able to answer back. We know that Nuwa does have that extra long range, so maybe he can assist the next time something goes critical there. Vermont already expending a little bit of that ultimate power and trying to get in the face of both Demon Cat and Nuwa in the mid lane. And now both objectives has spawned. Lomax is back at it again on the bot side of the map, pressuring Goose and Lowly.
Yeah, and the reason Nuwa is actually not moving around throughout the map right now is because she does have Divine Glow Emergence, which is her 3rd ability, gives her pretty much an ultimate, a global teleportation. She's able to go anywhere on the map, so I'm guessing that we got Kentao here waiting for the perfect timing to kind of teleport down and help out his teammates in the bot lane. That's why Lady Jen is just being a little bit more proactive, getting around the map. But yeah, this is the reason you pick Nuwa, try to teleport, and try to cut off the enemy team whenever they kind of overextend.
MKOI just recognizing how strong global power was for AYLO Gaming in Game 2, so they said, you know what? We could use a little bit of that global power ourselves going into Game 3, where the series score is evened up. Neither team, surprisingly, with a minute that has eclipsed the Tyrant spawn point, it is now AYLO Gaming with the pressure to try and burn this objective down, since they have pushed both in bot as well as mid lane to finally set it up. During this time, can Demon Cat sneak an objective for himself. It looks like not going to be the case. Just everyone going to overload mid lane and try to play for that tier 1 turret.
Yeah, you mentioned this previously. Seems like MKOI likes doing that. They like 5-manning mid and trying to get that early mid tower, kind of try to open up the space. And we can see that Moaji tries to go on the back then on the laning set. Doesn't really work out, but the mid tower is super low here. And Darenji is going to take it down. They're going to drop a kill here. Demon Death is going to go down. And Vermont also goes down on the AYLO gaming side. But again, Rafa, as you said, the mid tower here gets opened up for MKOI.
Yeah, clearly this is something that MKOI have practiced a lot, whether it was in scrims or something they just come to the conclusion to throughout, you know, with the coaching staff changes. But this has now been a common play. After the 5-minute mark, after the Tyrant spawn, at some point they get all 5 members when they have been able to push out those side lanes, immediately rotate to the mid lane, overload for the 5-man play. One of them is always diving past the turret to push them off, as Muaji has to survive against Doxa, should be able to do it because he's got the mobility to do so. Doxa is still just going to run him down, make sure that he doesn't get to comfortably, you know, stay behind enemy lines. But yeah, that has been the MO for MKOI all 3 games.
Yeah, and being able to kind of get it down like the game plan you have is pretty huge for them. That means now they're going to have the space in the mid lane to try to control the mid bushes and try to go for whatever objective or even buffs they want to. So whenever the buffs are coming up, right now MKOI is going to have an easier time to kind of try to get in, and we're going to see that just in a little bit as they team up down in the mid lane. Big ultimate coming out of Nuwa, getting Sulista back down to around 20% health there.
Yeah, that was some sick nasty damage from Kentao's Nuwa right there. Sheesh, Sulista forced to at least regen off of the cams and just lifesteal. But now this gives MKOI an opportunity to rotate onto the top side. Doxa is in a world of trouble here. The CC from the Nuwa is just locking him down, not getting a chance to really fight for his life, just trying to get some damage back, but it's not going to happen. Meanwhile, AYLO Gaming, their opportunity to fight back is onto the bot side, tier 2. 4-man diving, Muaji's in trouble, tries to flash away. Alma of all people, and Vermont being able to assist on the kill and the pursuit allows AYLO to find one back, as well as the tier 2 tower.
Yeah, again, great response by AYLO Gaming. They saw that the Byron was being targeted, Nuwa being up there as well. They were able to take down the Byron. Same thing happening on the other side. Moaji is going to go down, and tier 2 as well to the AYLO Gaming side. So great trade. The gold is still up for the AYLO Gaming side. Nuwa tries to steal the blue buff from the Luna here. Doesn't really work out. A little bit too early. But Overlord is up here.
Yeah. And even though MKOI were able to get their tier 1 sequence off of into the tier 1 on the top side, that was a tier 1 plus a tier 2 that AYLO Gaming got for themselves onto the bottom side of the map, and it has netted them a significantly more gold for themselves into this small gold advantage. Here comes Kentao with the global power, the ultimate that you called out, yikes, and Vermont was just pushed up too far on this side lane, trying to split push, and now there's a moment where MKOI have the whole gorge to themselves, guaranteed 5 versus 4.
Exactly, getting caught out right there. Vermont, not the best. I thought Lady Jen was actually gonna get caught out by Goose as well. I believe Goose had vision, but Goose played it safe here, trying to wait up for the Tyrant. Seems like the teams do not want to go for Overlord until it's like 10 minutes mark, but seems like Lady Jen might be caught out here. I don't think she has any escape. A new one picks up a kill with an ultimate. Great play. Second tier inner tower drops on the AYLO Gaming side now.
Yeah, Kentao is just pumping on this Nuwa right here. Anytime that they're able to get the CC locked down onto a priority target that happens to be super squishy, down goes the target. And MKOI have been prevailing super well despite the gold deficit they're experiencing. Like, throughout all this, crazy enough, yikes, they are still down 3,000 gold. AYLO Gaming are still well ahead of the curve at the moment, but if MKOI are continuously able to find these picks, and now with the power of Overlord on their side, if they can leverage some of these extra towers, then they can start making that gold advantage on their side.
Exactly. And right here, we get another Annihilation ultimate coming out from Nuwa, assisting with the kill on Muaji. And Arlie and Diedia were able to pick up the kill on Muaji, actually. So pretty massive from the AYLO Gaming side. And it seems like Vermont and Doska, they wanted to be one the Tyrant here. Just pick it up as the MKOI side is looking towards the mid lane here. Nothing comes out of it though.
Kentao was thinking about teleporting in. Doesn't decide to pull the trigger onto it. It was in the middle of 3 people from the side of AYLO Gaming. Meanwhile, their jungle and Clash Laner had burned down the Shadow Tyrant while MKoi were, you know, doing all the shenanigans on the top side trying to answer back since Muaji was picked off. So really strong map play from AYLO Gaming, being able to at least be proactive within the death of Muaji and his absence on the Gorge during that 30-second window. AYLO Gaming still controlling the map, still controlling the gold lead. MKoi have been able to find really good picks, but haven't been able to leverage an advantage off of it so far.
Exactly, and the Musashi is actually becoming quite annoying. I see Lady Zen being scared to like utilize the ultimate or any of the other abilities because Musashi is able to kind of block off any incoming projectiles with the first skill, so they're gonna have to watch out for that. But yeah, Muaji not having the greatest time on the Charlotte right now. Seems like he's the victim to a bunch of these ganks in the side lanes, and we're gonna have to see what happens here as AYLO Gaming is looking for this mid tower. They want to get this mid tower before this Overlord to kind of, you know, get some more vision and more space for themselves. But seems like they want to get the inner tower on the top side right before that. Darenji sees that coming, so he's gonna have to back away.
Really good rotation for the side of AYLO Gaming. They pressure the mid tier 1, force MKoi to respond, and then immediately slink their way back to the top side where no one could have really held the line there. So another tower falling for themselves. They were able to finally pick up the tier 1 on the bot side, but now the Overlord, a Shadow 1, being burned down by AYLO Gaming, and Demon Cat is nowhere near. They're focusing on the mid wave. That's the Shadow Overlord being secured by AYLO.
Yeah, and I believe they're gonna drop the Shadow Vanguard in the bot lane here. Yeah, they're gonna clear the lane instantly with the Shadow Vanguard on the AYLO Gaming side. So Muaji is not gonna be able to get that inner second tower on the bot side. Seems like MKoi is losing grasp of this match, Rafa.
Yeah, AYLO Gaming are now playing a much more persistent map game. Very similar to how they were able to do it in game 2. It seems like MKoi have been able to bounce back and using the power of this Kentao Nua for a little bit of global picks, but they're just not able to find nearly as many objective power plays off the back of these picks compared to when AYLO Gaming is able to pull it off. And to their credit, they're not necessarily needing kills to make it always happen. It's just these rotations is now a fight on to the bot side. Muaji in trouble. Quick dive from Solista and Vermont being able to dip in and out of the high ground turret range. This high ground turret not long for the world, and you already see that Goose is trying to fend them off on the left flank, but the rest of the members have got to return. Lowly was pushing on the top side, getting some advantages back with that tier 2 tower. Now he arrives to the party, but Demon Cat falls. They're losing members. Solista is taken out of the picture, but Lomax and Vermont still have enough damage to be able to fight for themselves. MKoi, at the very least, will be able to fend off the base siege and not lose their crystal, but this is a huge blow to their defenses.
Yeah, AYLO Gaming wanted to take the opportunity of the Shadow Vanguard being that pushed off, and they wanted to end the game, but it really didn't go their way as Musashi was able to dive the backline, pick up Solista. I mean, he did go down as well, but yeah, great attempt by AYLO Gaming to try to end it. They're obviously 5,000 gold ahead, so they do have an advantage here as well. And dropping only one teammate there is not the biggest loss. But yeah, they were able to get in easily and get out, and now both teams are going to be playing for his Tyrant.
It's going to have to be the focus here, but for AYLO Gaming, they can always play off of the enhanced minion wave pouring through the farm lane. Vermont going to accelerate that pace a little bit more so that as soon as he leaves, the enhanced minions will start to threaten the open crystal through that farm lane. So someone from MKoi has to always respond. It's going to be Demon Cat, and because it's the jungler, that means there's no chance of a smite contest unless this Annihilation can find a steal, but not going to be the case here from Kentao. AYLO Gaming secure another Shadow Tyrant.
Yeah, AYLO Gaming, confirming the Tyrant here. And I'm looking at the items here. If you look at Lomax, he actually picked up Splendor. And if you guys don't know, Lady Zen actually has a built-in Splendor. Whenever you use Ocean Tears, your first skill, and you kind of walk into it, you're able to have kind of like a Splendor built in. So he's being toxic. He's having 2 of them now in this match, and that's a good thing. That's why he picked up the Lady Zen, because he's able to kind of bait out the Musashi ultimates. And we almost see that Azure Golem getting stolen there.
Yeah, I mean, Vermont was playing with fire there, but somehow survived a 1v3. Meanwhile, Muaji Muaji did get picked off on the top side, and now Kentao is the next one on the board here, but Solista just a little too far forward. Demon Cat able to lock him down with the duel to the death, as you called out. MKoi still holding on to their base, but this one is becoming a slow burn. AYLO Gaming still only ahead just under 5,000 gold, but the fact that they have the map advantage, the fact that they always have enhanced minions pouring through the farm lane is just keeping MKoi with their backs against the wall.
Yeah, their backs are definitely against the wall as the Overlord is coming up here as well. They're going to have to try to face check these bushes, which is not great for them. They're going to have to find a pick here. They're going to have to go for a kill here. Obviously, picking up Solista every time they try to kind of go for these high grounds is pretty massive for the MKoi side. And I believe that's why it's kind of keeping them in, because Solista is the damage dealer to these towers. But it seems like Overlord is going to go down unless Kentao is able to steal it with the Annihilation from Nuwa. Is not able to do it. We saw him do it with Yishin once, steal the Overlord earlier in the first match, but it's not going to work out this time around. And MKoi slowly getting suffocated out of this match.
Yeah, it has been a slow stranglehold by the side of AYLO Gaming. They've been patient, and even though it may not be the fastest gameplay compared to the top teams, it is something that has worked for AYLO Gaming in previous series. You look at the next Roya one, they had the 3-0. It went the full distance every single game, 20 plus minutes. Tempest Dragons had spawned. At this point, I would question whether AYLO Gaming would need a Tempest Dragon to win this game, but if MKoi are able to be resilient and hold these defenses strong on the base, it may take a Tempest Dragon to break open the game finally.
Yeah, but that might not happen as... Liuli is going to be able to pick up a kill right there on a Lumax, overextending. The double Splendor is not going to work into his favor. He's not able to time it right and get it done. And it seems like MKoi coming back here, picking up a kill on Muaji. Vermont falling down as well. So it's a 5v3 now. What do we think, Rafa?
I mean, MKoi are going to continue pushing forward here. They want to take everything as much as possible, but a little too far forward. Solista finally pops his moment, gets the reds off the item, but it's still not enough to survive the outburst and the onslaught afterwards. It's still 3 members falling for the side of AYLO Gaming, but it's now B2. Oh, he already based so that he could deal with the Vanguard and make sure that they do not lose to minions, but MKoi are going to try to get as much as possible off of this one push. Still 10 seconds before Vermont comes back, another 20 before Solista arrives, and they're not able to get the high ground turret. AYLO Gaming able to survive and prevent a little bit of an advantage going back over to the hands of MKoi.
Ooh, that high ground tower was going to be massive if they picked it up on the Koi side. They were going to have a little bit more pressure with the super minions spawning, but they were not able to lock it down. The tower lives with around 200 HP, and now there's going to be a Tyrant fight. It's going to be a 4v4 so far.
Ah, Goose! He goes untargetable. Thankfully for him, he's able to survive the burst from AYLO Gaming on the left flank. Solista steps up, looking for one more hit on that passive. Not enough to take him out. Already you see Robo Alma getting really cheeky with Muaji on the left side, but AYLO Gaming fight for the space control long enough to force MKoi out and secure another Tyrant for themselves.
Yeah, not the best for MKoi. They did have the chance to kind of come back. If they did get that high ground, I believe it was going to give them a little bit more space to work with the super minions spawning down in the mid lane. Because of the fact that AYLO Gaming actually doesn't have the high ground in the mid tower. But not having that is a pretty massive loss. And with the objective spawning in 40 seconds now.
Tempest Dragon, baby. It happened. It's arriving all the same. MKoi have at least been able to last long enough to get to this point. This is a real game breaker. If MKoi are somehow able to yoink this objective away under the noses of AYLO Gaming, if they steal it, if they get that crucial kill theft, then anyone can win this game. And the way that the gold lead has been shored up to just under 2,000 at 19 minutes, it does not really matter that much. It just comes down to who can find this next victorious fight and who can blitz down into the base.
Yeah, and I like the fact that Nuwa here is using Emergence constantly and Annihilation to try to get vision. We know that on the MKoi side, they're kind of like the only front line they have is the Musashi here. And it seems like MKoi wants to kind of rush this objective. It's already halfway on the Tempest Dragon here.
They're trying to blitz it. They know that they don't have time to stall for. AYLO Gaming can always wait for the enhanced minions to push through the farm lane. That was their one window to try and blitz it down, because now someone is going to have to answer it before it reaches the base. That's why you already see Muwaji answering the wave on the bottom side, and AYLO Gaming can just play with their food. They can be patient, but there's a fight in the mid lane going immediately for Solista. The resurrection comes up and it's not going to save him. The crucial carry for AYLO falls. Demon Cat pushing forward, fights Vermin as well. MKoi, are they going to do it? They have the numbers advantage. They're pushing for more stragglers on the other side. Lomax is caught out by Muwaji. MKoi, they don't even need the Tempest Dragon Yikes. They can just push it through the base. The crystal is exposed. There's be the high ground turns. They don't even care.
Wow.
They make the top.
Wow.
They're at match point.
Wow, Rafa. That was an insane play by MKoi. Breaking AYLO Gaming under pressure, making sure that they're gonna have to walk up, they're gonna have to try to answer the Tempest Dragon attempt. And right as they move up a little bit, they try to go clear down the mid lane on the AYLO Gaming side. Musashi goes in, Demon Cat with the demon skin on, being a demon, getting kills on the back lines. What an amazing play by MKoi.
Holy moly, yikes. That just goes to show you that in the clutch moment, when backs are against the wall, when the stakes are high, it's MKoi that pulls the trigger first. They didn't even wait. I was concerned that AYLO Gaming was actually going to spring a trap onto MKoi, since Muwaji was forced to occupy the wave on the bottom side. But I think it's Demon Cat and Goose spotting out a couple stragglers in the mid lane all by themselves, and they say, this is our moment, just blitz for it. And immediately being able to isolate Solista, that's a main part of your damage gone. We already saw like how crucial Solista has been to the carry for AYLO Gaming, not just in this series, but in previous series as well. You take him out of a fight, and suddenly your chances are very high to just win the game off of that.
Yeah, exactly. And we saw Yuhan have a bunch of impact as well, having the wrench stun, being able to kind of slow down the targets with Frost Guard late game. So she was able to kind of slow down targets, stun them with the Musashi follow-up. Demon Cat, man, getting those kills, it was super crucial. And with the follow-up of MKoi, they were able to take down Solista, take down the Luna, the ladies, and kind of leaving no one up to kind of clear the minions. And yeah, they just ran it down mid lane. Great play by MKoi. Honestly, I did not think they were gonna win this match when we got to the point where they weren't able to take down the high ground in the mid lane from the AYLO Gaming side. But yeah, one big fight, all it takes with these pro players.
That's right. Just looking back at the numbers too, you just would not expect it to happen like that. I mean, the way that AYLO Gaming had continuously found pick after pick after pick, and well, it was technically MKoi that was getting a decent amount of picks in the mid game, but they weren't able to translate into strong objective leads with it, right? AYLO Gaming, however, were able to seemingly play the map better. They got bigger gold advantages for themselves. They were able to push into that first high ground turret, and even though they didn't get the base all in one fell swoop afterwards, they still had pretty much control and forced MKoi to play through their own tempo for the rest of the game. But there are just moments where I wonder, and maybe you can share some of your insight here, Yikes, is if sometimes you've been on a team that doesn't seem confident enough to just go for a winning play because you have the lead and you feel like we don't necessarily need to push for it, we just need to wait for them to mess up. But maybe that was what costed AYLO Gaming at the end, not giving respect to MKoi to actually find a winning play in the end.
Yeah, I think that's what actually happened. We saw that Shadow Vanguard pushing in deep and AYLO Gaming trying to kind of utilize that and end the game. Solista fell down. And then we saw that happen 2 more times with Solista. I believe he died during these high ground dive towers, which was not great. It kind of put MKoi back in the game. And MKoi, they had Yuhan and they also had the Nuwa that are kind of like really late game scaling heroes. So yeah, we can see here AYLO Gaming actually winning throughout the entire game. Just look at the graph. AYLO Gaming was meant to win this game, but at the very end of the match, you can see at around 21 minutes, This is the when MKoi was able to get the picks. It's so tiny you can't even see it, Rafa. But yeah, MKoi
it's a little tiny little blip at the end there. AYLO Gaming were dominating the map for a majority of the game. So you go back, and if anyone looks at the series score, if they're just tuning in now without seeing this graph context, they're like, oh man, MKoi just, you know, finally getting the best of AYLO. It's like, no, this was pretty much an AYLO win. This was their game to lose, but MKoi, you know, not wasting that one look in the mid lane and just all inning onto it. And I think that's a strength that we have always come to know about MKoi ever since the beginning of the tournament, when they were losing a majority of their series in ranking week, is if all 5 of them are committing to a play, they do not hesitate. They play as one. And Ken Tao, MVP for himself, very well deserved. This Nua was pumping damage and was finding, or at least assisting on the picks that the rest of his team was setting himself up for.
Yeah, definitely had a lot of impact. Ken Tao being super annoying on Nuba. Whenever we see this guy on Nuba, he's super annoying. Using Annihilation and also Emergence, the 3rd and the 4th skill on Nuba, being able to get vision. That kind of, you can see the picks here as well. Being able to one-shot any targets, blocking them up with the abilities that Nuba has. But yeah, this is where we can see AYLO Gaming not be able to do much. Solista falling out, Lomax here actually falling out. This is when we first initially saw MKoi get, you know, a lot of picks here, be able to push out and get back into the game. And this is the last fight. Look at Demon Cat.
He found Solista and Vermont immediately off the back of the initiation. And just in that moment there, as we were highlighting the build-up for the Tempest Dragon, the fact that Muaji had to push onto the farm lane, we thought that AYLO Gaming were going to go for a 5-on-4 collapse before Muaji can get even involved. But the fact that MKoi make the first move when everyone is isolated and not set up, that's your best chance right there. Now MKoi not only impressing us, but impressing AYLO Gaming as they now head to match point. This could be the decider of the series or a potential comeback for AYLO Gaming. We're going to find out right after this break.
We're no strangers to the fallout. It's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon. Blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight.
Welcome back, y'all. We're getting ready for game number 4 of our series between AYLO Gaming and Movistar Koi. 2-1 in the series right now for Movistar Koi. That third game definitely looked like it was going to be an AYLO Gaming victory and them taking or leading into match point. But off the back of one crucial fight in the late game, it's one chance, one opportunity, and Movistar Koi do not miss it. And now they're the ones that are just one game away from closing out this series and putting themselves in a better spot to still contest with Virtus.pro for that final spot to get into the knockout stage.
Exactly, and we can see the global ban and picks here. AYLO Gaming, all the heroes on the left side of your screen, AYLO Gaming is not going to be able to play them at all. Same thing on the right side of the screen, MKoi is not going to be able to play those heroes at all. Obviously, the opposite teams are going to be able to play it. But yeah, that's the fun part of the global ban and pick system that we have here. These teams are going to be forced into playing different heroes, different compositions, and we can see some of these teams actually struggling against certain draft and certain comps here.
Yeah, it seemed like AYLO Gaming had a better grasp of being able to play the macro game here, and so we don't want to necessarily take away from Movistar Koi's victory in this game 3, but it still was a very much stronger dominated side by AYLO Gaming. And now Ooh, look at this, yikes. For the first time, AYLO Gaming, instead of opting in for blue side when they're given the chance, they are going for the red side. They want the counter pick opportunity, but this now opens up the floor. I wonder if MKOI are willing to let go the pay ban that they've been doing on red side every single time and take it for themselves, because we know that Demon Cat has played it once, and look at that! It's a gambit!
Yeah, they're gonna let go of the pay ban, and I think they're gonna go for a my play here. Ooh, my is gonna get banned out. Never mind on that. I mean, they cannot. Koi does not have too many options. They're not gonna be able to pick up the Arlie. The Odolia is banned, and I played Arlie already, so they're gonna just go ahead here and pick the pay.
Oh my goodness. Movistar Koi on match point, and they are just looking for the throat finisher. They are just gonna try and close this one out in a fast fashion, which you definitely have the ability to with the pay. The only unfortunate thing for Movistar Koi, they've already used their Byron pick in the second game of the series, so they won't be able to pair it with Buaji in the clash lane for that extra laning power, the guaranteed lane to play through. So it's going to come down to Movistar Koi trying to find another lane that they can at least unlock pay through.
Yeah, and that seems to be the Dharma. Dharma hasn't been played by the MKOI side. They're going to pick that up again, and Mo and Lung is going to go to the AYLO Gaming side, and Lee and Poe is going to get picked up here for the MKOI side. They're going to have a lot of frontline here, Rafa.
Yeah, and I like it because Pei and Dharma not necessarily known as these big tanks, right? Whereas Liam Poe, he just kind of absorbs it all. We have seen games where Liam Poe has single-handedly dove backlines by himself, taken up all that damage, and still get out alive. Meanwhile, AYLO, in their first round, as you called out, Gan and Mo, but also the Mayin and the Long picked up for them. So decent range on both Gan and Mo, and long range scaling damage, and Mayin the optimal choice, as we've seen many Clash laners take into the Dharma.
Yeah, and we have a surprise Jing ban here from the AYLO Gaming side. I don't think we've seen them play Jing. Maybe they have some info from playing in scrims or whatnot. But yeah, Marco Polo is going to get banned from the AYLO Gaming side as well. With Concert U on the top of that, they know that MKOI is going to have to pick Marksman here. And banning those two out, which are quite kind of counters, I would say, to Long. Maybe not Marco so much, but Concert U definitely a pretty good counter to Long. If you guys have played against that matchup in a ranked match, you would know that. And then Dune here is going to get banned on the MKOI side, blocking off Vermont from getting a tank jungler here.
Yeah, because you want to avoid anything like hard CC that can stunt up a Pei as he goes in for the kill on a empowered takedown in Tiger form. AYLO Gaming, rounding out their composition, have a little bit of front line for themselves now with the Zhang Fei. MKOI, if they want to go for a farm laner that could at least have some early priority into the Long, we've known that from behind the scenes have told us that the Hou-Yi with that new build that we saw, Solista build, was a decent answer to try and stun up Long and put some early pressure, but the Feng, ooh, this has been locked in by Movistar Koi in one of their off-stream matches, and with the Sh as well. This is your final comp from Movistar Koi, the one that could take them the series win.
Yeah, the Feng pick here is gonna be interesting. I mean, Feng could still dodge abilities and kind of immune them whenever he becomes untargetable using the Wheel Away, the second skill. So if he's able to time it right and kind of get away from the Gan and Mo and the Lung burst that they have, that is gonna be massive for the Feng here on the MKOI side. So we definitely have to see how Liu Li is gonna play that. He's been known to be one of the best ADC players in North America. So maybe this is the secret pick that, he's been holding off. And now he's showing it on the main stage on this best of 5. As if they get 3-1, they're going to win the entire series here.
Yep. Movistar Koi winning this series at least puts them in a position to help contest Virtus.pro for the top of the standings in Group A. Virtus.pro currently leading 2-0 in series score. Both Movistar Koi and AYLO Gaming at the beginning of this match with this best of 5. Similar stories, 1-1 in series score. And for Movistar Koi, they had already lost a series against Virtus.pro, but they were able to take a series against Nextruya. Same thing with AYLO Gaming. They were able to beat Nextruya in their respective series, but then lost another series during the off-stream matches. And so now, this is a chance. Movistar Koi, we know that we're going to see another series from Movistar Koi today against Virtus.pro, a rematch after their loss, which went the distance. For North American fans, there is hope. There is a chance that this squad can go the distance and make their way into the knockout stage. For LATAM fans, it's not over yet. AYLO Gaming would have to bring us to a game 5 for a chance of a comeback, but it has to start in this game as we load up onto the Gorge for our 4th game of the series.
Yeah, and as you can see on the screen, there's an everything box code, so you guys make sure to pick up these CDE keys and input it into your game, and you're gonna have it, you know, a pretty nice everything box that you have a chance to even get a legendary skin, which is quite nice. But yeah, so far the MKoi side here playing pretty aggressive, clearing up the clash lane together, Demon Cat and Mwaji, and looking for the side camps of AYLO Gaming. They're going to be looking for this red buff, the crimson buff, and it's not up. Obviously, Algudo started that, knowing that they're going to be probably invading. So yeah, no invade from the MKoi side.
Yeah, you even saw that it was a coordinated effort. Goose going mid lane with Kentao Shi to get the early push, so that on that first wave synced up on both top and mid, all 4 members are trying to bully their way into Vermont's jungle, but the Agudo pretty darn fast in being able to farm up these camps. And because there is some time expended by Demon Cat to look for the invade after pushing out a wave, he's behind on camps right now, whereas Vermont has already finished his full clear and now out on the map ready to pressure.
Exactly, and looking at the MKoi comp, just looking a little bit deeper at it, you can see they have the Lianpo, they have the Fong, and they have the Pei here, so they're gonna have an easy time kind of, you know, invading and getting these towers, especially with Fong being able to use the target sighted, which is his first skill, being able to put a mark on a target and kind of blowing it up. So Fong is going to have an easy time taking these towers, and that is a playstyle that MKoi has. We've known them kind of going down the mid lane around the 3-4 minute mark, trying to open up the mid tower right before the Tyrant, and kind of looking forward to that coming out from them.
Yeah. Meanwhile, MKoi have successfully been able to yoink away 2 camps away from Vermont on the top side, both with that bird camp on the top side, as well as the looked like the pigs right below that red buff there. So MKoi at least playing into the identity and the power of this Pei, trying to, even though if they're not able to find skirmishes and kills early on or even burning common skills, they are looking for just those small micro advantages in terms of experience and gold, trying to counter jungle this Vermont Agudo.
Exactly, and it seems like the River Spirit and Sprite in the mid lane is going to go to Lianpo. He's going to steal that from Vermont, which is quite nice. Lianpo is going to hit level 4 here. And yeah, I like the fact that MKoi is actually trying to be, you know, productive and still invade, even though they're not getting the Crimson Golem from the side of AYLO Gaming. A lot of times we see that Pays, they're able to invade the buffs, the actual buffs, not the side camps. But it seems like, you know, MKoi doesn't mind it. They just want to take all the resources they can, take all the farm, and try to stay ahead in levels. And we can see that Demon Cat is level 7 while Vermont is level 6 only.
Yeah, the level advantage is starting to come in, at least for MKoi. They haven't gotten a chance to leverage it so far, and AYLO Gaming are comfortable with that, even though level difference is 1 in the jungle. As long as AYLO Gaming are able to avoid these skirmishes where MKoi brute force their way and open up the game, then they're totally fine scaling further and further. They have the late game insurance policy both in Solistas Long as well as Gon and Mo for low max. It's just all about surviving the early game storm from MKoi.
Yeah, I want to see MKoi try to be a little bit more aggressive, try to kind of actually fight the Crimson buff, and it seems like they want to kind of do this. And Gan and Mo stopping them, popping the ultimate, refreshing the abilities, so Vermont is going to lock in the Crimson buff, and MKoi is going to have to back up, try to just settle for the Tyrant here.
Yeah, a really nice rotation from MKoi. As soon as they realized the red buff was no longer contestable, they rotate over to the Tyrant, and they use some of the members here to basically control that choke point that AYLO Gaming were trying to fight through in order to get into the river. They couldn't get past, and that gives enough time for the Tyrant to be secured. So MKoi still trying to play the map game as controlled as possible, but AYLO Gaming are doing a decent job of at least navigating it. Because if we said before, yeah, it's going to be difficult. It's going to be a little uncomfortable, but as long as you don't give up major advantages, you don't give up major towers in the first few minutes of the game, you are totally fine making these necessary sacrifices.
Yeah, and we can see Lianpo permanently roaming the map because of the fact they're playing a Fong. They're playing a Fong in the bot lane. He had the ultimate Blade Storm, being able to kind of clear the minions from range, and even using, again, right here, Blade Storm. We can see he just drops it right there on the top of the minions, automatically clears it, just gonna back up. So yeah, the Fong pick is super safe, helping out the MKOI side, opening up space for Goose to be able to kind of roam around the map and put pressure down onto Vermont.
Yeah, Demon Cat currently on the top side, seeing if he can maybe look for some early turret pressure onto the tier 1 in Clash lane. And that's going to be the case. Doxa doesn't even want to give up a kill. The first tier 1 turret falls, but because AYLO Gaming are overloading on the bot side, Doxa is totally fine in allowing that trade to happen, because it's going to keep AYLO Gaming at least even on the map.
Yeah, they're going to have to calm down in the bot lane, though, because Lili is not going to be able to kind of use everything he has to hold this tower. Actually, he's able to kind of hold it, but the tower is actually super low. I believe Lung is going to be able to kind of get the tower here, almost.
Meanwhile, Furball super low. Vermont already punting him forward as you see Goose just walloping Lomax by himself. Support, by the way, and yet Lianpo is able to get the job done. Muaji rotating on over, forcing Doxa to run away, as Roma Alba at least will put some pressure back into Muaji and forcing him out of the fight. But off the back of that, MKOI being able to catch AYLO out of the rotation away from the tier 2 turret and find themselves first blood.
Yeah, Goose, he fully committed to Lomax there, knowing that Lomax doesn't have any abilities left because he used it during the fight a little bit earlier. But yeah, Goose gets the first blood, gets the 300 gold, and Vermont was actually not able to kill Goose just because Lianpo has the ability to kind of regen after you get the rage bar from your passive. So yeah, Goose is gonna live 1-0 to MKOI. They did lose a lot of resources down in the bot tower, but they actually opened up mid and the top tower a little bit ago, so MKOI is still ahead in gold as well, 2,000.
Yeah, and yeah, they did the MKOI thing. They overloaded in the mid lane, and they dedicated a lot of ultimates there to make sure that they could pressure AYLO away from the safety defense of the tier 1 turret. So now map has been opened up. Big fight, big dive under the tower. Doxa's in trouble, tries to flash away. One more auto attack, not going to do enough damage to get the kill, but at least it opens up the tier 1 turret to be taken. Meanwhile, MKOI having to deal with a full man siege from the side of AYLO Gaming on the top side, and they're going to be able to equalize the turrets.
Yeah, we saw Zhongfei, pop the ultimate, use outburst, not able to kind of get anything out of it, but they were able to actually get a tower, even though they were not able to get a kill. So pretty good pickup on the AYLO Gaming side, but a tower also falls down on the AYLO Gaming side in the bot lane, and it seems like there's going to be another tower. Look at Fong's damage to the towers, just easily taking it down with the first heal stacks. And now it seems like we're going to have an invade coming in. Yeah, that's Fong's damage. Once you're able to kind of put a mark on a target and just auto attack it around 3 to 4 times, so you're going to have that explosive damage, taking it down easily. So yeah, he's a really great single target marksman.
Really fits well into the composition that MKOI wanted to have for themselves this game. And oh my goodness, the full-on dive into the top side while Demon Cat is just pulling off the Overlord. Now he's going to join the fight, but might have been a little too late because everyone from MKOI just overextended to make that tier 2 dive happen. And it comes at the cost of both Muaji and Goose falling. No one falls on the side of AYLO Gaming. Have to question whether MKOI should have actually made that trade or not.
Yeah, that was a little too deep from Muaji, and also Goose following up. Muaji got a great stun on Solista, but obviously having that ultimate on Lung, being able to kind of just fly away, ruined it with the dive comp that MKOI had. So Solista had a huge impact, not even doing much, just using the ultimate. And with the AYLO Gaming side being able to follow up, they were able to get 2 kills for themselves, getting right back into the game. The goal difference is now only around 400.
Very close game between both Movistar KOI and AYLO Gaming. Tyrant is available for the taking, but Movistar Koi could always just wait and let it respawn into the Shadow Tyrant, which is exactly what they allow to happen. Unbridled Outburst, potential catch on the Kentao, doesn't have flash from the fight before. Really good pickup from the Peruvian power.
Yeah, Roba Alma with a big Zhongfei ultimate, followed up with Gananmo, and also Vermont being able to pick up the kill on the share here. And now, MKoi is down one player while the objectives are spawning, so definitely it's going to be very hard for them to kind of try to fight this out. They might have to kind of look for a pick before they try to go for these Tyrants, or just play for the silent somehow.
Tyrant being leashed right now by AYLO Gaming. Movistar Koi trying to see if they can brute force their way back into the river. It's going to be all on Goose, as he is the tankiest member that can get away with doing so. But the rest of the members are actually just going to opt in for a trade. They'll keep eyes on the Shadow Tyrant and just try to defend the entrance to the Shadow Overlord. But the rest of AYLO Gaming are going to arrive too late. Shadow Overlord has been secured for Movistar Koi, and now they have the map pressure here already going crazy into the backline is Goose, forcing the infinite vastness out of Solista.
Yeah, that was a very good macro play by MKoi. They saw that they're not able to get in and try to get the Tyrant just because she actually fell down a little bit right before the objectives came out. So they went for the Shadow Overlord. It is better than nothing. Obviously, you want to get the Tyrant to get that damage boost, but getting the Overlord is going to give them time to kind of try to battle out the Tyrant. They're pretty much on the same timer, so when the Tyrant runs out, it's going to be when the Overlord runs out as well, giving them a time to kind of challenge the AYLO side now.
AYLO forcing the fight here, trying to catch out any Movistar Koi members who are overextended for that tier 2 turret in the mid lane. They find Demon Cat and Luli out the back of it. Muwaji is left in the clump, and no one falls from the side of AYLO Gaming. Even Vermont living to the very end on a sliver of HP. They find Kentao as well. That's a big wipe from the side of AYLO Gaming. They're going to have to deal with the Shadow Vanguard pushing in, who has already taken out the tier 2 turret on the bot side, but AYLO Gaming have enough time that they're going to push in through for a high ground turret.
Yeah, they're definitely going to push in for the high ground. Don't think they're going to be able to actually end the game, though, as the MKoi players are spawning back and Goose is actually up. But yeah, great play by Solista. As we know, Lung is a very late game hero. He's going to have the damage now to burst down any target with the true damage when you get from the 3 fire stacks, and the infinite vastness, which is Lung's ultimate, having a huge impact in this fight, being able to chase down targets, being able to dodge a lot of skills. Lung is definitely going to have a huge impact right now for the AYLO Gaming side.
Yeah, and AYLO finding their first big gold advantage of the game, just recognizing that there's already a lot of health bars that were damaged in the rotation to this mid lane, and they just recognize, hey, we have the Shadow Tyrant, we have the extra team fight damage prowess, we should take this fight. And yeah, they were right.
Yeah, Flaming Palm, very massive for Lung, doing a bunch of damage. Don't think Lily actually can try to fight the Lung at this point anymore. So they're going to have to look for objectives and towers, especially with the Fong on the side of MKoi.
Red team has destroyed a tower.
Seems like it's pretty even, I would say, even though the score is 1-7 and AYLO Gaming actually has more gold. It kind of feels like that the fights could go either way. So
it definitely comes down to if MKoi can split up AYLO Gaming's members, because as a 5-on-5, I feel like at this point in the game, AYLO Gaming are definitely favored. They have the team fighting pieces when it's front to back. But if Movistar Koi are able to continue playing the map and isolate them, then individually, a lot of these skirmish scenarios can favor some of these heroes from Movistar Koi's draft, right? You already see Doxa has to be careful on the top side in a 1v2 currently, while the rest of AYLO Gaming just fighting for pressure in the mid lane.
Yeah, I really want to see the Fong try to go kind of, towards the side lanes. Seems like that Fong is playing towards the mid at this point, trying to kind of bait out some skills with the second skill he has. But yeah, I think Fong needs to go into the side lanes, try to kind of maybe get a backdoor this game. But that's not going to happen, as MKoi wants to fight this Tyrant. Seems like there's going to be another 5v5 here. And as you mentioned, MKoi does not have the best 5v5 right now.
Yeah, they're very wary. Demon Cat's going to try to sneak the Shadow Overlord once again, as long as Movistar Koi are able to delay the Shadow Tyrant take by AYLO Gaming, going for the map pressure again instead of teamfight pressure. but for their credit, AYLO Gaming are being a bit slow on the take of the Tyrant, whereas now sending Doxa to face check and see if the Shadow Overlord is being secured. AYLO Gaming pick up the Tyrant, rush over, but the Shadow Overlord is still secured from Movistar Koi. So now here comes the dance once again. Team fight versus map pressure. Who can win? Locking up Demon Cat is Doxa. Being able to find him, but the Tiger form gives him the mobility to escape. Close, trying to buy some time for the rest of his team. The Tremor smash into the backline, but Zhongfei already finds it. Gone, and Mo sniping into the backline. And this is it. AYLO Gaming wipe out 4 members. A triple kill for El Maximo Lomax in the mid lane. We're going to game 5.
Massive ultimate by the Zhongfei. Mine was able to lock down the pay, and the Zhongfei ultimate just following up. That was perfect. Lomax getting a triple there, and now the score is 2-2. We're going to a match 5, Rafa.
Yep. We are going the distance. AYLO Gaming, off the back of what was a very crushing Game 3 win for Movistar Koi after a game that was securely in their control, losing grasp on it. I thought that the tilt was going to settle in and it was going to be Movistar Koi's advantage, but they proved that their fortitude and their resilience is strong. They don't break, they wait for their moment, and now it is anyone's game. Yikes. It is anyone's game. Oh my goodness, we're going the distance.
Yeah, we're definitely going the distance. I didn't really believe in the Zhongfei pick here because it seems like that the AYLO Gaming side, that didn't really have any kind of hard CC to like lock down any targets. I was gonna suggest that they even pick up at Liang because they haven't played Liang yet from what I understand. But yeah, picking up the Zhongfei, it did kind of pay off. He did miss a couple of ultimates here and there, but he was able to have actually quite a good amount of good ones. And we saw that as he was able to lock down 2-3 targets with, you know, followed up by Lomax on the Gan and Mo, bursting down the targets. They were able to finish off the fight with the help of the Tyrant. They actually had 2, so they had the damage boots, they had the Gan and Mo. So late game Gan and Mo finishing off the targets. Great play by the AYLO Gaming side, making it 2-2 now. Game 5. It's gonna be interesting. I want to see what picks they're gonna come up with. Obviously, they're getting to that game 5. The global ban and pick is gonna limit a lot of these players, you know, from playing their best heroes. So yeah.
Look back at the drafts again that resulted this Movistar Koi composition, a little bit more early game focus with the pay. And AYLO Gaming, you gotta give credit where credit is due. They were able to defend themselves pretty damn well, not giving Demon Cat any kills this game at all. And even though at least he was able to find level leads for himself, he was able to accumulate a decent amount of gold early on and get a small advantage over Vermont. Vermont never allowed that to be a snowball at all. Like, it never allowed it to build up into an insurmountable game that AYLO Gaming could come back from. They were always the ones keeping even with them. They evened up on terms of macro control and turret plates or turret pressure that was happening pretty much on both sides of the map. Movistar Koi focusing their efforts through Clash Lane, AYLO doing it through the bottom side, and then when it came to just that one play around the 12-minute mark, which is where you see that mega dip into AYLO Gaming's gold pockets, that was where the game really broke open, and it just didn't seem like Movistar Koi could recover.
Yeah, Koi was doing a good job invading, getting, you know, all that stuff. But yeah, MVP gonna go to Roba Alma here. 1-0-11 scoreline KDA. Damage taken 24%, 13% damage dealt, total gold 16%. Great ultimates again by the Zhongfei here, being able to hit 2 to 3 targets every time he was able to get the ultimates out during those team fights. We can see one right here, being able to lock down the share with the help of the Gan and Mo, finishing it off. And then there's another fight right here, gets another perfect ultimate on 2 players on the MKOI side. So yeah, Zhongfei definitely big impact with the ultimates. And the follow-up from the AYLO side was just so clean. And we're going to see another ultimate here. Look at that. Another 2-hit ultimate here. Being able to jump down on the targets. Holy. Yeah, and just Lomax. He has the damage. We saw him do around 90,000 damage on the Gan and Mo. Definitely a great combo. AYLO Gaming was able to come up with the limitations they have in the drafts with the global ban and pick. But hey guys, that's pretty much it for us. We're going to get into the game 5 after a short break. So we'll see you guys then.
We're no strangers to the fallout. It's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon. Blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Taking numbers.
All right, let's go, baby. It's game 5 time between AYLO Gaming and Movistar Koi. This is it, and we have talked about it multiple times throughout the broadcast, throughout this series. These teams are both at 1-1 in the standing score in Group A. Virtus.pro is sitting above them 2-0. If either of these teams is able to clinch this series win, it puts them in a better fighting spot to be able to compete with Virtus.pro, who right now is the current runner to get out of Group A and be able to compete with the remaining teams in Group S in the knockout stage. It just comes down to one more game. If either of these teams lose here, yikes, it's not necessarily they are officially out of the running, but their chances of coming back are so low that it's very, very hard to do so.
Exactly, and MKOI later in the day, they have to go against Virtus.pro, so this is their chance to kind of try to get themselves out of the spot they're at. This is a super risky spot for them. If they do lose to AYLO Gaming, their chances of qualifying, as you said, there's only one team that makes it out of Group A. This is going to make their chances go way down. Right now, it could be at like 50%, I would say, since they're against AYLO Gaming. And AYLO Gaming is also another contender that's fighting for that spot that VP has right now. So, yeah, definitely both teams. There's going to be a lot of pride going into this match. It's the game 5, and they both have to win this game. Or pray that, you know, Virtus.pro is not going to have a good day today and tomorrow and drop some games. But yeah, I don't see that happening. I don't think Virtus.pro is going to have the capacity here to drop the games against, you know, AYLO Gaming, Nextruya. They've been playing pretty well yesterday, so definitely not seeing them dropping any matches.
Yeah, I mean, just to give you guys a kind of layup of all the future games after this series, as we take a look back through the final look of Global Ban and pick 40 heroes from both teams. They will no longer be able to, or 40 heroes that have been expended. So each team are going to have access to 20 of them on their respective sides. But after this series between AYLO and Koi, there's Virtus.pro versus Koi, which is the second match, or the second time that these two teams have played against each other. Virtus.pro already getting the best of Movistar Koi in the first time facing round 3-2. Then you have Virtus.pro playing against Nextruya and AYLO playing against Nextruya later today in both off-stream matches. Then tomorrow, Virtus.pro versus Nextruya again. Nextruya versus Movistar Koi, who Koi got the best of 3-1 in our off-stream match yesterday. And then finally, 2 more matches to close out off-stream, AYLO versus Koi again, and AYLO versus Virtus.pro. So now, it just goes to show that with Virtus.pro already getting the best of AYLO and the best of Movistar Koi, the chances are so slim if either of these teams who want to make a chance to get out of Group A loses this series, because then they have already now lost 2 series of the potential 6 that they have to play. So it just makes it so that percentages are super low, and that's why we kind of favor Virtus.pro and put a lot of faith in them, who have already shown that they can beat these two teams so far in the tournament.
It's definitely going to be a lot of pressure during this match 5-2 to MKOI AYLO Gaming. The Dolia ban instantly coming out from the AYLO side, with the Ogren ban coming from the MKOI side. Definitely very classic, and Mai here not allowing Mai to ever go to MKOI throughout this entire series. So there has to be some info that AYLO Gaming has, and the Nuwa getting banned out from the MKOI side. AYLO is going to be forced into picking up the Dune here.
And you know what? Movistar Koi, this is the first time they've not only allowed the pay to go through, but it was a pay that they could not contest for themselves since they've already locked it in. But I think off the back of that last game, Movistar Koi are pretty confident, and AYLO securing this Dune means that more than likely both teams have recognized, I don't think we have what it takes to pilot a pay to an early blitz game. Both teams are very capable of pulling out late game team fighting wins off of clutch engages. So I think this is exactly what we are going to see here, Yikes. Both teams not opting in for a lot of early game pressure, just a lot of scaling power and team fighting power.
Exactly, and the Ganon mode gets locked instantly for the side of MKoi. We're gonna see Kenta on it, and that's gonna be pretty massive. Guard her grave using the Ganon mode. The first skill being able to push back the Dune and the Liam Po here is gonna be pretty massive, and Ganon mode is gonna have the range to kind of target these BP targets from the back line. So definitely a great pick from the MKoi side. They're gonna lock in the mid key. Ooh, Marco is gonna be massive here, especially against a Dune and Liam Po. Yixin is gonna go to the AYLO gaming side. I really like that. They're gonna be able to kind of try to abuse the world's map board using that ultimate, cutting off targets, and also locking them in. Gonna be massive.
Can you? I'm curious here, Yikes. Do you know, as Marco Polo, can you dash outside of the world as my board if you're locked in, or can you not escape?
No, you can't. You can't. That's the good part. So that's why the Yixin pick here is going to be pretty massive. You're not able to dash or walk out of the world is my board. It's going to be pretty massive for the AYLO gaming side. But again, Marco Polo is a direct counter to heroes that build, stack a lot of defense items, stack a lot of health items, because Marco Polo does true damage whenever he gets his full passive on a target. So Marco Polo here might be able to deal a bunch of damage to Liam Po and the Dune here. But again, they do have a lot of CC, so that might be a problem for the Marco Polo unless he does go with Purify here.
Ooh, and I would like this pairing of the support Sunbin with Marco Polo. You give him that time lapse, and suddenly, not only Marco Polo has all these dashes you have available in his kit, you also more than likely have seen a lot of Marco Polos run Purify because you don't need the flash since you already have so many blinks in your abilities. You can just have a free cleanse on you through your common skill, and then the time lapse makes you go super fast. So Marco Polo could just be this super nimble carry that is able to pick his moments right, and then only when all the CC has been used by AYLO Gaming, then goes for the full channel, the Fever Barrage.
Exactly. Time Flux is going to be massive here from the Sunbin, being able to give movement speed and also help Marco Polo, or any of the teammates to kind of recover health whenever they get into small skirmishes. So Sunbin is going to be massive, followed up with the time lap. Here, Shoyu and Neja are going to go to AYLO Gaming with a Guan Yu pick on the MKoi side. Wow. Neja, don't think he has been played throughout the entire tournament.
Yeah, we've only seen him once or twice, and I can't even say with confidence that AYLO Gaming was the one that picked Neja. It might have been Nexuya that locked him in some time ago, but the last time we did see it, it was in the jungle, so this could mean that this Dune is actually being swapped over to Doxa in the Clash lane.
It is going to be Clash lane, so Doxa is going to be on the Neja. Neja is going to give them the ability to kind of dive. I believe this is going to be a Neja targeting the Ganon Mo, obviously trying to put a lot of pressure. Neja being able to lock onto a target using the ultimate to just go towards someone, knock them back, get them, in a discomfort position. So yeah, definitely going to be used to target the Marco Polo or the Ganon Mo. And I do like the Guan Yu pick here for Muaji. Muaji, he does have a very strong Guan Yu, so definitely going to be looking out for that. But so far, Game 5, this is going to be super surful for both sides, Rafa.
Yeah, you could see that the hero pool was being very tested as we went the full distance here. A Shoye for Sulista here, a Marco Polo for Lowly. We already highlighted that both of these farm laners were such big carries, big stars for their teams in prior series. In the very first time that Movistar Koi were able to walk away with the series win on the last day of the ranking week, it was thanks to back-to-back MVPs from the side of Lowly being able to really show his prowess as one of the best marksman players in North America. And it's now going to take even more just from a show-stopping performance on this Marco Polo, and the rest of Movistar Koi trying to back him up. Same scenario here for AYLO Gaming. Solista has to show up on the Shoye.
Exactly. Solista has to show up on the Shoya. He does have the range, and Shoya actually got a lot of changes recently. He's more of auto focused. He used to be a hero where you had to focus on the snipes with the second skill. That's where all the damage came from. But recently he got a bunch of changes, mechanic changes as well. So now he's more of an auto attack farmer. So you're gonna have that range. You're gonna be able to walk up and try to kite out the Marco Polo with your ultimate. You're gonna have a lot of getaway dashes, so that's going to be massive, which is a pretty nice pick. But it seems like that we have a lane swap here, Rafa. We have the Marco Polo here heading up to the clash lane against the Neja, which is pretty good. They both do true damage, and Marco Polo is able to keep distance, trying to counter that Neja. Guan Yu didn't really want to go against it, and Guan Yu now has to go against a Lian Po and a Shoye, which is not the best, I would say.
Yeah, I imagine this is much more for the benefit of Lowly's Marco Polo being able to get a free laning phase range versus something a melee champion or melee hero like Doxa, right? That something to note here, it's double smite coming out of AYLO Gaming, both for Vermon and for Doxa, so maybe a chance for this Neza to fly into the pits of either the Tyrant or the Overlord, or if we go late game, Tempest Dragon, to look for that extra burst and steal potential to see if AYLO Gaming needed to... Oh, nice snipe from Solista, just yoinking away the camp there. I guess it was Robo Alma just setting it up for themselves, but making sure that Muaji could not steal it away. But this is all for the benefit of MKoi. Muaji, unfortunately, going to be the weak side lane here, having to lane 1v2, but I think it's just for the benefit of guaranteeing that advantage for the Marco Polo.
Exactly. Marco Polo is definitely going to have an easier time to farm here, even though he's not going to get that gold lane minion bonus where you know, get more gold because you're in the farm lane. So he's going to have to try to get the teleport spirit here to try to get some of that team gold here as well. So they're doing a great job, by the way. And Neja is being pushed back into the tower. Same thing again happening for the Guan Yu. Obviously, it's a 2v1 in the lane, so he can't really do much about that. But yeah, Guan Yu seems to be jumped on by the Lian Po here. He's going to have to walk away from that. And we have a 3-man rotation down in the bot lane against the Guan Yu. I don't think he's going to have to, he's not going to have to do much about it other than...
Nice.
Yeah, definitely a great pick here from Kentao down on the Neja.
Yeah, made the collapse over onto the top side of the map and ensuring that Doxa was not going to have a good time in the dive. First blood does go over to Movistar Koi, whereas Muaji is able to survive any dive attempt from the side of AYLO Gaming on the bot side respectively, and now we're 30 seconds away from objective spawning.
Yeah, and I mean, the lane swap really is showing off here because MKoi having an easier time targeting the Neja has to get very close up, but seems like we have a dive here from AYLO Gaming right on top of Kentao, pulling him down, killing him, and now same thing is happening here to Muaji, so double kill going to the AYLO Gaming side.
Yeah, Robo Alma pulling the trigger there, flashing forward with the Tremor Smash, sets up the knockup, and Vermon is able to easily follow up as well with the second cast of his first skill. That opens up the tier 1 turret to be exposed, since they already did a lot of damage after diving Muaji the first time around, and so that opens up the map. There was a tier 1 trade on the top side in the clash lane thanks to Lowly's Marco Polo, but the pressure all through this bot side guarantees the secure of the Tyrant for AYLO Gaming.
Yeah, the Tyrant goes to AYLO Gaming here, which is going to be a massive pickup for them. Having the Shoyu and the Yixing here is going to open up space for them to hit targets from range and do a lot of damage to them. But yeah, so far the game is pretty even based on the towers. If we look at it, bot tower actually went to the AYLO Gaming side and top tower went to the MKoi side where the marksmen are playing. So a lot of farm definitely going to both of the marksmen here, and seems like MKoi is going to try to go for the Overlord here as Tyrant went to the AYLO Gaming side.
At least Movistar Koi will not go empty-handed in terms of objective trades, so ensuring that the gold lead is relatively even, and they have that extra little bit of map pressure with the Vanguard spawning in all 3 lanes. Movistar Koi, I think, playing a relatively faster game and wanting to accelerate the pace of the game in a just overall rapid fashion, not wanting this one to go super late.
Exactly, and both teams are pretty much playing an even matchup right now. They're just trying to clear the mid wave as the side towers have been taken. I don't think they want to kind of go on the sides of the map here with the heroes they have. They have Gan and Mo. Obviously, you're not going to be able... Ooh, a solo kill coming out from Lily on the Ninja here is going to give them space to open up the tower here, and AYLO Gaming is going to suffer from that. They're going to have to back.
Yeah, and AYLO Gaming can't even rotate over to collapse onto the tier 2 tower falling, right? They can't defend it because Movistar Koi immediately booking it into the top side jungle. We're gonna get a chance to look at this 1v1. Doxa was already half HP, and because he doesn't have any on-demand CC to stop that fever barrage, Lowly knew that was his window to go in for the kill. Already, we're getting a chance to see why Movistar Koi wanted to make this lane swap happen to guarantee this advantage for Lowly, and he is not wasting the opportunity he's been given.
Yeah, Lily definitely carrying right now, and he needs to keep it up to win this match. He's a great counter to the Neja, the Duan, and the Lian Po, and we have a fight happening here. Demon Cat is gonna get a pick on the Lian Po, and they're gonna also secure the Azure Golem, so a great pickup from the MKoi side. They're putting in the pressure right now, 2,000 gold difference, and they're gonna go for their classic mid tower dive here. Try to get the mid tower, no minions though, so they're gonna have to back off.
Yeah. The overload does not work for their case this time around, as you called it. No minion wave means it's going to be a little too difficult to take it out. As Demon Cat... Oh, he yoinked away the red buff! Thank you for the Leash Vermon, and that is going to be a very sad dune on the other side of the map. Movistar Koi, I think they're going to try to do it again.
Yeah, they're going to try to look for it definitely with the Gan and Mo. The Tremor comes out from the Lian Po, doesn't really get him anywhere, but Gan is going to go down here to the Yixing.
Really nicely done.
Yeah, they played that really well. The Yixing being able to use the world is my board again. The ultimate is pretty massive, locking on the Gan and Mo from range. Good play by both sides right now.
Yeah, AYLO Gaming, meanwhile, looking for another pick onto Muaji. He knocks him back, and he has the movement speed on the horse to be able to escape danger. But it was all credit to Robo Alma, the fact that he had the Tremor Smash comboed. There's no chance for Ganemo to try and flash away from the board before it was formed. So, and as you said before, once the board is fully formed, then you have no chance to actually escape it, even with flash available. So he knew he was dead to rights, and already seeing a bit of that global power with Doxa flying in on the Skyfall to join the fight in case they needed it. But Marco Polo for Lowly still putting down the pressure on that tier 2 turret on the bot side of the map.
Yeah, Marco Polo is getting everything he wants right now to carry the game. He's getting the red buffs, he's getting the gold, he's getting the towers. So definitely we're going to see Marco Polo have huge impact in these team fights. Right now, Lian Po is going to go all the way in, trying to target the Marco Polo, getting him super low, and he's going to have to back off. But yeah, Marco Polo, again, as I said, he's getting the Crimson Golems, he's getting the towers, and that's going to allow him to kind of slow down targets and get the passive, deal true damage. And we saw a replay here on the kill on the Lumax here from the AYLO Gaming side, which was pretty nice and coordinated from the MKoi side.
Yeah, Movistar Koi just making a quick play, knowing that Lomax had looked like he had already burned the flash over the wall. It just did not matter, because Demon Cat on the monkey is able to continue the pursuit over the wall thanks to this beautiful star that he continues firing out from this hero. And check this out, yikes. Lowly is the highest level in the game, level 13. The next highest level on anyone is level 12 from Demon Cat, which makes sense because it's a jungle pick. But then you look at AYLO Gaming side, everyone highest level is only level 11. So the strongest member on AYLO Gaming side is still 2 levels down Lowly, so they can't match him in the side lanes. And with the collapse onto the mid lane, big engage from the side of Muaji being able to flank. Lomax falls first. The cavalry from Muaji cutting them off, and their lifelines are falling. Lowly going crazy in between 2 towers. Finally falls to the last turret shot, but his sacrifice was worth it because Vermont is the only member left standing, and the rest of Movistar Koi are not trying to leave any prisoners left. Movistar Koi continuing the chase, the pursuit, the siege into the bot side turret. Yikes, this could be it. Movistar Koi, they're not going to end the big game quite yet, but they are in such a strong position now.
Yeah, definitely. And I like the fact that they saw that there was nothing else for them to do after they won the fight. So they head down to the bot lane with the minions pushing in. They were able to go ahead here and slap the tower with Gan and Mo and Monkey. As you guys know, Gan and Mo actually does a lot of damage, a lot of magic damage close up once you're in a close distance. So great utilization of the passive that Gan and Mo has. But yeah, they were able to get the high ground here. That's gonna start spawning the super minions. So AYLO Gaming gonna have to invest a lot of time trying to hold his bot lane minions, as MKoi is gonna have more space, even more now, to try to secure this overlord.
Yeah, take a look at this replay, Yike, once again, and just see where MKoi are just able to section them off. Powerful use of CC and initiation, and Lowly is just relentless with the damage.
Yeah, really getting a lot of damage on the backline, and then we have Mwaji here scooping back players, like scooping ice cream, bringing 2 players back from the AYLO Gaming side to his own teammates and getting the kills on them. Very coordinated and nice by both teams here, both players. And yeah, it seems like that AYLO Gaming might be on the verge of losing this last match here.
Movistar Koi are definitely trying to find the last win of the series here. Both high ground turrets on the side lanes immediately taken down. Movistar Koi continuing the chase. A lot of damage from Muwaji as he lunges forward. Now Demon Cat swings on through, finds Solista. One carry's gone. Lomax is super low, forced to flash away. This is it. Movistar Koi, the last hope for North America, is going to burn bright as they continue one last assault into the base of AYLO Gaming. They're trying to make the defense happen, but it's not going to be enough. Movistar Koi, do you believe in the NA dream?
They're keeping the NA dream alive, winning 3-2 against AYLO Gaming. Definitely a great fight from both sides, but Movistar Koi, wow, Rafa, they did it. They did it 3-2. They're gonna be competing against VP now for that first spot, and they're gonna meet them later in the day, so that is gonna be so fun to watch.
Yeah, Movistar Koi have a chance to get redemption against Virtus.pro, the only team that has bested them in the survival week so far. And to their credit, it was a 3-2. It went the full 5-game distance. So Movistar Koi, if they continue leveling up their game like we have clearly seen them do compared to the way they were playing at the beginning of ranking week last week, there is a chance, NA fans, there is a chance that Movistar Koi can make the miracle run into the knockout stage, but that will be a story as we continue later on into the broadcast. And it also very much depends on how Virtus.pro continue performing, because that would be, you know, the other big contender in the big story is that Virtus.pro, already with 2 series win to their name, they are very much the ones that could be, even if Movistar Koi made a miracle run, the 1 series difference is what is giving Virtus.pro the edge right now. But get a chance to look at the final drafts of this last game of the series. Yikes, and man, oh man, I mean, when we said it was about the Marco Polo, we were not kidding.
Yeah, Marco Polo here having the most gold in the game, I believe. 10,000 gold, 513 scoreline. Definitely carried the game here. Marco Polo here. Let's look at the damage charts. And we have Marco Polo at 100,000 damage here. The most damage. I feel like that's combined damage from the AYLO Gaming side on Lomax, Solista, and let's say Vermont combined here. So yeah, Marco Polo, a lot of impact, was able to, you know, swap the lane. I really like the swap from the MKoi side, being able to utilize that against the Ninja, kill him multiple times, get a lot of towers, and then giving the Crimson Golem throughout the game to Liu Li had a huge impact, and we can see that here. We can see that MKoi was able to abuse the range that they had on the Marco against the Ninja, get a bunch of gold, get a bunch of objectives, and that's where we are at. 3-2, MKoi winning that. What do you think is your MVP here?
Oh, I mean, come on. Who else is it gonna be? Who else is it gonna be? Yeah!
Marco!
Marco Polo, baby. Lowly 33% damage share. Only died once because he was going just a little too crazy in between the tier 1 and tier 2 turret in the mid lane fight that we saw, but it was for a worthy cause. It allowed them to get all 4 kills and guarantee a huge push into breaking open the base of AYLO Gaming. And I just have to say, yikes, the coolest thing about this game is I would have to go back through all the tape to make sure that, you know, if this was the case or not. But to me, this feels like the first time we've seen in the Major West League that a lane swap happened. Not necessarily a role swap. We've seen role swap mostly from like Nextruya members using Void and Knight interchangeably in Clash Lane and Farm Lane. But this is the first time we saw an active use of lane swap to guarantee an accelerated farm lane carry. And it worked beautifully because AYLO Gaming didn't try and shut it down. They just said, oh, okay, well, I guess we'll try to play through bot side and, you know, allow Salisa to accelerate instead. But clearly the gambit didn't work off, and the Marco Polo was making stronger usage of the advantages that he was leveraged with.
Yeah, definitely. Neja was not able to like do anything. They picked the Neja in order to try to kind of counter the Marco Polo and also counter the Ganon Mo, but we saw that Neja had to use his ultimate most of the time to try to get back to the tower instead of getting to any targets in the backline of MKoi.
Yeah.
Anyways, guys, that was it. 3-2. What an amazing series. And we're gonna go ahead here, go on a break, and we'll be right back.
Second series coming up. Boom, boom, boom.
In Hero's Gorge, the base is the spring of life. In the real world, every forest and plant is the Earth's spring of life. The base nourishes the gorge, just as Earth's ecosystems sustain all life. If the base is exhausted, heroes will lose their home. If ecosystems are destroyed, all life loses their habitat. Honor of Kings is working with players worldwide to support real-world environmental causes and protect our planet's future. By participating in Protect Nature, Protect All Life, all efforts in the event will contribute to real-world causes, protect the environment, and let us defend the honor of our planet together.
Excuse me.
Hugging stings. Victory.
Yes, yeah. Another round.
Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14, performance beyond limits.
Welcome back, everyone. We're getting ready for our second series of the day between OG Esports and 9Z Globant. Now, if you missed out on the first series, you got to go watch back that one. That was a banger. Went all the full distance, 5 games, and especially if you're an NA fan, you definitely want to relive the experience. You know, you might have seen the result, but you definitely got to see it to believe it and see if now Movistar Koi might have a chance to make the run as we get, you know, later into the day, where Movistar Koi will have a chance to play against Virtus.pro in their third series. But of course, we gotta go back to Group S. Now, to be fair, yikes, this group has kind of already been determined, with 9Z Globant already guaranteed as the lower bracket seed, the third seed of the group. But this is a chance for them to continue getting some reps under their belt, seeing if they can flex their muscles and try any experimentation drafts, as you already pointed out.
Yeah, they definitely got 3-0'd by OG, I believe. So they know that OG is a strong opponent, and this is something that they're going to go into the match knowing. So they could use it to kind of practice. Maybe they didn't have enough screen time against them because they're in the same group. Usually when you are in the same group, you don't get to play against your opponent, especially when you played them already yesterday. So going against them today again, they're going to have the chance to kind of try different lineups, try different compositions, and try to, you know, best of their ability to kind of learn from it. So yeah, definitely not the most important match of the day, but this is going to be, you know, for their pride to kind of, you know, experiment and also see if they're going to be able to beat OG here. I believe OG has been like undefeated, right? The entire tournament.
Yep. They have not dropped a single game here, yikes. So, you know, at the very least, 9Z Globant, what they could hope for, you know, beating OG Esports would actually, you know, be incredible. Is it likely? Probably not, as we're going to get a chance to remind everyone who is playing in this series. Starting with the blue side, it's OG Esports. And on the blue side, it is our current reigning Titans of the Major West League, sitting not just at the top of Group S, but at the top of the entire league. Undefeated in game score, undefeated in series score. You got Keke, you got Dao Dao, you got Wen, An, and Muchen. This is the Dream OG. OG Esports, one of our representative squads from Italy, and they have not dropped a beat here. They have not disappointed as a squad to watch.
Exactly. OG been my favorites as well, especially Keke in the Clash lane. He has been playing really well. I would say he's definitely my favorite Clash laner to watch, and he has some insane plays and picks, and he's been getting a lot of MVPs. But now we're gonna jump into the intro for 9ZG. Globant from Argentina, La Violeta. 9ZG Angra 1 for the Clash lane. We got 9ZG Sick for jungle. We got Moon in the mid lane. Farm lane, we got Destru, and Rome, we have Capo Seba. Definitely a strong lineup. We've seen these guys put up a strong fight against other teams that have been able to defeat a Movistar Koi that we just saw defeat AYLO Gaming. And again, these guys have a lot of experience. You know, Sick, Angra 1, I've seen these guys around a lot of different MOBA titles, and they've also been pretty dominant in the Honor of Kings scene. So yeah, a lot of experience with this team. They definitely have the chance to upset some of the strong teams. Again, OG, this could be their chance to dethrone OG, as they have been undefeated throughout the entire tournament so far. What do you think? Do you think they have a chance?
Yeah, I no. I really want to believe in 9Z Globant. You know, as a Latino, I would, you know, love it for, you know, some LATAM pride if they could dethrone and at least challenge and make the current gods of Major West League bleed in OG Esports. But the way that OG Esports have been controlling the map, controlling the pace of the game, it just does not seem like it's going to happen from at least 9Z Globant. Twisted Minds was the only team that at least brought us to a full 20-minute banger where the Tempest Dragon had spawned, but I don't know. I mean, 9Z Globant, based on what they've shown right now, it seems like a lot of their strength comes from Sick. And Sick in the jungle, if he's able to find those assassin picks and find himself a really comfortable lead, then he can feel confident in leading the game, but it's just so hard to do so. We saw the featured matchup, you know, showing KK and Angry One, but honestly, for me, I feel like the real featured matchup is between Dao and Sick, because if you can't beat Dao, then I don't know how you dismantle this OG Esports roster.
Yeah, definitely is good to look out for. Dada and Sick are definitely the top junglers in the tournament as well. And going back on 9ZG, I believe they have like a really strong early game. They've been able to put up like good insane amount of numbers against the good teams in Group S in the early game from what I've seen. But it seems like throughout like the mid game and late game, they kind of lose what they want to do, which is not really helpful. But yeah, as soon as Sick is able to kind of pick up a few assassin kills here and there, he's able to carry the team. And that's where they're really strong at. And we can see 9ZG goes for the bans on Liang and Mai, while OG is going to ban out the Diadia here along with Arlie.
Typical bans here from both sides. Power picks being taken off the table for our first game of the series. 9Z Globant, the fact that they are blue side, get their first chance of a pick of the litter, and they're going to invest into that late game insurance policy we've come to know long for Destro. But OG Esports, things like the Byron and the Pay combo already available, and OG Esports, they wrote the playbook on this. They showed the entire West League how to run the map with this combo, and we're gonna get a chance to see it again.
Yeah, OG going with the Byron and Pay lock-in. They've been kind of using that combo a lot during the best of 3 series that we saw in the previous weeks. They've been winning every match with that. So 9ZG here, as I mentioned, they kind of have a really good strong early game. Now this time they want to kind of experiment with the late game. They're gonna lock in the Lung and the Motzi here with the Dharma. They're gonna try to take that Lung to the late game and try to see if they can win against OG here. But yeah, strong picks. I would say both sides are drafting pretty well. Typical drafts coming out. And Liang Po here from the OG side, they're gonna try to get that CC super tank for the front line in for the Pay.
Definitely makes sense. It's been such a strong solo tank initiator and frontliner for any of these compositions that take a little bit more early game power in something like the Pay and the Byron, because none of these two heroes can actually provide that AoE CC. Yeah, Byron can, in the electrified state, provide a knockup off of the second skill, but it really does come down to someone else taking the mantle of those engages. And, you know, Tremor Smash, very cool ability, very strong initiation for OG Esports. And now they still have a mid laner and a farm laner they need to lock in for on and when respectively, and they're trying to ban out the jungle pool for Sick.
Yeah, they already banned out the jungle pool from Sick here. They picked out the pay. They banned Luna and Augur in here, which is pretty massive heroes that Sick plays. And on the 9ZG side, they realized that OG doesn't have a marksman yet, so they're gonna go ahead here and ban out the farm laner. They're gonna ban out the Chano. They're gonna ban out the Darren Gia here. And Yixin gets picked up on the OG side, pretty massive. I would say one of the most played mid laners in the tournament so far. And Dune here is gonna get locked in for 9ZG. That's definitely gonna go into the jungle. Pretty solid jungler so far. And seems like Destro is gonna have to pick a mid laner here, which is going to be Heino.
Wow. We've seen this hero show up maybe once, maybe twice, if I have to go back and look through the stats here, but definitely not the first time. But I remember on the cast being with Yumu's and kind of freaking out because when he told me what this hero does, I was like, wait, man, that sounds crazy. That sounds OP. I don't think Heino has won on the map yet, though, which is the only unfortunate thing about this story.
Yeah, he's definitely a very nice hero. He has two pretty much skill sets. Whenever you are able to use your second skill, get on top of a target, you're going to swap to the melee mode, which makes you super tanky. You're able to heal a lot more. And you have the Fate Rewind, your ultimate, that you could use to pretty much to go back to your last location, or even pretty much revive structures. You're going to be able to bring back towers during a certain period of time. So yeah, Heino could be definitely strong and could play a hybrid build, could go tanky, could go full damage. So we're gonna have to see how 9ZG wants to play it here in the mid lane for Moon, but we definitely see Moon be the carry on the 9ZG side. He likes to get those you know, insane kills, get in, get out. We've seen him on Ganon mode. So yeah, definitely gonna be a full magic build Heino here.
9ZG opting in for a little bit of defensive power. Doesn't necessarily speak a lot of confidence about their early game, but then again, whenever you're going against a Pei Byron piloted by none other than Dao and Keke of all players, it doesn't really seem like there's much that you can do in terms of trying to match blow for blow in terms of early game. But 9Z Globant trying to bank on the fact that OG Esports will not get a chance to close out the game and blitz it early on. And if you can get to the late game, we talked about before, Long, very powerful in the late game team fights. And maybe with the power of Heino bringing back structures, maybe that's the way you can stall out the game. But of course, we have to remind everyone at home that the thrilling season of the Major Leagues is made possible with the support of EWC, helping bring top-tier competition to fans worldwide.
Yeah, definitely great. Oh, we got Realme. So our players are geared with Realme 14 5G, built for performance, made for gaming, smooth, cool, and reliable, just the way esports demands. Ready to level up? Get yours now and feel the difference.
Well, the first difference is that Dao went for an invade, but was getting chunked by a lot of the damage from the side of 9Z Globant, so already trying to put a stop to his invade shenanigans. But we know that Dao has made a name for himself on this pay for a reason. Tiger of the West, very deservingly awarded for this player. And right now, even though getting, you know, pushed out early on, it's not going to put a stop to his shenanigans. He knows how to continue finding those leads and snowballing out of control for OG Esports.
Exactly, and I would like to say the Heino pick here is pretty decent actually against the Yixin. You have a lot of wave clear with the Heino, and we can see that whenever there's multiple targets, you are able to stack up the Scepter of Fate, your first skill, and hit multiple targets at once. That's where Heino is going to shine in the team fights, being able to clear these minions, or in the team fights whenever he's able to hit multiple targets. So yeah, definitely a great matchup for the mid lane here for the Hano, and we saw that 9ZG was able to kind of try to play for the bot lane jungle camp because of the Hano pick.
Oh, Wen was able to yoink the last hit onto the boar camp there. So just continuing to deny resources from the side of Six Dune. Now, Sick is not playing an assassin or a fighter as we normally been able to see from him, and where we see 9Z Globant find a lot of their wins, but maybe 9Z Globant ahead of this match said to themselves that we need to try a different strategy, try to play for a different lane, and Sick, we're just going to need you to be on team fight duty. We're going to need you on CC and initiation, and it does mean that, yeah, you're not going to get as many resources for the Dune, but he will still be useful with the CC.
Exactly, and both teams are playing it very slow. We can see that the farm is quite even here. Just a little bit of a more gold on the OG side. That's because they have been a little bit active, a little bit more active around the map. Obviously, you know, stealing that boar, as you mentioned, by Wen was pretty good as well. But yeah, so far, even out. And there's a little bit of a skirmish here coming out over the Firehawk in the bot lane, but it's going to go to the 9ZG side as they have Long and they have Motzi kind of blocking off the Concert U. And again, Motzi is actually a counter to Concert U. Like, pretty much all of your abilities deal magic damage, and Concert U is pretty weak against magic damage. So yeah, Motzi, great pick here.
And it's also that long-range CC being able to keep On and Muchen at a distance. Obviously, Liam Poe, once he's able to get into melee range, he is ready to break some stuff on the side of 9Z Globant. But if he can never get in range because he's constantly getting chunked out by Capo Sabo with the Cannon Blast, then at least early on, it's a decent way for 9Z Globant to control the volatility of this bottom side. Meanwhile, Dao Dao has been slinking around, not able to counter jungle as many resources away from 9Z Globant this time around, but getting a lot of successful pushes with KK on the Byron. Now finding his way towards the bot side, right early and on time for the Tyrant spawn.
Yeah, seems like OG has the pressure, has the map presence for the Tyrant here, and they're gonna instantly secure it with the damage that Concert U has with her first ability. They're able to secure it with the help of Pei as well. He has a lot of clears, so 9ZG might have to play towards the top side or try to kind of invade, which is Sick is doing actually. He's gonna pick up the boars here. And I wonder if they're gonna try to go for the Overlord or try to kind of hold off the Byron from rotating back to his top tower.
Maybe. They already have two members dedicated on the top side. Meanwhile, Infinite Vastness forced out of Destro as he was under fire from On's Consort U and the Liam Poe. They've now got Wen rotating over to the bot side, seeing if they can collapse with the World Is My Board. Dao Dao also pressuring, but nothing going to be used here from the side of OG Esports. And 9Z Globant, knowing that there's 4 members on the bot side, say, hey, that's a free Overlord.
Exactly, free Overlord is going to go to the side of 9ZG here, which is pretty good for them. They're going to be able to push out the waves and the lanes a little bit easier now with the help of the Vanguards. But yeah, Pei doing a lot of damage, is looking for a pickup here. They're diving the tower, and then is going to get the first blood here. Big ultimate from Muchen on the Liam Poe. Tower is going to go down, and now this is going to be a free Crimson buff here for the side of OG.
This is how it always starts, yikes. OG Esports will overload onto one tier 1 side and just immediately go for the throat. You already saw that the first initial play on the Moon was countered by the Fate Rewind. He was able to get out alive, but then he's forced away. He can't defend the rest of the turret, and because Destro and Capo Saba had already been chunked out, there was no Infinite Vastness as well. They were under pressure. They were under fire. OG Esports immediately able to just continue the chase, and when you have something like a Liam Poe, I mean, he can tank turrets for days. He's so tanky. That is the solo initiator frontliner you need. And now, 2,000 gold lead, very solid in OG Esports hands. And normally for most series, yikes, we would say, oh, you know, it's a 2,000 gold deficit. It's not that bad. In OG Esports hands, it feels like it's pretty bad, you know?
2,000 feels like 20,000 in the hands of OG. And we're going to see that right here, as a Sick is going to have to use his ultimate to get away from this, but Angle 1 is going to fall down to Muchen and Pei Dao Dao here. So great pickup in the river by the OG side, making the gold difference even higher. We're getting to the, you know, the 3,000 mark, which means that's 30,000 in OG currency.
Yep. You know, the currency exchange rate, you know, 1,000 is equivalent to like 5,000 in OG Esports money, you know? They just They're able to accentuate the game so fast once they have a small grasp of that gold advantage, and it's so hard for most teams, almost any team, to go for it. Man, DAO just getting fearlessly into the red buff, jumps in the middle of 4 people, says, yeah, I'm totally fine. He's able to pounce out, and he still smites it away. I mean, this guy's called the Tiger of the West for a reason. He makes Pei look like the most broken hero of the game. I have yet to see anyone else be able to pilot this hero to the same fluidity, to the same finesse as DAO.
Yeah, definitely he has the smoothness on the Pei here. He's able to just leap in the Tiger form and leap out with the buffs. There's nothing that 9ZG is able to do to kind of stop that, and we've been seeing it throughout the game, and it's gonna, you know, keep happening throughout the entire match here. But yeah, it seems like 9ZG slowly suffocating. They're not able to get much out here. There's a 5,000 gold difference. Stick is trying to look back here at DAO, try to fight him up, but DAO being super fast, swapping up to the target form and chasing down, and 9ZG is gonna have to answer here.
Oh, they caught him! Angry One got locked in just at the very corner of the board here, yikes. But meanwhile, it's gonna be a trade. KK does fall for the cause of the play by OG Esports, but it still opens up the map, and another Tyrant goes to the hand of OG Esports.
Yeah, I feel like OG didn't, you know, the OG side didn't expect the World is my board to kind of land on anyone as they walked out of it. But Byron KK was able to kind of see that coming, so he went for the kill, but he did fall, and seems like we had more players fall down in the mid lane as OG and is able to just clean up the house with Oak Bolt and auto attacks on the console U here.
I mean, you see what I mean? Yikes, the gold lead feels so much more astronomically higher for the side of OG Esports, even though for a little bit it was 3,000, then it was 5,000, and now we're at 7,000 for the side of OG Esports. It always starts with that first domino and the first tier turret falling that early on, and we have yet to see a team from this Major West League give us a showing of how do you survive that? How do you put up, you know, strong defenses for the blitzing that occurs when OG Esports get this kind of lead on the map?
Yeah, definitely it's been hard. I don't think any team has been able to compete with what OG has for them. We saw Twisted Mind kind of get close, try to take them later into the game, but that was the only team. And, you know, Twisted Mind, I feel like since they're, you know, and another Italian team, just like OG, they probably get in some practice. So Twisted Mind is able to kind of put in a bit of a more challenge for OG, but definitely they've been dominant throughout the entire tournament so far, and it's showing, I mean, in this match too. This is Group S, guys. This is Group S. These are the teams that, you know, deserve to be on the top level, the top groups, and OG is just having an easy time. You know, they're just playing like it's a casual game.
Yeah, I mean, to them, it just looks like it's a scrim, but OG Esports are just pretty much blitzing an official game here in the Major West League. And one more series win, mind you, would officially lock their spot as the first seed of the upper bracket for the knockout stage. Now, were we concerned that was going to be an issue? Not really, but it's still just impressive and always exciting to see that dominance come in and out every single game. The tier 2 turret falls, DAO's already pressuring onto the high ground turret, and the rest of 9ZG look for a collapse on a DAO, but no way, he gets out alive, right? Destro trying to flash forward, but he gets the shield for the second kill on the human form. He's using the infinite fastest just to chase this Tiger. He wants to look for it, trying to cut off his retreat, but DAO just spins circles around him, and Destro just isolated himself for the rest of OG Esports to pick off. You could see how thirsty he was, how desperate he was to get a kill on the DAO. He has only died 5 times throughout this entire tournament, and he's still going to keep that death score low.
Yeah, he really wanted the kill on DAO there as kind of just, you know, to show off, hey, we can kill you, but it doesn't happen. It doesn't go Destro's way, and he's gonna fall. DAO being able to change to the guarding stance to the human form, getting the shield last second was pretty massive. But yeah, Pei has a lot of mobility. DAO gets out, and Sick and Angro 1, they're gonna fall here.
Holy moly, DAO just slinks in through the shadow, jumps on the Moon's face, and tears it apart in Tiger form. Gonna do the same thing again to Destro, and pays vengeance back. OG Esports dominating with an 11,000 gold lead opens up the series for the first game win.
Yeah, we can see OG, you know, they're laughing, they're having fun on the stage. This was just a relaxing, chill game for them. And Dowda just showing off how strong Pei is. Again, this is a Group S matchup. These teams that are pretty strong for their own regions. Again, OG from the Italy side and 9Z Globant from the Argentina side. But you can see the difference here. OG just giving them hell. Just, you know, just making this look like a casual match with the play they had there. But yeah, definitely very strong from Pei, and was actually having a lot of, you know, success on the Concept U too. Concept U, I would have expected Concept U to kind of struggle against the Mod Z and also the Hano, but and was able to kind of get fought up, get a lot of gold, get fed up, and use the Oak Bolts to deal out a lot of damage, get close up, and just assassinate people.
Yeah, it was able to at least farm safely all the minions that were pouring in, despite the range disadvantage that the support matchup had, since Muchen couldn't really do anything early on as the Lian Po, but once they had the guarantee of Wen and Dao Dao collapsing onto the bot side, that's when they started pushing up, they started crashing the minion waves into the towers, and then they could go for the tower dive that pretty much unlocked the rest of the map in that, you know, sequence we saw around the 5-minute mark.
Yeah, exactly. And that's kind of like OG's trademark now. They're able to snowball early game, get that tower, get the kills, and just invade jungle, try to go back, you know, towards the other side of the map or go towards the mid lane and try to open up other towers as well. They're really productive with the snowballing that they have. We've seen a lot of teams like try to, you know, get a couple of kills, get a couple of towers early, but they're not able to snowball. But OG seems like they've mastered that. They're able to kind of snowball and just get whatever they want right after that. And we saw that happen to 9ZG, as you mentioned.
Yeah, I mean, when we talked about it before in previous broadcast days, OG Esports really seems like they've written the playbook on how to maneuver a composition like this. If you have something like Pei, you are so strong early game, and you have to find the windows where you can just overload into one of the side lanes and then just completely take over that quadrant. And I think the thing that OG Esports does so differently than every other team is when they find those windows to just explode the game, they're not hesitant with it, and they're decisive, and they're also precise with the mechanics to be able to find the kills, as well as being able to take every resource that is within reach. You see, as when they take the tier 1 turn on the bot side, they don't just, you know, take the kill. They go for the red buff as well. They go for all the camps that are in range. They immediately translate that advantage to the top side. They do the same thing, repeat over and over again. And even when they found a kill, or it looks like 9ZG have some breathing room, they are just fearless with the initiations again. They'll throw down Wen's ultimate, try to lock up someone who is defending by themselves, or they have the guaranteed numbers advantage, and they'll swiftly collapse for another overload play again. And it just seems like no other team is doing it as swiftly and as decisively as OG Esports.
Yeah, we can see that right here on the charts. Around the 2:30 minute mark here, OG was able to fully control the game, be able to get all the gold they wanted, all the towers, all the objectives. They only picked up 2 tyrants throughout the entire game. That's all they needed to beat 9Z Globant. That is crazy. Only 2 tyrants. But yeah, definitely great play from the OG side. I honestly don't know who I want to give the MVP to here. They all played really well, but we're about to find out, as the MVP is gonna go to down 106 KDA, 14% damage taken, 24% damage dealt, total gold 26%.
I believe this now makes this his 10th overall MVP in the tournament. I'm gonna quickly double check. I think that is correct. He had 9 MVPs before going into today's matches. So now 10 MVPs across, how many games is this now for OG? They played 6 games in the survival week, and they played 12 games in the ranking week. So out of 18 games, yikes, he's gotten the MVP for 10 of them. So over half. It's literally because whenever he gets paid, he is just unstoppable. He is unkillable. It is just crazy how good this guy is at this hero in particular. And even though we've seen some respectable performances out of other junglers throughout the tournament, playing the pay and being able to demonstrate, yeah, this is a pretty strong hero, no one does it like DAO. He is the Tiger of the West for a reason. No one else has a title like that in this league. But of course, we're going to take a short break. When we come back, it'll be Game 2 between OG Esports and 9Z Globant. And welcome back, y'all. We're getting ready for game numero dos. That's number 2 for any non-Spanish speakers out there in game or series between OG Esports and 9Z Globant. Now, game 1, OG Esports took the victory away. Pretty expected, especially when you get your hands on the pay Byron combo. And I mean, anytime DAO's get pay, that is, we kind of look at that as like the guaranteed win of the series. I think it is, you know, given their credibility across multiple series, still undefeated in the Major West League, it's only fair.
Yeah, I mean, he's not going to be able to play the pay thanks to the global ban and pick system, so 9Z Globant going to have an easier time going, you know, a little bit more peaceful going into this second match, as pay is not going to be able to ever go to Dada anymore, and KK is not going to have the Byron. They're not going to have that pressure to be able to kind of permanently invade the 9ZG side anymore, so that is definitely going to be a plus for them. But yeah, the heroes on the left are not going to be playable for the 9ZG side anymore, and on the right, not playable for OG, as I mentioned, thanks to the global ban and pick system. And now players are going to get ready for the second match of this series, and blue side is going to go to 9ZG once again, so they want to really get that first pick here.
So a couple things that you can think about if you are 9ZG. We already know that the odds are stacked against your favor. We know that OG Esports are not just favorites, they are clear heavy favorites. But that being said, as you pointed out, you don't have to worry about banning pay anymore. You don't have to worry about playing against pay anymore. Now, it doesn't mean that DAO is a one trick on pay. He is just as capable on things like the Ogren, things like the Jing, the Luna as well. But you can at least try and play to deny some of those heroes and force DAO on something he has yet to show in the tournament.
Yeah, they're going to try to definitely do that. But here, they're worried about the Li Yang. They don't want to give the Li Yang to OG. We've seen them play a perfect surgical Li Yang Princess Frost combo, so they don't want to go against that. That is pretty painful to go against. Back-to-back CC, just, you know, freezing you. You're not able to play the game for the next 30 seconds. So they definitely don't want to go against that. They ban out the Li Yang. Mai gets banned from the 9ZG side, and Diadia and Yixin gonna get banned from the OG side, with Arlie going to 9ZG on the first pick here.
Okay, so this is the strategy 9ZG will go for. They tried to give Destro a late game carry in long. Unfortunately, OG Esports broke it open before he got a chance to actually farm up and be relevant in the game. But Arlie, a little bit harder to shut down thanks to all of her outplay potential with the Parasols. But OG Esports, no one's contesting them on the Ogren, so Dado's like, give me that hero, baby.
Yeah, Ogren is going to go to Dada. We've seen him perform pretty well on the Ogren as well. Ogren being pretty much an S tier hero in these tournaments, the execution that the hero has. And, you know, paired up with the Yuhan here, being able to kind of have the follow-up healing, having the mournful tempo that can stun targets. So Yuhan is going to have a lot of impact here and help Ogren to kind of scale and get a bunch of these kills here. We're going to see that probably in this game. But yeah, 9ZG taking a page out of OG's book. Byron and Pay getting locked in.
You know, I would be, in most situations, pretty excited, but OG Esports have already demonstrated that they're able to play the other side of the matchup and evade the early aggression from Pei and Byron's from other team scenarios. I think when they played against Twisted Minds, they faced this very same situation where Clean and Nighty, or not Nighty, blanking on Clash Laner for Twisted Minds. I'm gonna have to look that up. But anyway, oh no, it was Nighty. I was right. I should have trusted myself. Anyway, Pei and Byron didn't get that much mileage against OG Esports when it was on the flip side. And even though we know how strong this combo is, thanks to OG Esports being able to show the masterclasses on it from time and time again in these games, OG Esports also know how to navigate against it. We'll see if 9Z Globant can be the first ones to break it, but my expectations are not high.
Yeah, definitely gonna have to see that myself during the match and see if 9Z they're gonna be able to kind of do what Pei and Byron did to them. Maybe they were able to kind of study last match and try to take, you know, a page out of their book, as I mentioned. But yeah, Chano gets locked in here. Dolia and Zhongfei are gonna get banned by the OG side, banning out the supports from 9ZG, while Dharma and Guan Yu gonna get banned out from OG, so they don't want Keke getting one of his pariah top lane CC heavy characters that he likes to play here. So Lady Jen is gonna get locked in here from OG for the mid lane.
Wonder if Mulan gets locked in here for KK. They have waited until the very last pick before confirming it. Is Yuhuan more than likely going to the support role at this point, paired up with Chano? And 9ZG now have a chance to lock in their support and mid lane of choice. Could opt in for some extra long range damage thanks to the Gon and Mo. And it was something that, at least for the side of Movistar Koi, were able to use. Liam Po and Gon and Mo combo worked really well in long range CC setup since Liam Po could go forward. But they're having some second thoughts. Maybe a different support change would be the key for tying this composition together. Capo Seba gonna have the last say on it. It's actually the Sunbin instead.
Yeah, Sunbin is going to be pretty mobile, and I was going to say Mine might be the pick for OG here. Mine is going to be able to get in, get out, kind of manhandle the Pei here with a lot of CC she has. So Mine definitely a great pick for KK. KK been having insane games on Mine as well, so definitely a great pickup here. And answer to Byron, you don't really have to fight the Byron here. So you're going to be able to dash in, get the minions, dash out. Very simple. And obviously Main has the meditate where she's going to be able to heal back. So great pick for Keke. Fits the playstyle. And the Sunbin here is going to be a little tricky. Usually when I pair up the Pei with kind of like a Liam Po, like a front line, so you can easily invade, create space for the Pei to clear the jungle. But Sunbin also could actually work too. Sunbin might be able to kind of give Pei the mobility to get around the map a little bit faster.
Sure.
And the little skirmishes that they have, right? With the time flux, being able to regenerate the health and get it back if they do get into small skirmishes.
Yeah, either if you're roaming with the Pei as Sunbin, maybe, you know, like you said, it's just allowing Sick to be a little extra slippery, a little faster to try and go for, you know, kills you're trying to pursue. Or if you encounter the enemy jungler and you slow him down with the time flux, then it's a lot easier for Pei to just continuously auto attack him down in human form before going in for the execute in tiger form. 9Z Globant have an interesting composition, as you called out. No real front line on their side. It's just fighters that have to take up space, kind of, you know, without real tanks on the side of 9Z Globant. You are hoping that you can have such a strong early game blitz. And because we already know that 9Z Globant are locked in at the lower seat of the bracket stage, I can respect that this is a, you know, a real experiment that they're going to try out.
Yeah, definitely a real experiment as they go mid lane here. And we saw that Chana put down a trap. Started with second skill, put on a trap on the blue buff for OG. So that whenever they get invaded, they're going to be alarmed. So pretty good on their part. But yeah, very nice placed trap right there. So Pei obviously knowing that they're against Chano, and they're not going to be able to invade the Ogren as he start on the red side, getting the Crimson Golem. So he's just going to try to clear his own Azure Golem, go back to the Crimson Golem here. So both teams playing super safe so far.
Yeah. Sick taking a lot of the resources in the mid lane. Already saw him, or we saw him push out the first couple of waves. Now reaching to his bottom jungle after clearing out the top side jungle, whereas Dao is now full clearing to his content. No real pressure being put onto the Ogren early time around. We'll have to see if Sick is able to maneuver or facilitate an advantage that OG Esports are famous for doing on the pay.
Yeah, and as we can see, Dao and Wen, they have a lot of pressure. The moment that they walk towards the mid lane pay, and Ganamo have to kind of leave. So yeah, definitely they have a lot of CC, they have a lot of slow, and they're gonna have to watch out for that on the 9ZG side. And
that's
so
true.
far,
super low too. Well, meanwhile, Wen was waiting, knowing that Moon had already rotated to the bot side, helping with that push, and then just sets up a trap, and bada bing, bada boom, bada bam. That's first blood going over to OG Esports.
One might say Wen was waiting to see when Moon is gonna come back, and he was able to lock down the kill with the first blood. 300 gold going to the OG side. Very nicely done by Wen. That's what you want to do as a lady gen, you know, just camp bushes, you know, be able to kind of juggle the CC, juggle the damage, and nicely done.
A perfect strike.
All about those bush trap plays, you know, something out of that NRX really showed proclivity for one of the first times we saw him on emerging from the bush, getting that soaring shot. Big chunk onto Capo Seba and Destro as they're trying to defend themselves under this tier 1 turret, where a lot of the pressure already being put on by this 3-man core. Untargetable goes Muchen, popping the ultimate to buy some time, and it's just enough. They've already chunked out half of the tier 1, and Dao can just slink on in with the Path of Passing and steal another red buff.
Yeah, it's already getting to the point where OG is able to freely invade the jungle side of 9ZG. Pei is not gonna have his Crimson Golem anymore here, as the objectives are coming up. The Tyrant is coming up, the Overlord is coming up, and Wen is actually trying to go for this blue buff. It seems like they might just give it to Wen. Maybe not. Actually, Dada is gonna pick it up too early to give the Azure Golem to even your mid laner here, it seems like. But yeah, objectives are coming up. Tyrant is definitely gonna be focused by the OG side. They do like to get the Tyrant, and we've seen them try to get Tyrant every time that is up. They got it twice last game.
Yeah. Do you think Dao's given up any of these resources to his laner? Hell no. This is all buffet access for him. Dao is super accelerated on the Ogren so far, but at least a nice red buff steal from the side of Nonzi Globant, so trying to keep up pace. Meanwhile, KK in trouble, forced to flash away. One more auto attack could do the difference here, but he goes back in with the ultimate. That is crazy work. He just baits Angry One so that Dao can come in and finish him off. That is another kill going over to the side of OG Esports.
Yeah, Wen just utilizing the ocean of tears, the first skill being able to put it down and kind of get to the Splendor mode where you are basically untargetable. You're not going to be able to get targeted or take any damage, just baiting out skills, having a lot of CC. So Wen definitely really strong on the lady gen, and you see Sick here getting a pick on the Yuan here. Muchen is going to go down. Very nice pick. 1-2 score so far, but the goal difference is around 2,000.
Yeah, Sick immediately booking it to the bottom side of the map when both Muchen and On were taking out the tier 1 turret. It is the first turret of the game to fall for OG Esports, so that's why they have a slight gold advantage of just under 2,000. But 9ZG not going to let these advantages go freely, and especially when you have something like a Pei, you got to make sure that you are at least trying to fight back for control in the early game.
And it seems like the OG knows that the 9ZG side is playing towards the top side, so they request help for KK here when he's gonna follow up, and they might just go for the Overlord. You know, they're here, they might just go for it, get the Overlord, try to push in these towers. They do have a little bit of a harder time this match because of the Chano pick. They're not going to have that much of a range to try to get the tower. So definitely Overlord is going to help them out with the Vanguards, like try to push out the towers as the Vanguards take less damage from towers itself. So pretty nice.
Wow. And KK not even needing to use the flash, just being able to dance his way in between two people there on the collapse. It did come at the cost of his ultimate, but a worthy expenditure. Meanwhile, 9ZG now looking for the pressure onto the bottom. Tier 1 should be able to find it since KK cannot defend, but on at least getting some pressure down into the Tier 2 in the top.
Yeah, getting pressure down on the Tier 2 top and also losing the Azure Golem. So again, OG just knowing the map, knowing how to play this out, giving some resources and taking a lot back, which is OG style here. And again, they're almost going for the high ground here, and they're gonna have to answer and here, or that might even go down too.
I mean, OG Esports, we talked about it before in the game one, you know, they had like a 6,000 gold lead at this point in the game. And just because they only have like 3,000 gold lead at this point, you know, it doesn't mean that they are suddenly like playing worse. It's because their composition has to play a little slower. Dowd on the Ogryn doesn't have the same amount of early game power as something like a Pei, but the fact that 9Z Globant has not been able to come out with the lead as a big flashing Gage tries to look for the kill, but Destro goes a little too far. Now On is going to make them pay for it. He's just skirting around the turrets. Look at KK diving past 2 turrets. And don't tell me he's going to get another one.
Who's going to 1v16?
Just turn off the stream, bro. The game's over. OG Esports just dismantling 9Z Globant. And we're ready for game 3 now.
What did I say? Main manhandling the Pei, and it literally happened. So much CC. Pei is not even able to leap out in the Tiger form. And Main getting the kill there. But the play of the highlight there was On actually getting a double kill on their literally the mid tower, still being up, being able to pop the ultimate, freely auto attack, move around, and summon these wolves that chase down targets. Chano, amazing newly released hero recently, actually.
That was disgusting. My goodness, OG Esports just... turrets just do not matter to them. Like, you would think that turrets are supposed to be a safe haven for 9Z Global members. Not the OG Esports. They brute force their way through. Their mobility and their execution is so rapid that there's not enough time for the turrets to actually be a threat onto OG Esports. And now we're staring at a 7,000 gold lead at 8 minutes into the game. And it just seems like we have arrived to the same story as we have always seen when it comes to OG Esports. Now Dowd is able to just go on forward, Conductor of Souls in the Seer state, immediate execute in the Ogryn passive. OG Esports continuing to run away with the game and the series. This undefeated streak looks like it's going to continue even further as they unlock the high ground turret. And are they just going to go for a pre-10-minute win? Yes, of course they can. It's OG Esports for a reason. They moved to match point.
Yeah, we could see that the Pei and the Arlie didn't even bother recalling. They just wanted to push out the side lanes to maybe try to get something done. Byron back in the base alone against the entire OG roster, diving the crystal there. But yeah, nothing was able to happen on the 9ZG side. Game's gonna go to OG once again. Well, I mean, we knew this coming to this, you know, series. OG been undefeated, they're pretty strong, and they're getting the picks that they want from the looks of it, and they're able to play perfectly.
You saw Moon do one of these right here where he just scooted on back. I would do the same thing too, man. You know, just need a chance to just disconnect from that game happening and just erase it from your mind, because that was brutal. They had assembled themselves a composition that was supposed to beat OG Esports early on, and there's a reason why, you know, we kind of warned. We don't expect it to do them any favors, and it did not. OG Esports still showing that when it comes to map play, when it comes to fundamentals, when it comes to execution, they are the exception. They are, you know, the top of the line. They are in a tier of their own. No one else can match them.
Yeah, definitely. And we saw that it all started with Wen just camping the red buff and catching out the 9ZG mid laner Moon. just trying to rotate, having a fun day, going down to the bot lane, trying to help out his teammates, just getting caught out by the Lady Jin, obviously having a lot of CC, being able to kind of have the burst damage on solo targets and even team fights as well later into the game. But yeah, Lady Jin being able to kind of solo out the Moon had the snowball effect that we've been talking about start off. Just from there, getting the first blood, you get the 300 gold bonus, and then right after that, they're able to pick up the Tyrant, opens up space for them. But yeah, great scoreline here by the OG side. We only had one death on them, which was, I believe, Keke, right?
Yep. Keke, yeah. I would have to look back at it. It might have been another member, but yeah, that's so tough for 9Z Globant, and because we already know that their position in the knockout stage isn't changed. Every game you just have to kind of muscle your way through it and take as many learnings as you can. It definitely feels daunting to do so when you're just getting completely destroyed by a team that is just so strong. OG Esports have just continued to show that there's no other team that really can match them at this point. And I'm curious to see, once we get closer to the knockout stage, if either Twisted Minds or if there's another team that, surges up from Group A, and if they somehow best 9Z Globant, maybe they'll be the change necessary to find a chink in the armor of OG Esports. But I like the MVP selection here on the channel, being able to open up a lot of space in the early game. Obviously, DAO was, big on the Ogren, but it did require the rest of his team coming together to basically create that early agency and space so that DAO didn't have to worry about being involved in the early stages of the game.
Exactly. I mean, 9ZG tried to kind of take a page out of, OG's book, picking up the pay and Byron, but we can see the highlights here when getting the first blood. When was actually active around the entire map. We can see that even the second kill here happened because Ven was there, was able to kind of stun the Byron, mess up the combo. And we can see here again, Wen actually was quite active during most of the fights, but Chano here on Anne being able to pop the ultimate, get the Tigers out, being able to kind of chase down targets was quite effective too. And here we see Keke double kill on the backline as Anne was able to pick up the kills. But yeah, overall, it seems like everyone on the OG side has quite a bit of an impact during the entire game.
It seems damn near impossible to dismantle this roster. We talked about it before, that it's not just DAO. The entire roster is like playing on a tier of their own. But of course, we're going to take a short break. When we come back, it will be our third game of the series, potentially the last one if OG Esports can close it out. See you then.
What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against the loss, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back me down. Destiny is calling
Welcome back, y'all. We're getting ready for game number 3 of our second series of the day between OG Esports and 9Z Globant. And OG Esports so far have taken the first 2 victories in very swift and dominant manner. And if you know OG Esports, then you know that it's not a surprise as they continue their undefeated streak here in the Honor of Kings Major West League. So far, 19 games. They have not dropped a single loss across this entire run. And as they add up each consecutive victory, it becomes more and more likely that they will just be undefeated for the entirety of the tournament.
Exactly. I mean, they've been super dominant, and as you guys can see now, we have the global ban and picks here. 9ZG not going to be able to play all the heroes on the left side, and OG not going to be able to play all the heroes on the right side. I mean, OG, they're pretty versatile. They have a big champion pool, big hero pool on every single player. So I don't think the global ban and pick system is really going to affect them here. But on the other hand, we have 9ZG. We've seen them perform very well on certain comps, and on the other hand, on certain comps, they have not been able to put out the same numbers. But it seems like they want to go for the red side this time, so 9ZG is going to go ahead here and lock in the red side. That's going to give them the ability to kind of try to counter pick when OG's on the blue side.
Yeah, I mean, might as well, right? You are trying to figure out as much as possible. I think in the case of them already being locked into the lower bracket, and off of this win, OG would confirm their spot at the top with the first seed, then it pretty much says for 9ZG, you might as well use this stage time as, you know, glorified scrims and just try and get information for yourself. It's like, okay, we're going to try blue side, we're going to try the Pay Byron. Did it work? No? Okay, we're now going to try red side. We're going to see if we can find a really strong counter pick and maybe play for a lane advantage. In game one, to be fair, they already tried, you know, playing for Destro and having, you know, a really solid front line. Unfortunately for them, they got blitzed early on, so they didn't have enough time to scale up. So now I'm curious what is next in 9Z Globant's, you know, strategy compositions, and if it's, you know, the final game of the series, potentially for OG if they clean it out, you know, what can 9Z Globant take away from this last game?
I mean, I could see them picking up the Yuan here with the Ogryn, try to do the comp that OG did, because last match it seems like they did try to take a page out of OG's book, going with the Byron Pay early picks. So it could be very well the same draft that we saw from OG. Maybe they like to kind of try to experiment with the comps that OG running here. So maybe they'll be able to lock in the, okay, Ogryn is going to get banned right away by OG. So that is not going to happen.
I just recognizing that because OG Esports no longer have the pay, they don't have their choice of hero to counter and really get into the face of Sick while he's trying to power farm on something like the Ogryn. So they're going to have to try something different here. In terms of other bans, yeah, go ahead, get rid of the My Shiranui. Maybe get rid of the Arlie as well if you're worried about On just having a field day on this hero.
Yeah, I mean, the My Shiranui ban been pretty popular throughout the entire tournament, but it seems like whenever she actually gets through, there's not too many wins on the My, so I'm not sure what's going on here, but it seems like the players just don't want to deal with the mobility and the CC combo that My has. So definitely a great ban here. Arlie gonna get banned out by the 9ZG side as they played it last game, and OG is gonna ban out the Yushin, and seems like OG wants to go for the classic Liang Princess Frost.
Yeah, and 9ZG are gonna immediately break up the duo. Unfortunately, we're having a divorce happening on stream. It's not pretty. 9ZG not gonna let the Liang Princess Frost duo come together for OG Esports, but I'm sure that they'll be able to find another combo that can work just as well, potentially, as Liang. As long as he is the one initiating with the flash ulti, then any control mage that can benefit on top of it with CC of their own, you know, should work handily. But I like the Liempo for Kapuseba, already giving yourself solid initiation and front line as well.
Yeah, great picks coming up from the OG side. Getting Keke the Guan Yu that he always wants to play. Guan Yu being one of his favorite heroes, and also he's known and used to DC heroes. So Guan Yu is gonna give him that. He's gonna give, you know, he's gonna get that kickoff, be able to move around the map, you know, toss players around. And on the side of 9ZG, we're gonna get a main pick here. Ganon Mo, pretty good pickup for the OG side as well down in the mid lane. That's definitely gonna go against the Princess Frost.
Well, so OG Esports, CC combos, you've got Liang Flash Ult, Keke on the Guan Yu, who was our first player to bring it out in the tournament back in the ranking week, can ride on in with the Cavalry, and Mo for when you just sit back a screen away, being able to snipe and pick off people with your long range damage. So you can follow up on any of these initiations so far. 9Z Globant identifying that this is not selected a farm laner, but also Dowdow has still yet to be challenged in terms of jungle pool. And right now, OG recognizing, hey, Sick could go for an assassin on this potential last game. So already eliminating the Lam away from Sick.
And taking over the Lam, the Darren Gia gets banned here as well. Mo, again, pretty solid pick using the fourth ability, Freshly Forged, being able to reset the skills. Again, as you said, a lot of damage from range. Dian Wei is going to get banned here by the 9ZG side. That is a questionable ban. I guess I haven't seen it personally too much, but it could be something that they've played in screens.
Yeah. So the first day we started seeing the emergence of Dian Wei in a few games, mostly from I want to say Twisted Minds, and then I think there was a series in Group A that used it as well. And I guess maybe what's happening in scrims is Dian Wei is getting played a lot more often, and both teams are recognizing that, hey, in this, later on draft scenarios for game 3 onwards, Dian Wei starts to become a little more oppressive since all these other power picks are no longer available to counter him or to try and shut him down. But 9ZG, with all these jungle heroes eliminated, Monkey is the pick for Sick, and Dowdow is looking at the Agudo.
And Agudo is going to be super helpful for the OG side. They're going to have the front line. I mean, Guan Yu obviously could also frontline, but usually you want to go full damage build so you can, push away targets, deal a lot of damage, be disruptive as possible. So Agudo is definitely going to be the frontline here. Since they also have a Liang that's going to go to Milchen here. But yeah, Menki, pretty good pickup, I would say, for the 9ZG side. And I guess I get it now why the Dian Wei was banned. Dian Wei was going to be able to kind of run through the whole 9ZG side. Dian Wei has kind of like the passive wherever he uses his skills, he's gonna be able to have a free cleanse. He's gonna be able to cleanse any CC on himself. So yeah, the Dian Wei pick was gonna be pretty solid if OG plays it, and they probably knew that OG plays it, so they banned it out. But yeah, Lady Son is gonna go to 9ZG as the last effort to fight out the Lung here. It's a pretty even matchup, I would say. But yeah, game 3 coming up.
Here we go. OG Esports even taking doing their due diligence in banning out the Ho Yi to set up for the Long for on, making sure that we didn't see that the hybrid build that we have starting to see from behind the scenes with Ho Yi's building it. We saw it earlier from Sulista, not necessarily into the Long, but just in general that it was doing a number for AYLO Gaming in their series against Movistar Koi. We're heading on to the Gorge now, though. All teams loading in.
Yeah, loading in, and this could be very much 9ZG's last match of this series. If OG is able to actually win this match, it's going to be a 3-0, and 9ZG is going to, again, still qualify for the lower bracket side, as they are the third team in Group S right now based on the points. But yeah, we're gonna get right into the match.
9ZG against OG Esports, potentially for the last time, given the pedigree that OG Esports have been dominating this tournament with. More than likely this should be the series to close it out, but obviously it'll have to come down to their execution and their ability to dismantle 9ZG, as they have been able to do so throughout the series. Or, you know what? Who knows? Maybe 9Z Globant finds a miracle win here, and it'll have to start to come through some of these picks here.
Ooh,
already level 1. Oh. Okay. Destro, just level 1, trying to, hands check on the bot side and forcing him with the flash.
Yeah, definitely Loom doesn't have the cooldowns to try to fight in a level 1 unless you have help. And it seems like Liang was in the top side trying to clear the wave for Keke, as he was in the mid lane trying to poke out the Liang poke. And Lady Sun saw that as a chance to try to poke out and on the lone here.
All right, well, you have a long without flash, and if you can dive this guy before he gets level 4 with the infinite vastness, that's a legitimate window and the 9Z Globant can try and look for. The question is, can they do it fast enough? Can they get the priority and the wave set up to make that play happen? It would have to come from Capo Seba and Moon rotating away from the mid lane, but right now they would have to give up this mid wave push. Is exactly what's going to happen. Sick will collect the wave, and they're already getting ready for a dive here, unless Muchen can make his way back to the bottom side turret to defend. Here it goes. Flash right into the knockup onto On. Moon is trying to take up the turret shots. They dip the turret aggro over. Just one more on attack. That's first blood for Destro, and Capo Seba is able to give him the escape route. That's what I'm talking about, baby. Early game direction for 9Z Globant, able to find that window and not wasting it.
Yeah, they knew that the Long actually, used up the flash, as you mentioned, and they went right for the dive. A 3 to 4 man dive there, able to secure the kill. And I believe Destro actually got the kill, so that's going to be pretty massive for Destro. Lady Song getting the farm here is going to help out a lot later into the game as well. So far, 9ZG putting up a better performance than the last 2 matches so far.
Hey, it's a start. Now, the 1 kill will not give you the game win, but if 9ZG can continue manifesting these win conditions and windows, this is how you can find a way back into the game. Oh my goodness. Can't get into 1v2, just pushing them under the tower. Moon and Angry One still able to outplay it, at least able to answer back. But meanwhile, On also able to find a kill on the Capo Seba. Didn't get a chance to see how that one was, manufactured, but OG Esports at least equalizing the kill score.
Yeah, I was kind of hoping Keke was able to get a double kill there, but we're going to have a look at the replay down in the bot lane. Seems like Liang is going to go and just use the ultimate with the help of Gana and Mo and On. They're just going to take him down. You're going to have no chance whenever Liang locks you down. You're going to need your teammates to be around you to try to kind of CC you out. Purify doesn't even work against Liang's ultimate, so...
Oh, the flex from On and just flexing his muscles, removing any doubts that the early kill and the early dive onto him had any meaning. Just being able to flash in Destro's face under tower and reposition with the ulti.
Yeah, and was like, last time you burnt my flash, dove me right after. This time I'm gonna burn my flash and dive you in a 1v1, showing his dominance.
Yeah, that felt personal. That was like On just trying to prove a point. As okay, when steals the Tyrant away. Oh man, there was like a small sliver of hope where 9ZG starting off strong with early game plays, and now it seems like OG Esports are like, why are you guys even worried? We got this in the bag.
Exactly, and it seems like Liang was trying to walk up here, go for the ultimate power roll, try to suppress the hero, but it's not really working out. The tower is gonna go down here, as it's gonna be the first tower actually for 9ZG, and OG doesn't have a tower yet, so definitely a very decent start for the 9ZG side here. Things are pretty even. Gold is not too bad.
They're definitely trying to find windows, yeah. So it could be possible. There's a 4-on-3, but now it's a 4-on-4, making the initiation. Oh, but Capo Seba still dies to Muchen despite the infinite vastness being casted. A quick trade. Destro finds Muchen in the back, but now they're trying to cut away. Here comes Sick on the monkey, and we see Doubt Out and On routed off here. Cannot collapse. Being able to trade one back, but suddenly out of nowhere, Keke just comes rolling in on the horse. Gonna rampage through for Sick back, pushing him into the waiting arms of the rest of OG Esports. And he's just... How many knockbacks does this guy have? But it's still not enough damage because Sick is too tanky on the monkey.
Yeah, Guan Yu, whenever he uses his ultimate, Razor Cavalry, he's able to pretty much get the energy. He has a sort of an energy bar under his health bar. He's able to get that constantly back, be able to charge targets with his passive back into a position where he wants them to be. So yeah, definitely good on KK trying to push out the monkey, but obviously Gan didn't have any mana, so Wen wasn't able to kind of do any damage, and KK does not have the damage to kill the monkey here. And same thing is happening here as Sick is going for the bot tower. Ganamo tried to kind of poke him out, but doesn't really get anything out of it.
Okay, popping the Razor Cavalry now is in that form and just bullying 9ZG members one by one. We even saw earlier that Allen picked up another kill at some point when they were playing on the top side of the map. Tier 2 tower was under fire from the side of 9ZG as Sick goes in for a cheeky little red buff steal, yoinking away the Crimson Golem, but 9Z Globant gonna have to do a lot more to try and get a lead for themselves here as OG Esports still ahead by 2,000.
You're still ahead by 2,000. OG's kind of getting a bit of a grasp of the game now. They're going to get the bot tower here from the 9ZG side, as well as Angrel is not going to be able to walk up with the main. But it seems like there is going to be a catch on Dada here, but doesn't really go too well as Ani's here now with the Lung being able to assist Dada. My still actually down. Ooh.
He makes it along. That's freaking crazy. 9Z Globant poured everything into at least one kill on a Dowd with the fact that he made it out alive, and yet they still take 2 kills off of Capo Seba, an angry one. That is just insane.
Yeah, that is insane. And I just want to point out that they're gonna cancel the teleport coming in from the Lady Sun here. Keke picks up the kill. Wow, that is unlucky.
That's a heartbreaker for sure. Destro was about to get his escape route guaranteed. Meanwhile, Sick ensuring that he's able to get some kills back for his own squad, picking off Muchen, even with the flash being burned. Not enough to escape the power of this monkey. And now, 3 members from 9Z Globant, all positioned on the top side, should be able to siege for the tier 1 turret in the clash lane, but Keke is going to make them work for it. He's pushing them back, already doing a lot of damage, forcing Moon to fall. No way, Keke just outplays us, right? Look at how he's just pushing them back and forth, and now he's able to dash away. He's using the movement speed and the mobility of this Guan Yu pick, but now getting jumped on by Angry One's Mayin will put an end to the cavalry.
I just want to note that was a 1v3 against full-on CC heroes, and Keke was able to still get 1 kill and almost make it out if the mine didn't rotate down the river. Definitely a great player on the Guan Yu here. One of the hardest, clash laners to actually play. Yeah, 9ZG getting a couple of kills here, but the scoreline is still 12-6.
Yeah. And still a 4,000 gold lead in favor of OG Esports, now pushing forward into 9ZG's own bot side. Jungle Sick under fire, getting flashed on by On as the Flaming Palms will unleash their deadly rage. 9ZG losing out on their jungler means that they could easily go for an overlord on the top side of the map. Destro forced to use the teleport to rejoin the rest of his comrades in the mid lane. And already, OG Esports setting up for control on the top side.
Yeah, they're setting up for control in the top side as all the towers are still standing. And they probably want to prioritize the Overlord now because it's going to give them that pushing power that they need. Again, Lung is not the most effective hero with the auto attacks. You kind of pop off whenever you have your skills stacked up and you're able to use the ability to deal the true damage. So he's kind of like a burst one-shot marksman. So they definitely gotta need the Overlord Vanguards here to try to push these towers to kind of have a little bit of a time to get these towers. But it seems like they want to get kills. They want to try to get Capo Seba here. And
a lot of damage from Wen on the Gon and Mo. Muchen had already exhausted his ultimate trying to lock down this Liam Po and set up for a pick. Would have guaranteed at least the objective trade with the numbers advantage, but meanwhile, On is just soloing the Shadow Tyrant while everyone else from OG Esports is just blitzing through any 9ZG members that shows up on the map. Furball's gonna dive on in thanks to Dowd launching him, and now the Liang ulti once again used on Capo Seba. He just doesn't get to play the game. The rest of 9ZG losing their tier 2 mid turret, their high ground turret now under siege as Angry One getting soloed out. Muchen finding him on the back, and OG Esports should be able to easily clean through this high ground tower.
Yeah, this might be the game. Now we see why we don't give Keke the Guan Yu, and IZG made a big mistake giving him the Guan Yu. He's been having a lot of impact throughout the game, and he's just able to push around people back to his own teammates. They were able to get the high ground just off of that and a couple of kills, making it 17-6, and there's an 8,000 gold difference now.
Not quite the game finished yet, but OG Esports definitely had the opportunity if 9Z Globant were not able to defend successfully. Thankfully for themselves, they hold strong and they do not fall in one by one. But now the Shadow Overlord is alive for the taking. 9Z Globant could easily position for control on it. They're just setting up waves, making sure that 9Z Globant are pushed back, not able to face check into the jungle safely. A flash from Kaposeba trying to look for the back line, but he's already chunked super low, and On finishes him off. And now it's Sick on a solo mission into the back line. Maybe they can follow up. Anger One tries to get in there looking for On, but he still survives. He still has the infinite passes now. He's casting it just to chase Sick on the monkey. He has no fear at all. The rest of OG Esports have shown dominance and pure every single game we have seen in the Major West League, and they continue to do no different. OG Esports sweep the series.
Yeah, 3 kills to On, 2 kills to Keke. Definitely both having one of the best performances on Long and Guan Yu in this match. Wow, 3-0 dominant from the OG side, making sure that they stay in the top seat of Group S here, and pretty much securing their first spot. They're gonna be...
Yeah, it pretty much is set in stone now, unless Twisted Minds is able to find 2 back-to-back series wins in their next, I think it's actually not possible, because Twisted Minds only has one more series to play for. And even though it would put, like, if Twisted Minds 3-0'd OG Esports, I don't know if it's still enough to put them at first seed in the standings, because the game differential score is so massive for OG, because Twisted Minds have already lost 4 games. So, and OG have cleaned out this most recent series. So, if they lost 3-0, that would put them at 3 losses, whereas Twisted Minds have 4 losses. So, I think that's it, yikes. Unless anyone else, tells us that's pretty much it. OG Esports locked in for first seed on the upper bracket.
Yeah, they're definitely gonna be the first seed on the upper bracket. I mean, they deserve it with the performance they had throughout the entire tournament. Today, they're just having fun. They're able to play a variety of heroes. Global ban and pick system is not affecting OG at all. They play pretty much every hero on the highest level that I've seen. So yeah, definitely great performance by the OG team, taking it down 3-0 against 9ZG. But yeah, definitely I want to highlight Keke on the Guan Yu. I mean, damn, he was able to kind of just come out of nowhere. He was able to stay hidden, be sneaky throughout the map, and just come around the corners, use the ultimate, use the Razor Cavalry to kind of reset his stamina on the Guan Yu and just push back targets. So insane plays by Keke.
Yeah, if we had to look at MVP contenders, it's definitely either Keke or On, respectively. It was one moment where 9Z Globant Destro found the early flash burn onto On, and then 9Z Globant made that turret dive all in happen so they could get the first blood kill for Destro. And, it was seeming like the light at the end of the tunnel here for 9Z Globant. It's like, okay, this is the lead that we can try and play through. And then On is just like, yeah, what was that? Now I'm just going to flash on a tower and finish you off, bro. And then that is to reposition. But of course, every time we saw Keke on the top side, it seemed like he was in a 1v2 and a 1v3, and he was still making it competitive, if not at least trading a kill over to himself before he went down.
Exactly. I mean, if the MVP doesn't to Keke, I don't know what to say. I mean, he had the moment where he was able to 1v3 in the top lane against a Princess Frost. Menki, and who else was it there? Was it a main? I think it was a main as well. So there was a bunch of, you know, moments where KK was able to come out of top. And we're gonna see, yeah, he's gonna get the MVP. OG KK 923 KDA, damage taken 25%, 20% damage itself, and total gold to 23%. Definitely a deserved MVP. Every time this guy is on Guan Yu, it's just masterclass performance, and we're gonna see some of that in these highlights.
You know what? Yikes! We're gonna have to come up with a title for KK Guan Yu. Oh my goodness! Yeah, he just tramples people when he's on this hero, and it comes in through super fast, mobile, and it just doesn't seem like, at least in this series, 9Z Global were able to deal with it. Man, yeah, that is some crazy work being done by KK on the Guan Yu. And the fact that he doesn't even have to take flash because he's so mobile allows him to take a different common skill, just gives him a little bit of extra combat power and finishing off his opponents here. It's just, yeah, that's KK Guan Yu right there. We've already had a title for, you know, pay for Dao Dao, Tiger of the West. We're going to have to cook up something for KK Guan Yu because I think it is definitely deserved. This is now like the 4th or 5th game I've seen where he gets Guan Yu and he just does not disappoint. He definitely takes over the show.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, he's mentioned like during interviews that Guan Yu is like one of his most favorite, one of the best heroes. And I don't see a reason to kind of leave it open, especially you are going against OG, like giving KK one of his most beloved top laner, clash laners, is not the best option here. But with that being said, we're gonna take a break here and then jump right into the VP versus MCOI series coming up. See you guys in a bit.
We're no strangers to the fallout. It's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon. Blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers start to line. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers start to line. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears.
And welcome back, y'all. We're getting ready for our third series of the day between Virtus.pro and Movistar. And if you are over on the EU side, you are hoping, you are praying it is just a clean series from Virtus.pro, because if they win this, it doesn't guarantee their first seed, but it pretty much sets them up to be in a very, very likely chance that they escape Group A and get into the knockout stage. On the other side, if you're rooting for NA, you are hoping, you are praying that Movistar KOI are able to bounce back off the momentum of their series win against AYLO and continue it here for the final series of the day.
Yeah, coming into this, Movistar KOI definitely going to have the confidence after beating AYLO Gaming. Obviously, it was a close series. I mean, it went to the very last match. It was the 3v2. But now we're talking about Virtus.pro. Virtus.pro actually, I believe they beat them previously in the last week 2-1, where KOI was actually able to take the first game off of them, and then Virtus.pro just breezed through and beat them in the next two matches in the best of 3. So definitely this is gonna be a time for revenge, for a run back. And we know that KOI had the time to kind of study, do their homework, and also had this the staff support, the support behind the scenes to kind of have better drafts, better comps, and they showed that against AYLO Gaming today, especially in the very last match of the series. And I hope that they can bring some of that experience, some of that homework, some of that time they put into the game into the matchup versus Virtus.pro, because this is really needed. They need to win this series out.
And for Virtus.pro's credit, they've been looking very strong in their two most recent series in the Survival Week. Obviously, their ranking week was kind of up and down across the board. They definitely weren't the most consistent of the remaining teams in Group A, and they weren't, necessarily the ones most competitive and challenging to some of our top teams like OG Esports, Twisted Minds, and 9Z Globant. But for their sake, they have been able to level up their game. So has Movistar KOI, and I feel like this will be a real chance of seeing which one of these teams has truly become the better in terms of evolution over the course of ranking week as well as survival week, as we are winding down our broadcast for day 3. After this day, there's only one more day of survival week, but the likelihood of Group A's first seed getting solidified could be determined based off of the result of this series alone. As just a reminder to everyone else, we still have 2 more series that are being played off broadcast between Virtus.pro and Nextruya, as well as AYLO Gaming and Nextruya. I have not gotten a chance to see any of those results, or if one of those series happened. But we will update you, of course, going into tomorrow. But that means, yikes, if Virtus.pro wins one of these series, it puts them in a very high percentage chance of getting out of the group. If they win both of these series, I think that just locks them in. That just guarantees that they are getting out of Group A, and they will be our 4th seed for the knockout stage.
Yeah, KOI really have to, pick it up right now. They need to play for the very last chance to kind of make it out of this group, because if not, if Virtus.pro is able to pick up this series, as you mentioned, there's a very high chance they're just gonna, go with that and, being the current first seed in Group A and just make it out, as another team that's going to be in the lower bracket. I believe they're going to play against 9ZG if Virtus.pro makes it out. But yeah, this is the only chance and the only team that can kind of stop them, which is going to be KOI right now.
And with Movistar KOI leveling up as they have throughout the past couple of days, it all started with their first series win on the last day of ranking week, and being able to at least take Virtus.pro the full 5 games, even though Virtus.pro was still the victorious one in that series. But they bested Nextruya off stream 3-1. They bested AYLO Gaming in a full 5-game series 3-2 today, earlier on. So they are at least matching the series wins that Virtus.pro has with 2. But the fact that Movistar KOI has already dropped the first series to them means that it gives them the advantage. But here we go. We're getting ready for our final series of the day. Let's start to meet the teams. Blue side, first up, it's Virtus.pro. On the blue side, it is Virtus.pro, the representative of Kazakhstan, the Bears, notably titled. We got Clash laner Shisu, jungler Alim, mid laner Red, farm laner Prince, and support Grizzly Q.
Yeah, great lineup. A lot of experience between this entire lineup. Grizzly Q, Prince definitely standing out. I've seen these players, play across a lot of different mobile titles, and they've been actually playing a lot of the similar games to Honor of Kings and Honor of Kings itself. So they do have a lot of experience. They know how to control pressure. And again, this series is going to be a lot of pressure for them, as it's going to secure them pretty much the first seed in the Group A. But now we're going to be jumping in shortly to the MKOI lineup and see what they have here. And on the red side here, we have Movistar Koi, the Rising Phoenix. For the Clash lane, we have MKOI Muaji, MKOI Demon Cat for the jungle, MKOI Kentao for the mid lane, MKOI Liuli for the farms lane here, and roaming, we're gonna have MKOI Goose for roaming this time around. But yeah, definitely these guys been putting up the work. They've been doing their homework, as I mentioned, and they seem to be ready today. They did take, they did have a pretty long series against AYLO Gaming. It did go to the very last match of the series in the best of 5, so it was a 3v2. So they definitely are coming into this with a bit of a confidence. They were able to beat AYLO Gaming. They do have a bit of a similar playstyle, I would say. Oh, look at him, pointing at Realme, one of our sponsors. Woohoo! And he's telling you guys to buy the phone, so make sure to check them out. But yeah, MKOI, I'm excited what they can do against Virtus.pro. They obviously been able to take one game against them in the previous matches that they play against them in the week starting out. But now we got the head-to-head players. We got Red versus Kentao, both in the mid lane, 24 to 25 total kills, 80,000 to 87 average damage dealt, 511 to 505 average gold, and 78% team fight participation to 77%. So very close head-to-head actually stats here we have, Rafa.
And it's not often that we get to see a focused matchup between the mid laners here, but I think when you look at how both of these teams have been able to find their victories, this isn't necessarily a squad that is dominated by their junglers most of the time. Even though Alim wants to find very aggressive and huge picks, a lot of the times their carry performances comes down to how well Prince is doing on the farm lane. But if you're trying to play super aggressive champions and you're farming up for yourself, then someone's got to help roam over to the bottom side of the map and kind of nurture that bot lane. And who else better to do it? You got Red, making sure that Prince is scaling on up forward. But Kentao is doing very similar things for Lowly, right? MKOI know how important Lowly has been for the sake and performance overall of this team's success. And Kentao, not only has he been roaming over to the bot side most of these games to ensure that Lowly's getting farm up, he's also been the vibes guy. You ever see them in post-game victories and immediately Kentao, if it's it's a big win, he's holding out his hands like, guys, we did it, yes, and he's spreading that energy around. I haven't seen his teammates always dap him up when he does it, but you know what, I feel like it's because the rest of MKOI are just waiting, hang on, let's not get ahead of ourselves. We need to make sure that we advance out of Group A first before we start celebrating.
Yeah, and it seems like we already got into the draft, and we saw a couple of smiles come out as the MKOI side here is going to ban out the Jhin from Alim. Alim obviously known for playing a lot of the assassin junglers here. Taking that away along with the Arlie is pretty good for the MKOI side. Same thing happens here on the VP side. They're able to take out the Dharma and the Maishir Nui and lock in the Diaria, while Dolia and Dun is going to go ahead and go to the MKOI side. So pretty strong draft so far from both sides.
Yeah, the Celestial Melody now gives MKOI the flexibility to double up on any ultimate of their choosing. Demon Cat, not necessarily the target for the Celestial Melody, since it's just it's already a low enough cooldown and it's just for mobility's sake. But you know, any other heroes that are locked in for MKOI, there's definitely a lot of them still available. No Arlie, no Jing, no Maestro Noi, no Dharma. But if you want to really expand upon things like, I mean, long double infinite vastness, you could easily reposition out of very, very tricky scenarios here to come late game. Whereas Virtus.pro locking in their Luna for a limb and Direnja for Prince.
Exactly. The double infinite vastness with the Dolia resets is going to be pretty massive for MKOI. So it seems like they want to try to go for that late game on Liuli here. Obviously, he's been kind of carry off the team for the most part. We saw that on the Marco Polo. So maybe we could get the same performance here from him on the Lung, on the Dolia. I believe they did try to play the Hoi Dolia previously in one of their matches against VP, and it didn't really work out as they were not able to kind of land the Burning Sun arrows. But this time they have a Lung with the Dolia, so that's going to be pretty massive. Again, the infinite vastness, the double ultimates coming out, being able to get Lung to safety and also into fights where he's going to be able to dish out a lot of damage. Mage bans, mid lane bans coming out from MKOI, banning out the Angela and Princess fights right away, and the Charlotte ban from the VP side. So far, both teams are drafting pretty well, and the last ban here is going to come in from VP, which is going to be Lady Jen.
So Virtus.pro with the Direnja does have a little bit of extra early pushing power for Prince, so it doesn't necessarily need a lot of help from Red. And because Movistar Koi kind of banking on it, seeing if Red is not going to be shifting over to bot lane nearly as much, Kentao doesn't have to go for necessarily a mage that has to give up that many resources, since Demon Cat on something like the Dune is going to be a little bit more low economy. As long as you are just getting the tank stats you need to be the front line, then everyone else is got to be the carry. We already saw how powerful Anua was in the hands of something like OG Esports and even MKOI earlier today in the series, where we saw those long-range snipes being able to get set up off the CC. Kentao put a showstopper of a performance. We'll see if he can do it again.
Yeah, we'll see if they can do it again. And Nuwa here going to Kentao. Definitely happy with the Nuwa pick here, especially as Kentao always have a bit of a huge impact on the Nuwa. He's able to kind of use the Annihilation and also Emergence to kind of get vision for his team, where MKOI seems to be kind of lacking here. But Main is going to get locked in with the Shay here. And Mulan is going to go to our boy here, Muaji.
Okay, this is a bold statement to make. I mean, in a best of 5, you might as well try to catch them off guard in the first game of the series here. Movistar Koi opening up with a very, very bold draft. A lot of late game scaling in both this Nua as well as the Long. Both of these heroes are going to become even stronger the later the game goes on. Have deceptively a lot of range to play with. And your only frontline member, realistically, is Demon Cat on this Dune. But the Mulan is such a wild card because we have seen this hero only a couple times, yikes. And when Keke played it, it was amazing. When anyone else has played it, it's been kind of feast or famine, right? You know, you never know if the Mulan is going to get enough resources to pop off in lane or pop off in the mid game, or if Mulan is just kind of just going to be there as a hero.
I mean, we saw Muaji play the Mulan in the very first match of the day against AYLO Gaming, and it was working out pretty well. They won that series, I believe. They won that match, and yeah, and he was able to get a double kill. So Muaji definitely has experience and knowledge on the Mulan here, and you know, picking up the Pure Sky, he had a lot of sustain, and we're probably gonna see that this match against a VP.
You know what? That is completely true. And Muaji, despite getting focused early on in that laning phase against AYLO Gaming, was still able to come back and be a reliable threat and just occupying and absorbing so many enemy cooldowns and resources. But we're on to the Gorge for our first game of our final series of the day. It's definitely felt like a longer show since our first series went the full best of 5. OG obviously cleaning house on 9Z Globant, but now I have to imagine that this one is going to go the distance if history repeats itself. Yikes.
Yeah, it's definitely looking like it's gonna go the distance. We saw MKOI actually take a match out of VP before, so they're definitely gonna have the confidence going into this, especially as I mentioned, they beat AYLO Gaming in a best of 5 series a little bit earlier in the day, and you know, they got to play earlier in the day. As VP, they haven't gotten to play today, and this is gonna be their first match of the day, so they're gonna be a bit rusty going into this, but that might not matter too much as these guys have a lot of experience. But so far it seems like that the MKOI side is winning the 2v2 skirmishes down in the bot lane here.
Able to handle themselves for now. We get a chance to see how this 2v2 lane evolves over the next couple of minutes before Tyrant does spawn at the 4-minute mark. Already seeing a little bit of jungle mid 2v2 action. Just making sure that they are able to gain priority and look for an early rotation onto the bot side. But so far, it looks like Red is going to have that roam unanswered, whereas everyone else from MKOI is shifting over to the top side.
Ooh, Kenta with an emergence teleport coming down to try to pick up a pick on the mine here, but it doesn't really work out. Seems like Moaji is actually having a really good time challenging this mine, getting him pretty low. If they got the first spot there, that was going to be pretty massive for the MKOI side.
True. Now there's a flash advantage for Moaji on the Mulan, so we'll see if MKOI on the next opportunity Kentao has on Nuwa to make a gank out to the top side. Maybe they can actually lock down Shisu for long enough to punish. Meanwhile, bot lane has been surviving while Red shift on over to that side of the map. Didn't look like there was any common skills burned here from Lowly or Goose. Both Purify and Flash still available as maybe some action in the river.
Yeah, Prince actually tried to catch out the Dolia with the RNG ultimate that didn't connect with anything, so now they're down an ultimate, and they might actually notice and try to dive Prince here from the MKOI side, but it seems like they're gonna actually back because Shay and Diadia actually coming down to try to catch out the Dolia, but it doesn't go to their favor. And so far, seems like MKOI is just playing it safe. They're trying to see if they can get a pick on the Moaji side, as he's pretty aggressive right now on the Mulan, dealing a bunch of damage to Shisui in the top lane.
Mid lane skirmish. Oh, big pick onto a limb. That is so huge for Movistar Koi. It was a 3v1 isolated. It looks like a limb was just not ready to get pinched just that fast. Movistar Koi catching out the jungler. We know that Virtus.pro has usually relied on a limb to get a lot of these early game advantages for themselves if Red is not able to find them roving to the bot side. And now Movistar Koi, it is only the first kill of the game, 10 seconds away from these objectives spawning, and Demon Cat is trying to take all the resources away from him at the moment.
Ooh, and they steal the Azure Golem. It's a pretty big buff for Luna. If you're a Luna player, you know that you kind of rely on the Azure Golem here, but it seems like Luna is not going to get it, but he might actually get a kill here. Alim is going to get a kill. He's going to go to Main, but the Tyrant is going to go down here and go to the side of MKOI for sure here, which is going to be pretty massive for them. Main is going to have the chance to push up this top tower with the help of Luna, so definitely there's going to be a loss of tower for the Tyrant. I would say not the best trade for MKOI.
Blue team has destroyed a tower.
Yeah, it's going to be super difficult as now Lowly forced to use the infinite vastness to escape pressure here, able to reposition, but now this tier 1 turret on the bot side could be under fire. Kentao forced to use the global power to just shift on over and defend this tower from falling. But Virtus.pro maintaining the numbers advantage, trying to look for that pressure. Because as you called it, if you get this Tyrant, but then you lose these outer side lane turrets, then you lose so much ground in terms of map control. And yep, just like that, Virtus.pro relentless with the pressure. And now both of these side tier 1s gone.
Yeah, both of the side tier 1s are gone. And VP is going to have a lot of advantage on the silent controls. They're going to be able to manage the waves and try to go for the inner towers and eventually the high ground towers, which is going to cause a lot of pain for the MKOI side, as Mulan is going to have to go and answer these waves. But it seems like they have a different play here as they wanted to take out the Diaria, but that's not going to work out. And they're going to go for the classic, you know, run it down mid lane and try to take the mid tower, open it up. Doesn't really work out as a Lim is jumping
that was so
right
close.
onto Liuli, almost killing him, but he's going to have to ult out of that to safety. Again, the power of Lung being able to use the infinite vastness to get out of these to safety. This is what makes Lung great.
And just in case he was also in danger afterwards, he was able to get another infinite vastness just to reuse if he needed it within the next 7 seconds. Now, doesn't use it. Goose doesn't pop the Celestial Melody to give him another infinite vastness because he did not need it. But as you called out, they were trying to overload for the mid lane tier 1, didn't find it, and now, Muaji gonna get overloaded himself, using the flash away, trying to dip, dodge, and weave, but not going to avoid all of the pressure from Virtus.pro's members. And now, they are starting to find that gold lead, despite MKOI being able to have a decent, solid advantage for the majority of the game in the wake of those tier 1s being taken off the table, and Virtus.pro defending their tier 1 in the mid lane, not giving MKOI an inch to play with.
Yeah, exactly. Not giving him an inch. And Muaji, to be honest, you know, he got a little bit greedy there, going to the heavy stance. You are actually CC immune whenever you are using your abilities. And he kind of knew that. He kind of knew that he was CC immune. Tried to flash out and then convert to the transform to the dual mode and try to get out of it, but he was not able to. So now VP has 2 kills to 1 and 2 towers, which is not too good for the MKOI side. They usually snowball whenever they're able to get down the mid towers or the side towers, but now they don't have that. And it seems like Muaji is going to go down again here to red.
Man, they are focusing down this Mulan. Now, earlier on in the day, we saw that Muaji was focused on a little bit by AYLO Gaming, but not to this extent that Virtus.pro have been successfully able to find themselves. Because we know that later on, Muaji, if he's able to farm his way back into the game, he'll still be useful. But if he's being held down this much early on, he's not going to get a chance to farm up any resources. And that's just going to put MKOI in a very, very uncomfortable spot as a fight in the bottom jungle. Just trying to secure control over the blue buff, but a Lim is able to steal it away.
Yeah, Lim's able to take out the Azure Golem, and Dune here now doesn't have any mana. He might have to recall pretty soon. Shisui picks up a kill, solo kill on Muaji from the look of it. Gonna have to see a replay on that to see what happened there. But yeah, Muaji right now being the target. I believe all 4 deaths are on Muaji here. And Lilu is gonna, you know, secure the mid tower here right before the objective. The Tyrant pops up, so there's definitely gonna be a fight here over this Tyrant if Zuan is able to make it.
It definitely looks bad for the side of Movistar Koi because Virtus.pro have now taken out 2 turrets on the bot side. We get a chance for the replay. Muaji just overextending his welcome again. Did not have flash available. Not going to get out of that scenario either. Mid tier 1 still up for MKOI, but they've lost their tier 1 on the top side as well. So a lot of map control is in the favor of Virtus.pro. That being said, the gold lead is nowhere near what we would imagine it being in the case of other teams having this kind of macro advantage. So Virtus.pro going to have to still find a way to leverage this advantage and make it much more, I want to say, convincing, because there's still technically a chance for Movistar Koi to still come back in this game. Yes, Muaji has died a lot, but that's not your main backline carry. You know, Kentao is still surviving and farming. Lowly is still surviving and farming. And if MKOI can maintain that core, then there's still a fighting chance the later the game goes on.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that is a good point. We have Kentao and Lili farming actively around the map. That's why the gold is somewhat not too differentiated, I would say. Like, it's only 29,000 to 27,000, so it's only a 2k gold difference. But that's when, you know, when Lili and Kentao, they're going to scale later into the game. They're going to have a bunch of damage. And we're not going to have that on the side of VP as the game goes on. They're gonna fall off further and further, as Lung is gonna be pretty much unstoppable. He's gonna be able to one-shot anyone with the true damage, stacking the abilities, and Kentao's damage. You can see him just doing it now, using emergency to teleport down here and catch up the Main. It's gonna go down to Kentao. Very nicely done by the MKOI side.
Really good collapse by Movistar Koi. They gave up the Shadow Tyrant for that, though, so we'll see if they can now use a 5-on-4 advantage here for a team fight win. It would have to be off the back of Demon Kaya making the engage, but he's already taking so much damage from Alim's Luna, but now way too deep into the front line, can't get a chance to escape. Movistar Koi has 5, able to persist on forward, and that's what we're talking about. You can kill Muaji 4 or 5 times, and he's still going to make a difference here in the team fight alongside the rest of the comrades of Movistar Koi. And just like that, the gold lead, which once was 2,000 in advantage for Virtus.pro, has been completely foiled by Movistar Koi.
And I like how Goose is playing this Dolia. We saw that during that fight. She was able to actually reset the Dune's ultimate twice, using Unruly Blade twice on Alim, locking him down. So nicely done by Goose, you know, resetting the ultimate on the Dune, knowing when to swap and, you know, reset ultimates for different targets. Obviously, the goal is to reset.
Grizzly Q falls as the setup by Muaji, yes, goes down to the Alim, but all the long-range damage, that's where the real power has been this entire time from Movistar Koi. Muaji, totally fine, giving up his life for the cause, and even though he's not necessarily a tank on this side, he has built the item that you pointed out in the previous series too, the Pure Sky, being able to give him a little bit of deceptive tankiness with the damage reduction, and just like that, Movistar Koi is still not they're not insanely ahead in terms of gold. It's just barely below 1,000, but it seems like they have fought their way back for control in the game now with the Shadow Overlord on their side.
Yeah, definitely. They know that Mulan doesn't have the impact that she wants to have right now because she has died a lot, and she definitely doesn't have the gold either. But Ken Tao doing a lot of damage, almost kind of one-shotting Prince here, taking him down to 50% health. Prince is going to have to recall, and honestly, I do not think that the Darenjia pick is actually working out too much here. I haven't seen Prince land too many ultimates. That's what you want to kind of do. That's where like most of your damage comes out from whenever you are playing the Darenjia. So yeah, definitely not working out great for them. And as you mentioned, both Ken Tao and Lilu are scaling now. They're getting to the point where they're going to be doing a lot of damage. They're going to be super annoying.
Red team has destroyed a tower.
Yeah, and Movistar Koi have found a chance to leverage the power of this Shadow Overlord, being able to knock out multiple turrets. It has extended their gold lead, which once was barely under 1,000 to now a solid 3,000 over Virtus.pro. Still not necessarily over for Virtus.pro. They still have the means to be able to fight back against Movistar Koi, but it does come down to what seems like a range advantage here. As you called out, Prince not able to accomplish much on the D-Renja because relatively short range, has to get up close and personal to use that Imperial Order, as already Shisu trying to buy space finds nothing available as Prince is already forced back down to 50% HP. Movistar Koi already unleashing the siege into the mid lane. Infinite Vastness forced out of Lowly. He's able to escape and reposition, but they can now just change on their focus to the bottom side of the map where there's another siege, another Vanguard. Muaji a little too far forward. Maybe there's a chance for Virtus.pro to strike back. Alim not able to get far enough into the backline of M Koi, and they'll defend their base for now.
They're going to defend their base for now, but definitely they're not at a great spot. You know, they were actually ahead a couple of minutes ago, but now it seems like that the game is going to be M Koi's from the look of it. But Grizzly Q is going to get a pick on Ken Tao here. But it's definitely going to shake up things for the M Koi side, as now they're going to have to back off, and they're not going to have as much as defending power as they want to. They might even get this inner second tower on the VP side.
Yeah, really strong play by Virtus.pro. Good sequence. Picking off Ken Tao unlocks both of those turrets easily for them to just rampage into the base of Movistar Koi. Still 2,000 gold down, but Demon Cat falls early, and if there's no return kills from Movistar Koi, Virtus.pro can at least just walk out safely, but Red cannot escape the wrath of Lowly on the back. And now Alim trying to see if he can at least look for a red buff. There's two fights going on. Muaji in a 1v3. Alim able to find Lowly before going down to Goose, as the annihilation from Ken Tao tries to snipe out another member there. I think he picked off Red, if I'm not mistaken. At least able to equalize the odds, but Demon Cat still down for another few seconds. Multiple members on both sides down.
Yeah, Goose is getting the kills on the Dolia. Definitely not the best, I would say, giving up kills to your Rome. But Seems like Moaji had a different plan going for that 1v3. Definitely not the best either here, and it seems like VP is gonna have the space to kind of go for this Overlord as Prince is looking to start it here. And Lim should be spawning very soon, knowing that Demon Cat is not gonna be able to kind of, you know, make an appearance. As he's a very slow character, he's not gonna have the mobility, but he actually might make it as Ken Tao is giving them the vision bit and annihilation. But it seems like Red is just gonna secure it.
Do they want to fight or force a fight here, though? In the river, choke point being secured by Grizzly Q, but cannot stand the wrath of Muaji's Mulan. Meanwhile, on the other side, Shisu had routed off Kentao there and ensured that at least it's a 1-for-1, but a limb falling in the backside of the fight as well. Movistar Koi, they have the numbers advantage looking for Shisu, but they still have to overcome Overlord Vanguards now pushing in through every single lane with an enhanced one in the mid lane.
Yeah, and the Vanguards are pushing down the mid lane. MKoi is gonna have to, you know, they're gonna have to kind of clean this up. But I want to go back to the fight. Demon Cat and Muaji just on the back line permanently, and the Dolia again resetting the Unruly Blade for the dude here. Red is gonna pick up a kill on Lilu. He's not gonna be even able to use his ultimate. It's just gonna go down.
Yeah, it didn't even
and
seem
MKoi
like...
is gonna have to back.
Now, I'm curious if Lowly actually died mid-cast of the Infinite Vastness, because it shows that his ultimate has been expended. And unless that's just like when you're dead, the spectator client shows that your ultimate is not available. But if that's not the case, then yeah. Really clutch for Virtus.pro to just snipe him out, because now Lowly is down for another 15 seconds. They're going to try to siege for the high ground turret here. Vanguard still pushing in on the top side. High ground turret is the first one to fall in the mid lane. Huge for Virtus.pro. Going to look for a second one in that top lane. And Movistar Koi not able to find any kills in the defense. Have all 5 members once again, but now they have to deal with what might be the impossible to break.
Yeah, MKoi just lost a lot right there. They lost 2 high grounds, so the super minions are going to be spawning for the VP side. There's going to be a lot of pressure. They don't have the best clear unless is Kentao in the backlines clearing the minions. Moaji is going to have a hard time on the Mulan clearing these waves. But it seems like they're going to try to force something. It might kind of look like the game they had against AYLO Gaming, where they had to kind of start the Tyrant or the Tempest Dragon here and try to kind of forcing VP into the brushes and try to kill them off. And it looks like Muaji is going to just try to do that. He tries to jump on the Darangia here. It doesn't really work out. He's going to go down here. No. Not the best.
Yeah, Virtus.pro able to isolate him quickly there. Shisu getting the best. And now Muaji means that MKoi are down 4 members. They have to give the entire control of the map. And Virtus.pro are not going to let them go safely. They're going to try to cake out as many kills as possible. Shisu flinging himself into the backline, a little too close for comfort, as that was actually Grizzly Q almost going down. Red, super low on HP, trying to find a safe space to quickly recall, but all hands on deck to secure the Shadow Tyrant for themselves. Movistar Koi trying to hang on by a thread.
Yeah, Shadow Tyrant getting picked up here, not the best, and the Tempest Dragon is coming up at the 20 minutes mark, so that is going to be putting MKoi at a very tough spot, but also could be great for them, because we saw them last time play around the Tempest Dragon and they were able to kind of pull out the enemy players and kind of get a really nice team fight. So let's see if they're going to be able to do that here. But it seems like Muaji has to answer the waves. Again, the super minions are spawning in the middle and top side, so VP is going to try to prioritize that. So Muaji, knowing that they only have the bot lane high ground standing, he's going to push out the wave, try to have the main kind of play for that too.
A good call out there. Virtus.pro's Clash Laner just making the pressure insurmountable by setting up that minion wave onto the one turret that has not been taken. A lot of damage. Oh, big pick on the Grizzly Q. Lowly finding it with the power of that long. Now it's a 5-on-4. You have Muaji answering the wave on the bottom side, so MKOI can still fight an even numbers advantage. Now Muaji is shifting on over. The Tempest Dragon has spawned. A limb trying to play to the Clash lane, trying to accelerate the pace of the minion waves, enhance pouring into the base. That forces Kentao to answer the wave next. But there's still not a moment for Virtus.pro to spring a trap because they just want to buy time for Grizzly Q to respawn on the Gorge. But now the Tempest Dragon is being leashed here. Yikes. This could be it. This will probably be the fight that ends the game here.
Yeah, this could be it. The triple Flaming Palm from Long just stacking the Flaming Palms is massive here, doing a bunch of true damage, being able to burst on any targets. And again, it happens!
Prince taken out of the backline. The annihilation from Kentao. Not once, but twice. Movistar Koi, when they are pushed to the brink in a Tempest Dragon scenario, they are victorious in the team fight, and they find themselves 5-3 on the map. It's not going to be strong enough to at least look for a base win, but they should be able to secure the Tempest Dragon for themselves.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be MKOI's Tempest Dragon. Again, the triple Flaming Palm by Long late into the game is just a literally one-shot combo. And, you know, Liu Li going into the late game, he's carrying the MKOI side, being able to get those picks at long range. Prince goes down, Elim goes down, and now this is looking like a free game for the side of MKOI.
Now, never say never for the side of Virtus.pro. Tempest Dragon definitely gives you an insane advantage, but it's still up to Movistar Koi to execute the fights. Virtus.pro no longer having the advantage of that high ground towers unlocking the enhanced minion waves, because now you have Tempest Vanguards pushing in through every single lane. Kentao and Anua relentless with the pressure of the annihilation snipes, forcing red back. They've unlocked the 2 high ground turrets in the top and mid lanes. They've been unleashed. Here's the last fight. Lowly being able to just continue forward, but he dies in the middle. Shisu being able to find the kill. Goose trades one back onto a limb, but we still have more fighting as Shisu is just dancing around the backline, trying to occupy their attention here. Kentao using the global shift to move himself towards the mid lane. It just ends up being a trade 1-for-1, but Movistar Koi losing out on their farm laner carry means that they don't want to go for another hasty fight. But all 3 high ground towers have now been taken out by Movistar Koi.
Yeah, all of them are taken down, and we got the Tempest Vanguards constantly pushing now. It's around 3 waves, so there's going to be, I believe, 1 more wave here coming in. And that's pretty huge for the MKOI side. It's going to open up the space for them to farm again and catch up on gold. Obviously, this is very late into the game, so you must be full build. But it's going to allow them to swap out the items. There's a lot of these players that are going to be swapping out the survival items when they get the chance, when they're going to go down. And they're going to have to do it very fast now with the super minions, again, pushing out now on the MKOI side on all 3 lanes.
They are looking for fast picks, and already you're seeing the power of the Celestial Melody paired with Kentao on the Nua there. He was looking for a double snipe on the Annihilation. The first one took 75% of Red's HP, had the second one connected. That's a guaranteed 5-on-4 on the map for the next 30-40 seconds, but unable to find it. MKOI gonna retreat back to the shadows and just wait for the next Tempest Dragon spawn unless Virtus.pro overstep their boundaries here.
Yeah, Muaji doing a great job pushing out the top wave right here before the Tempest Dragon spawns in the next 30 seconds. Their wave management late into the game is pretty awesome to see from the MKOI side. And Duan here is actually camping, trying to get a pick here. Knows that there's a couple of, players from the VP side walking up, so he's going to have to back here. Muaji here, knowing his limits, knowing that he has a bunch of damage reduction, swapping to the heavy form, and also having Pure Sky enhanced now. That is going to be massive for Muaji. And I don't think anyone can actually match Muaji anymore. He has a lot of escape. He's going to be able to withhold a lot of damage. And right here we can see that engaging on Shisui, almost taking the main down in a 1v1.
Ooh, that was close. And Virtus.pro immediately tried to collapse on over to the top side and bailed them out. It's enough pressure that Shisu is able to survive. Infinite Vastness forced out of Lowly. Maybe a pick here as they reposition. Oh, Muaji might have stepped a little too far forward, taking a lot of damage here. A limb going on forward. Shisu, but he falls to Lowly. once again. Big knockup by Demon Cat is going to force the resurrection out of Prince, but he's not long for this world since the rest of the front line has already disappeared. There goes Muaji finding a limb into the back. Grizzly Q, the last one standing, but it just pops the resurrection from Kentao. There it is. Movistar Koi endure and prevail for the first game win against Virtus.pro.
Beating Virtus.pro in game 1, the power of Lung Rafa, just one-shotting targets. Look at them, super happy, just, getting up. Kentao, look at this guy, he's super energized. Great performance on the Nuwa. Wow, what an insane first match here for the VP versus MKoi series, Rafa.
And you see that Movistar Koi is starting to believe in themselves now. When the first time when Kentao, throws up the hands and be like, "Dap me up, good boys." Both Demon Cat and Lowly turned around like, yeah, we got that. We deserve that one, And they're able to just prevail. We're going to continue on. But as we were saying before, it definitely seemed Virtus.pro favor. They were hitting the macro plays super early on. They traded a lot of those side turrets. They even got the tier 2 turret. A lot of focus was happening onto Moaji's Mulan. But in the end, Movistar Koi, as we talked about before, Yikes, the fact that they weren't able to surmount huge gold leads off of the macro pressure, once Movistar Koi found their moment to start picking those fights, it actually became Movistar Koi's game much more competitively. And then once again, the high ground turrets being taken, it seemed like, oh man, Movistar Koi backs against the wall, and they do it again, Yikes. They prevail even without high ground turrets.
Exactly. I mean, MKoi played the perfect game around their comp. I mean, they wanted to go to the late game, as you mentioned earlier during the match itself. Kentao farming, Lilu farming, while Muaji was getting, the end of the stick. The entire team of VP was focused on the Muaji, trying to, push him out of the bushes, not be able, allow him to camp and try to get that advantage that you want as a Mulan player. But still, that didn't matter. MKoi was able to utilize the farm, utilize the resources around the map. And we can see that right here. We can see that a lot of the kills went to Liu Li as they wanted. Again, Lung late game has the power to one-shot anything and anyone with the true damage he has from the flaming palm stacks that you can get 3 of them. So yeah, definitely a great job by the Lung, and also Kentao again. We gotta give a shout out to the guy playing Nuba perfectly. But now that means they're not gonna be able to play these heroes in upcoming matches.
Yeah, the global pick and ban is going to do a number on Movistar Koi's chances going forward, and at least alleviate some pressure from Virtus.pro not having to deal with this composition ever again. Already 233,000 from Kentao on the Nuwa. Ever since they made the role swap from after day 1, where they sent Muaji from mid to Clash lane, boost from Clash to support, and then bringing Kentao off the bench into the mid lane, it has been, over the course of these last 4 days, an evolution, finally getting a chance to see Kentao really step into his own as such a strong, consistent damage source for this squad, and especially when he gets his hands on the Nuwa. I mean, look at this gold grab. It was a roller coaster ride, back and forth. It seems like, it was surely anyone's game, and just based off the way that they were playing, whether it's map or team fights, it could have gone either way. But in the end, it was Movistar Koi who were able to endure the longest. And yep, makes sense.
MVP is gonna go to Kentao from MKoi. 2311 KDA, damage taken 9%, damage dealt 36%, total gold 18%. So definitely a deserved MVP. Even though he didn't have the best KDA like Long did, he did have a lot of impact, keeping them in the game, being able to clear the waves for his teammates. We saw that they were able to actually get the high grounds, and the person that was holding everything together, the entire puzzle piece together, was Kentao. He was holding the entire MKoi side together for a very long time until Lung was able to kind of fully get his items scale up. And just look at that, Liu Li able to take down Prince with a press of buttons here.
Once they hit those power spikes, Movistar Koi were much more bold in their team fight initiations and takes. Demon Cat can always just go forward, setting up the initiation for the rest of his backline core to do the damage. And even Muaji on this Mulan. Yeah, he did not have the most fun time early on, getting focused a lot in these side lanes, but the rest of Movistar Koi was still farming up a storm. They were able to give up necessary sacrifices, and at some points it looked questionable, but in the end Movistar Koi proved that they were able to walk away with the game. They lost 2 high ground turrets that game, yikes, and yet still not enough for Virtus.pro to overcome them. It's them that are able to do it. Now, this means game 1 is in the books. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, it's game 2 on the board right after the break.
You've walked through the darkest nights. You've heard the crowd, felt the blinding light. You were standing there when your heart comes alive. It's a dream of a hat, and it never dies. Right here, right now, give it all, get it out. Never surrender. I fight and never fail. I am a contender. A challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly.
And welcome back. We're getting ready for game number 2 between Movistar Koi and Virtus.pro. Game 1 did go over to Movistar Koi, but for any Virtus.pro fans, I'm not gonna lie, it definitely looked like Virtus.pro was gonna come away with the win. They made a lot of strong map decisions, being able to take out a lot of the side turrets, leveraging that eventually into high ground turrets on the top and mid lane. It just came down to Movistar Koi being a little bit more resilient and stronger in the team fighting around the crucial objective, which was the Tempest Dragon by that 20-minute mark. And then the Tempest Vanguards, yikes, it just pretty much erased all of the work that Virtus.pro had done.
Yeah, the Tempest Vanguard super strong. They're able to disrupt the towers, kind of making them the towers not do anything at all momentarily. So Tempest Vanguards are definitely strong, and Kentao not having the Nuwa down on the MCO side, that's going to be pretty big. I believe that the Nuwa had a pretty huge impact for the MCO side winning. He was able to catch a lot of the waves, was able to check a lot of the brushes with Annihilation, use the emergence, get vision. But now they're not going to have that. We can see the heroes on the right side, they're not going to be playable by the MCO side, and on the left side, all those heroes not going to be playable for the Virtus.pro side due to the global ban and pick system. So it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun to see what they have prepared now, what comps they're gonna be running, and how they're gonna be able to counter each other in this second match that we're gonna get into very soon.
Very true, very true. Now, getting a chance to see what both of these teams are gonna opt for. Virtus.pro gonna take to blue side again. They will have their chance for first pick, any power picks that are available. Something that Virtus.pro might try to do in this next game if MCOI do not ban it. Oh, wait. Is this right? I thought it said Virtus.pro picked blue side, but instead it looks like Virtus.pro are going to elect into red side. So they'll go for, giving over 1 power pick and ensuring that they'll get 2 off the back.
Yeah, so MCOI getting the blue side now. They're going to ban out the Jing again. Again, they don't want to give Jing to Alim. They probably know something about Alim's Jing. He definitely probably one of his good heroes that are banning it out. Not a really common ban, so Jing getting banned out is definitely a target ban. Already here getting banned by the VP side here. And the second ban coming out from MCOI, which is going to be Nuwa. Obviously, they played it. They cannot play it anymore, so they want to take that away from the VP side. They don't want to give Nuwa pretty strong hero.
They don't want it to be in Red's hands, as Virtus.pro were able to witness a strong showing of it. Oh, this is bold. MCOI, knowing that pay is up, are basically saying, we don't think you're like Dao Dao Lim. We don't think that you can pressure this Ogren out of the early game like most of the other top teams can do it. But Virtus.pro definitely going to gamble with it and see if they can pull off the Pei Byron combo, as it should come in for Shisu. And yep, both of them being hovered, more than likely that will be the lock-in.
Yeah, Pei Byron getting picked very early on, trying to take that away from the MKOI side. Obviously, they're never going to be able to play the Pei, but the Byron was going to be picked by MKOI if they didn't pick it. And seems like MKOI has a different plan. They're going to go for a Mai and Charlotte here. Pretty strong damage base, a lot of mobility from both heroes, and Mai has a lot of CC that could be pretty good with the Ogren combos.
Yeah, Mai Shiranui for Kentao can get those early roams and provide a lot of the early protection and playmaking abilities for either Waji's side on top with Charlotte, or looking to help snowball lowly on the bottom side of the map. Then it allows Demon Cat to just farm up a storm on Ogren and not have to worry about trying to get involved with the early plays. Virtus.pro answer with a late gen. And now we move on to the second round of picks and bans here. Yikes. Marco Polo being taken off the board away from MKOI.
Yeah, Marco Polo gets banned out. We saw Lily have a huge game with Marco Polo against AYLO Gaming earlier, so they don't want to go against something like that on the VP side. The idea actually gets banned too, along with Sakir, so it seems like some soft ports are being targeted here, as both teams do not have any roams just yet. So let's see what MKOI is going to try to ban out here from the VP side before they get to the picking phase here, and it's going to be Motzi.
Yeah, denying any of those long-range setups with the cannon blasts could be an understandable answer. Virtus.pro hovering the long at the moment now. If Movistar Koi want to go for the Ho Yi supposed counter pick, this could be the game to do it. Lowly getting a taste of how powerful the Ho Yi was with the hybrid build in the hands of Solisa in their series earlier against AYLO Gaming. We'll see if that is the choice. Otherwise, Lady Sun could be the other go-to answer that MKOI go for, but instead, actually thinking about a Consort U, just trying to play range with the Oak Bolts.
Yeah, we got a Consort U pick here. Consort U is actually a pretty decent, I would say, counter to Long here, because you're able to use the protecting winds, your second ability, to kind of negate a lot of the incoming physical damage. So Long is not going to have as much as impact on Consort U, and you're able to kind of force out Long's ultimate with the Consort U's ultimate, and especially with the Oak Bolts, again, as you mentioned, you're able to kind of clear the waves from distance. You're not going to give Long the ability to get close up, all up into your face using the flaming, palms, the 3 stacks, and do the true damage. So yeah, Consort U definitely a good counter to the Long here, and Zhang Fei pretty decent too. You want to pick healthy heroes. A lot of the heroes that have high health, there are counters to Long, because Long again does a lot of true damage, and a counter to true damage is building health, health items, HP items.
Yeah. If you can just be a beefy boy, then it doesn't matter how much true damage he's packing. He's still got to be able to shred through it. Oh my goodness! Look at the hands from Kentao. He's trying to rally up the boys. He's trying to get the vibes going strong, and this time Demon Cat and everyone else is on board with it. They're believing in the power of friendship and just all that is good for the side of Movistar Koi. And other thing to point out, Zhang Fei pretty much their only dedicated initiator with the Unbridled Outburst. Other than that, Ogren is going to get super tanky. That last pickup, yikes. I'm thinking about it. Sunbin, that is going to be a wild card here, using those time fluxes to slow down the enemy or speed up his teammates.
Yeah, Sunbin is gonna be definitely a huge counter to the engages that we're gonna see from Zhang Fei here, and even Mai. She's gonna be able to use the time lapse to kind of slow down and deal a bunch of damage close off sections that the MKOI side they want to engage. But we're gonna have to see how it's gonna work out, because we saw Kentao, kind of, warm up his fingers for this Mai Shiranui, so maybe he's gonna be able to carry the MKOI side, and we might be able to see one of the best Mai plays here today.
All right, Kentao, can you do it? Can you live up to it? Meanwhile, Demon Cat getting into the face of a limb. Not necessarily the wisest thing to do. Level 1 Pei versus level 1 Ogren. Very Pei favored, I would say. But at least Demon Cat gets some vision on where a limb was starting to hover in terms of quadrant. And knowing that he's on the top side, Demon Cat just going to immediately try to burst down his blue buff and the rest of these blue side camps to make sure that a limb is denied enemy camps that he can go in and steal.
Yeah, and Zhongfei is running this smite, so he was able to take down the river sprite here. Get that little bit of extra gold for the side of MKoi. And Firehawk might be a 50-50 here. Okay, seems like Lung gets that. Lung is going to be able to get that Firehawk, giving the gold bonus to his own team here. So VP is a bit ahead in gold now.
And Prince being able to get the last secure or the last hit on it. Little cheeky, funny business from Lowly as Prince. They just both kind of stared at the Firehawk. It's like, you want to auto it? You want to auto it? And then, and then they finally waited for, the game of chicken to subside. Lowly trying to see if he could burst it out with his ability combo, but of course it went over. Full clear from both of the junglers, now resorting to meeting each other in the mid lane alongside their respective mid laners, both Red and Kentao, fighting for wave priority as there's a chance now for Demon Cat to roam to the top side, at least look for another camp or try and catch someone out. Remember here for Ogren, not necessarily wanting to get super involved in skirmishes because it doesn't have access to a lot of hard crowd control. It just wants to scale up, especially when fighting something like a Lim's Pei.
Yeah, Ogren doesn't have too much CC other than like the second skill slow down the targets and also the Conductor of Souls. Remember, you're able to use the ultimate, you're able to knock back the targets, but again, those are not hard CC, so definitely is gonna be hard for Demon Cat to try to kind of lock down these targets by himself. That's why they have Kentao and Goose here roaming around trying to help him out with that, which is gonna be massive for the side of MKoi. But so far, both teams playing pretty evenly. Kentao, I don't think this guy has missed any of his second skills on Mai, so again, that warm up early on with his hands is kind of paying off. It seems like he's able to hit a lot of these second skills by Mai.
Has that ever happened to you in the past, Yikes, where like you play a series earlier on in the day and then you go play your later series and you feel like your fingers are now just warmed up, you can like play the harder high frame heroes afterwards?
I mean, it could definitely happen. It's happening with Kentao here. He seems ready and he wants to give a game to VP and show that Mai is banned for a reason. And the VP should have banned it. And we're going to see that in about 40 seconds, I would say, when the Tyrant comes up. We're going to see both of the teams try to play it towards objectives. As here, we have a dive on Lily here, and he's going to not go down.
What the heck? Lowly was able to outplay that, still living with 30% of his health, and Goose from the top rope comes in the unbridled assault form, being able to just stomp all over Virtus.pro's mid laner Red. That's first blood going over to Movistar Koi.
Yeah, Lily is surviving that with Kentao and Goose right behind them, being able to kind of toss them around. Kentao, that was pretty massive. He got a lot of the damage there on Red, and Goose was able to just follow up with the ultimate. And now we can see why Mai is not given away and is banned most of the time. As they camp for the Pei here, they're able to get the Crimson Golem.
They might have been enough more they could chew here, though. The rest of Virtus.pro's reinforcements all collapse onto that top side. I don't think Movistar Koi were expecting the full 5-man collapse there, as Demon Cat and Buaji pay for the sins of the invade. It definitely looked good since, as you called it out, Kentao was getting fancy with the Mai Shiranui, but that opens up the map now. They lost 2 members. No one is able to defend the tier 1 turret on the top side, and because Lowly was already trying to roam towards the top side before they realized the fight was over, he didn't get a chance to push in the wave to get some pressure back on the tier 1 turret in the farm lane.
Yeah, exactly. And now VP's ahead in gold tower, which puts them at a better spot here. And Sunbin here diving in on the top of the Constant U here. And again, as we mentioned before, Constant U is really weak against like any kind of magic damage, and she's gonna go down right away to the Lung. So nice pickup by Grizzly Q and Prince right there. And it seems like they might be able to get a tower here as well, as Shisu is gonna teleport down here.
And Movistar Koi starting to really pay for a lot of the over-aggression that they went for. You have to remember that this is a composition that scales as long as you are able to just cleanly take away these resources, but it's almost disrespectful to Virtus.pro to just say like, oh yeah, we can do whatever we want and not be nearly as careful as they probably should have been. And Virtus.pro now making them pay for it. 2,000 solid gold advantage for themselves. They picked up the Tyrant. They picked up the tier 1 turret on the bot side. They've already picked up the tier 1 turret on the top side as well after the first fight we saw in the top quadrant. So once again, starting to look like a Virtus.pro favored map.
Yeah, and we've seen this before. We saw this actually in the first match of this series. But MKOI was able to come back, so I haven't lost hope just yet. But this might be the moment for that, as Prince gets another kill here. And Prince getting these kills, it's gonna be massive. I mean, Long is obviously a very late game hero, but with Prince getting these kills, he's gonna be able to get his power spike items a little bit earlier. So it's gonna make it really hard for MKOI to stay in the game. Last time they had the Nuba, they had the Long, but now the Long is on the enemy's hand, the VP side here. So it's gonna be a struggle here.
Yeah, and with Prince getting accelerated this fast into the game, you already are playing into the hands of a Lim and Shisu, using the early leverage power of Byron and Pei, starting to take out a majority of these towers now. That was a tier 1 in the mid lane, another tier turret in the bot side of the map. That is so many structures that have been eliminated from MKOI's side. Now, as you called out, MKOI were able to come back from a scenario similar to this in game 1, and for their sake, they have a very strong scaling composition, mainly in the Ogren, and just hopefully that will be enough to sustain a lot of the frontline damage alongside Goose's Zhangfei, so that Kentao, Loli, and Muaji are able to clean up with the damage and give Demon Cat those executions in seer state. But with Virtus.pro already accelerating the map pace, MKOI just have to remain a little less disrespectful and starting to play a little more defensive. Otherwise, Virtus.pro will just easily take those opportunities.
Yeah, and Long already had the Eternity Blade. He just picked up the Master Sword, so he's gonna do even more damage. This is gonna hurt. This is gonna hurt Rafa. They're not gonna be able to walk in anymore with the Long having pretty much the 2 core items. He needs to start, doing a bunch of damage. He's gonna be able to stack the first skill, the Flaming Palm, 3 times and dish out a bunch of true damage. I think the only person that could kind of stop, try to fight against that is going to be the Zhangfei here, and it's going to, Goose is going to be forced to ult.
Already chunked super low, down 30% HP. A majority of Loli's health bar also taken off the board. And Virtus.pro, even though they don't get any kills, they're saying, you know what? You are just giving so much free pressure to us. They take out the tier 2 in the mid lane. High ground turret unlocked on the bottom side of the map. And now Virtus.pro, a much more convincing map state than we saw in game 1, where they have now surmounted for themselves a reasonable gold advantage, 6,000 ahead for themselves. This is usually a point in the game where we pretty much say, yeah, this is Virtus.pro's game to lose, because they are in full control now.
Yeah, definitely MKOI's, this looks like a loss for MKOI. Virtus.pro is in full control. They have a 6,000 gold lead now. And again, a lot of the gold is on Prince, with him getting a lot of these kills, having a lot of items. So that is going to hurt. That is definitely going to hurt. Having a late game hero getting all the items that he needs in the early game. And we can see that as he's blowing up the front line of MKOI. The Ogren, the Zhangfei, they're not really able to get in as they want to. And it seems like we're going to have another fight here.
Look at that time bomb from Grizzly Q. It slowed all the frontline members so that a Lim could just slink on through in the Tiger form and go for that assassination. Now they don't have an Ogren for the next 30 seconds. Rest of Virtus.pro sieging into the top side of the map. You already see that Muaji trying to buy as much time as he can on the Charlotte. At least is able to defend the high ground turret for now. But they have to deal with enhanced minions pouring in through the bottom side of the map. Shadow, Tyrant, and Overlord now available. Virtus.pro gonna go for the high ground turrets first, and now the base is fully open. If they win this fight, they can just take the game. They've already found Muaji and Loli. Demon Cat respawns, but I don't think he's gonna live that much longer. Virtus.pro do not take disrespect kindly, and they make MKOI pay. They equalize the series 1-1.
1-1 and a 1-9 score for this match. Well played by Virtus.pro. They made it seem easy. Wow, Prince was able to get a lot of the gold, a lot of the kills early on with the Lung, and just pretty much teach MKOI how to properly play Lung here, showing that this hero is S tier, and also, you know, telling them you shouldn't be disrespecting us, giving us the pay and the Byron picks here. So definitely well played from the VP side, showing that MKOI, you know, they're gonna have a run for their money right now.
Yeah, I mean, did you see how hard Alim was dapping up both of his solo laners right there? He was pumped up. He was ready to really just start, you know, letting MKOI know how he felt in that moment. Just like so many times that Movistar KOI was trying to contest them in their own jungle and forcing Alim off. And once again, we called it before. I think Movistar KOI got a little too ahead of themselves, you know, not recognizing like, hey, yes, you know, you have invade capabilities with the Path of Passing from Oghren, but you're still playing into pay Byron. You're still playing into, you know, a lot of powerful CC setup that Virtus.pro can easily turn it around on. And whether they weren't expecting the full 5-man collapse or just Virtus.pro getting the better of them and punishing them, they ran away with that lead, never dropped it again. And now it just goes to show, Yikes, that these two teams extremely competitive with each other, and it's very hard to predict who is going to be the victor in the outcome of the series.
Yeah, definitely going to be hard to tell who's going to win this series so far, but Alim and Prince having a really good performance on both the pay and the lone care. Prince with 6 kills, and you can see just like how much ahead Prince was here with 9,000 gold, while Liuli only had 6,500 gold. So definitely a really good farming power from both Prince and Alim, having the most gold in the game. I mean, the front line of MKOI didn't even stand a chance by the time, you know, Alim picked up the Master Sword. You know, I mean, Prince picked up the Master Sword, was able to dish out a lot of damage. The Zhangfei wasn't even able to kind of try to tank those flaming palm stacks, doing a lot of true damage. So yeah, definitely a great play from the VP side. And looking at the gold charts here, we can see that it was a bit of, you know, it was even until around the 4-minute mark. And then this is when when Prince was able to pick up those kills on the Lung and just take off from there. Get a lot of gold, a lot of towers. And yeah, just make the game unfair.
Yeah. Still thinking about the invade on the top side, just probably where they just lost so much ground for themselves, because Virtus.pro immediately able to snowball that into a lot of turrets successfully taken for themselves. And you know, from watching the best teams in this league, as soon as you get an early turret lead on the side lane with this kind of composition, then you just start running the game over. And yeah, very much deserved going over to Prince on the long. Just such a game changer for Virtus.pro, being able to stand up to not only the early lane pressure, but the fact that he cashed in on so many of those early kills. He was able to leverage that advantage in just being able to, alongside the rest of Virtus.pro, outclass Movistar KOI in a lot of these team fights.
Yeah, and we can see that Sunbin had such a big impact with the ultimates here, and we see it right here. With the help of Lady Jin, they're able to silence and CC a bunch of targets. A lot of it, you know, starts with the Sunbin and the Lady Jin being able to kind of combo their ultimates. It's just a big, massive AoE that are able to slow and silence targets. So even the front line of MKOI couldn't even move, let alone imagine having like Kentao or Lilu try to go in. So nothing was working out. That was definitely a pretty good comp, and I would say a calculated comp by the VP side. Lady Jin and Sunbin, you know, they're very in the supporting roles. The MVP does go to Long, to Prince, but Lady Jin and Sunbin definitely the highlights, you know, the people that started the highlights for the VP side.
Yeah, Yikes just giving out honorable mentions to the two people that definitely made all of those plays happen. And I'm definitely in the same boat with you as well. Both of the CC that was coming out was absolutely invaluable. Of course, it is time for us to take a short break. When we come back, it's going to be game 3 on screen for y'all, so make sure you don't tune away. We'll be back soon.
What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against all odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the starlight, can no one let me down. Destiny is calling
All right, welcome back, y'all. We're getting ready for game number 3 of our last series of the day on stream between Movistar Koi and Virtus.pro. And Virtus.pro, they got their hands on the Pay Byron combo. And you know what? Movistar Koi did give it over to them. They showed the gambit of saying, hey, we're going to take the Ogren. We don't believe you can blitz us early on. Virtus.pro said, all right, bet. And yeah, they blitzed them. You know, there was an overaggression on the not topside jungle quadrant, but Virtus.pro definitely did not waste the opportunity that was given to them, and they made Movistar Koi pay. And now this brings us even in the series here. Yikes.
You can look at the Globant picks here. MKOI's side on the left, they're not going to be able to play those heroes once again, and VP on the right side, all those heroes shown, the 10 heroes on each side are not playable by the VP side on the right side, and left side MKOI. So again, the greatness of the global ban and pick system here, that means we're not going to see repeated heroes on the same team. So they're going to have to keep coming up with brand new comps, brand new teams they want to, you know, go forward with. So we're going to have to see what MKOI is going to come up with now to answer the VP side. Are they going to try to steal the Byron and Pay combo that they gave to them last match? Because, you know, it was quite impactful, I would say. They had a lot of, you know, they had a good time kind of trying, you know, synergizing and invading the MKOI side. Obviously, not too many invades happened, but it did open up the chances for VP to kind of snowball.
Yep. Movistar Koi, they have played Pay before in the past. Not necessarily a 100% win rate on it. Sometimes it has worked, sometimes it has not. I think we saw in the AYLO gaming series earlier today that they tried to go for it, and they did not successfully, you know, pilot it to victory. But I think they have been able to do it at least in the next Ruya series, if I am not mistaken. A chance to clarify that. Anyway, third game of the series. Time for both of these teams to lock in to see if they can get the upper advantage going forward and put themselves at match point. Virtus.pro banning out the Dharma. Ogren banned by Movistar Koi. That already gives us an inkling that they don't even want to try playing the Pay combo for themselves. They're just going to not take that gambit and continue denying some of these jungle heroes for a limb.
Yeah, definitely a good thing to, you know, to try to block it off some of the junglers. Banning out the Ogren here, and it seems like they don't want to give a Luna to the MKOI side, as we've seen Demon Cat play the Luna before, one of his comfort picks, and Nuba gets banned out by MKOI, giving the chance for VP here to pick up the Arlie.
Okay. Well, Prince just had a pretty nasty pop-off game on the long, so now getting his hands on something like the Arlie, which can give him even more outplay potential, dancing between the parasols. It's going to be tricky for MKOI to lock down reliably unless they have a lot of crowd control drafted in their composition. We'll see what their answer is on the red side.
Yeah, I think MKOI is just going to go with the classic Derengie to counter the Arlie here. It's kind of like a 50-50 matchup, especially as you can go the tanky. As I said, They're gonna go here and pick up the Darangier. Yuhan gets picked up too, so that's gonna give them space to play both in the mid lane or the support role. It's been mostly played in support just because how Yuhan is kind of played now in the pro scene. But let's see what the answer is gonna be from the VP side. We're gonna see another lane come out here.
Meet my swords.
Elaine and Dolia. Oh, this is such a powerful setup already. Death at Sunset plus the Celestial Melody means that you get to reset that Death at Sunset twice. So you have so much backline pressure available for Shisu at a moment's notice. Movistar Koi currently hovering a Miyu. I have not seen this hero ever. I'm looking through the stats table just to make sure that it wasn't played in the tournament already, but I don't think so. This would be the first time seeing it if it gets locked in here. So yikes. If we see this hero locked in, you're going to have to share me your knowledge on what Miyu does.
Definitely. I mean, she has a lot of life steal. She has a lot of, you know, annoyance with the auto attack stacks. Being able to get close up with Elaine is going to definitely give her the chance to kind of get some kills and scale. Also, she has a lot of mobility. She's able to kind of toss out the crowd with her first ability, which she can teleport into. So yeah, definitely a lot of mobility, a lot of lifesteal, and a lot of damage. And she does have an ultimate that makes her kind of invulnerable. She's going to be able to kind of get out. So combo that with Yuhan, who also kind of have the same thing. She's going to become untargetable for a couple of seconds. They're going to be annoying. They're going to be able to kind of get in, get out. And there's going to be a lot of lifesteal on the side of MKoi. But we have Jing and Lam here getting banned by MKoi, banning out Alim, and Musashi and Alguda also get banned. The jungle pool here is going to be pretty tight.
Indeed. MKoi going to go with a reliable frontliner hero for themselves, hovering the monkey at the moment. But with a limb restricted in terms of what jungle heroes are available, not many assassins since Jing and Lam were already taken off the table. I think this is essentially 6-7 jungle heroes no longer available, and not even considering the fact that we had 2 games already played in this series. So it's 2 additional here. Wow, so a limb really going to have to go down the jungle hero pool to see what he can pull out.
Yeah, he might be forced on a tank jungler here just because how the comp of MKoi is looking out so far. I don't think he's going to be able to play any kind of assassins, but he's going to go for the Han Shin here. It's going to be fun to watch, Rafa.
Would you say that this is a tank jungler for the side of a limb, or is this more of a fighter?
So Han Shin, you kind of could go the tank build. If you go the tank route, it could work. He's kind of like a hero that you can both go physical, full physical damage, or full defense. We're gonna have to see what Alim wants to go. But knowing Alim, he likes to play the assassin, get in, get out play style. So he's definitely gonna go the physical build unless something changes here that he wants to go with the tank build. But yeah, definitely a hero that could go both ways. And Yishin here gets locked in here for the side of MKoi. Definitely a great pick for Kentao. I could see him play a very nice Yishin based on how he plays Nuwa, actually.
A lot of exciting heroes being locked in. This is the power of Global Pick Ban, where strategies are challenged and hero pools are expanded upon, whether you like it or not, because this is just the reality that we are in, and players have to really dig deep into their niches here to see what kind of heroes they can bust out that we don't get to see that often at the highest levels of pro play already. Not the Han Shin making another appearance. It's definitely not the first time we've seen it, but the Miyu, oh my goodness, this is spicy, man. I'm super excited.
I mean, the Han Shin being picked here, I kind of assume Alim would want to go the tank build because you can rush the Blazing Cape and try to kind of reduce the life steal that they have on the side of MKoi, the Yuhan here, and the Miyu. They have a lot of life steal, and that is going to be annoying. They have a lot of health recovery, so if Hanshin actually goes with that, he's going to be able to provide a lot of CC, and also he's going to be able to apply a lot of burning effect that kind of reduces that healing. So I kind of want to see what Alim builds. So definitely going to take a look at the build throughout the game and see what he wants to go with. But yeah, we're going to jump right into the game here. You have Demon Cat, Kentao, and Goose heading down the mid lane here, as Alim is just going to start with his Azure Golem.
Nothing too crazy in terms of early invades or plays so far, but 3 members dedicated to helping Alim secure his first camp of the game in that blue buff, just trying to help accelerate the first full clear for this Hanshin. And the rest of MKOI now trying to at least brute force their way into the bottom side jungle, get some vision control down, and see where Hanshin is going to be, confirming that he did start on the top side of the map.
Yeah, and Lily actually having the prio in the lane, being able to secure the Firehawk here is going to put MKOI a little bit ahead in the goal. And we're going to see Demon Cat going down into the mid lane here, helping out. And it seems like we're going to have a scrimmage here with the Hanshin, with the mobility.
Oh, you got
Lily. And double kill.
Goose is under fire. They're trying to press for it, but the turret damage ramping up a lot. Oh, Alim! Holy moly! He just went super deep behind tower lines, and he just did not care at all. The power of that Hanshin getting accelerated, able to make his first full clear rotation and collapsing on Lowly and Goose, who had burned flashes a little early. We saw that Lowly could not escape over the wall, trying to escape the collapse. And Goose thought that he was safe behind the wall, but not going to be the case.
Yeah, Hanshin having the Ruthless Assault and Fight or Die, comboing the first and second skill, having a lot of mobility throughout the entirety of the map, that is going to be massive. And you can see Alim actually just performing that right there. It's pretty much a 1-2-1 combo. And it's super sick. Whenever it works out, it's super sick. You're able to kind of just get in, assassinate someone, and get out. And we saw Alim do that. And they worked out for them. So 2-0 to the side of VP. But again, gold still is even. Doesn't really matter much.
Well, I don't think Alim is going to be a front line this game. If that dive speaks any confidence to how Virtus.pro are going to really build their heroes for this draft. Movistar Koi, not necessarily on the back foot. They're still technically up in gold, since it was a lot expended by Virtus.pro to make those first 2 kills happen. But, you know, a little bit into the pockets of Alim and Virtus.pro's bot lane getting that early advantage, and putting Lowly and Goose at least on the back foot for now might be something that they can leverage later on.
Ooh, yo! Red gets an insane kill on Mwaji here. So Miyu not really working out, it seems like, as Mwaji's gonna go down. He was level 6, so I'm not sure if he popped the ultimate and Gan was able still to kill him or not. But yeah, Alim is having really, you know, a fun time right here, using all the abilities, all the mobility he has against a Monkey that doesn't have much of a mobility, I would say. He does have the ultimate that, you know, he's going to be able to spin around a target, but Hanshin quite fast here. Getting...
He's zooming, bro. I'm very fascinated with this hero. Now, the rest of Movistar Koi just trying to hold on to the defenses. Still have to remind that with this D-Renja pick, you were kind of hoping for the early push to set up dives for yourself, or early collapses into the top side of the map. They get the wave push onto the bot side. Meanwhile, Umbral Moon already popped by Mwaji, able to blink back to the original location. Nicely played to avoid a 1v2 there, despite Alim putting a lot of pressure, and that guarantees that Movistar Koi secure the Tyrant.
Yeah, they're gonna secure the Tyrant there, so definitely a plus for the MKOI side here. I mean, even that you are getting kills on the Hanshin here is not gonna really matter much, I would say, because Hanshin actually is one of the heroes that really falls hard late into the game. That's why I said that sometimes you want to go to tank build, and it seems like Alim wants to be the carry here. He got the early kill and assist here, so he wants to kind of go for the full damage build here and try to kind of, you know, burst the Yuhan here, the Miyu here, the the RNG here. So hopefully we can see that coming out from him. But from, you know, playing Hanshin myself, he falls off really hard whenever you go with the full damage build. So I want to see how Ellen plays that out.
Okay. Well, probably just going in the same philosophy of playing something like a pay. You have to blitz the early game. You have to destroy these turrets and just completely overload MKoi before they get a chance to come online and scale. And for Movistar Koi's side, losing the first turret on the bot side, definitely a way to start for it if you are Virtus.pro, but gold lead still relatively even.
Yeah, relatively even. And I mean, they give VP Ganon Mo. I feel like MKoi kind of struggles against Ganon Mo. I think every time that I've seen them go against Ganon Mo, they lose the match. And it kind of shows here. They're getting poked out a lot in a lot of these fights. We saw Gan actually get a kill on the Miyu in the top lane as well. And right now in the mid lane, they're losing a lot of pressure because the range that Ganon Mo has able to poke out the targets on the MKoi side. So definitely not going too well for them. With Alim, you know, kind of coming out of the blue and engaging on these targets. And same thing is happening to him. And it seems like he dashes wrongfully and it's going to go... No, it's not going to go down. A lot of mobility. But almost. That was a kill for the MKoi side, opening up the kill for themselves, but didn't really happen.
Yeah, definitely was a close call for Alim's Hanshin right there. But thankfully for them, I think the one big thing that Movistar Koi have to take notice of is whenever they look for the CC lockdown, they have to be precise with the damage. As you already pointed out, you cannot survive for too long in these siege situations since Red has that range advantage on the Gon and Mo. So for Movistar Koi, there's a chance for them to just look for quick picks and burst people out the way that the game goes on. Because as you notice, as you pointed out, Alim, if he goes for the full damage build on the Hanshin, he'll be super susceptible to picks. But you know what? It's going to be Red instead. And thanks to Yixing for Kentao, World is my board. That is always one guaranteed way to set up those picks, as Alim is going to force out the ultimate from Goose.
Yeah, that was a pretty good Imperial Order ultimate coming out by the Darren G. And it seems like Shisu is going to get a kill on the backline here on Goose. Goose is definitely not having the best time right now, as you know, he needs the tanky items to get to the point where he's going to be able to survive the Alain and the Hanshin dives here.
Demon Cat trying to look for a quick collapse onto the top side while the action subsides here for now. Yikes, have actually gotten, you know, quick intel update from our colleague Blam on the sidelines, being able to inform us that Miyu was actually played in their Virtus.pro MKoi offline broadcast match as a counter to the Elaine. So we'll see if Muaji can leverage that once again. However, they just lost out on Lowly's D-Renja. Quick pick. Prince being able to successfully just navigate his way through the fight and blink back with the Parasols once again. Movistar Koi now down still only 1,000 gold, but Virtus.pro starting to rack up the kills, and with the pressure overloading into the mid lane, could look for this tier 1 turret.
Yeah, Virtus.pro definitely has, you know, the heroes that can kind of assassinate, get in there and get the kills. So it kind of makes sense that they do have 5 kills here. And we might even see another kill on the Alain here, but that's not going to happen. But the tower... Oh, the tower didn't even go down. So Virtus.pro just secures the Tyrant here. Still a good trade for them here. And Arlie just going to try to go back, try to poke at the tower. He's almost down. It's only 1 auto away. But yeah, the Umbra Moon is actually a pretty good counter whenever you pop it on the Miyu. You're going to pretty much gain immunity from all the effects. And you're going to be able to disappear in the shadows, gaining that untargetable move. So you're able to dodge the Alain's ultimate. So it is a direct counter, but obviously you need to go ahead here and abuse the splitting push power you have. And we haven't seen that yet, just because we are like 10 minutes into the game. Later into the game, Miyu definitely going to be a problem for the VP side.
A lot of map control for Virtus.pro right now on the bottom side of this gorge. The fact that Shisu is able to easily just position himself into the tier 2 turret, and Movistar Koi are trying to retreat from the 3-man collapse, pushing them away from the mid tier 2. But now the high ground turret is exposed and they're low on health bars, so they have to make that this defense happen. But the death at sunset is just going to force them away. But the minion wave finally falls. Movistar Koi, despite being low, are getting a chance to at least breathe for another day.
Yeah, the double death at Sunset by the lane here is pretty impactful. Is zoning out the MKoi side, even though he's not getting any kills on the lane from it. It's zoning him out, pushing the MKoi side all the way to their like base. So definitely a big impact combo coming out from the Dolia and the lane. And Hanshin again, Hanshin is gonna be able to match this Miyu here on the split push. So that's why we see Miyu not have much of an impact as of now. And another Tyrant is gonna go ahead to the VP side now.
Yeah, Virtus.pro is starting to get that snowball rolling for themselves slowly but surely. 3,000 gold now at 10.5 minutes. Shadow Tyrant picked up, so now their team fight power, their damage is even accelerated further. Death at Sunset now from Shisu, trying to look for another cast. A little bit of extra damage onto Goose as he's forced to pop the ultimate, or I should say Muaji popping that Umbral Moon. Movistar Koi just doing what they can to find defenses and just push Virtus.pro back, but they are losing ground fast. And the rest of Virtus.pro now going to go in for the chase. Prince dashing in, using the safety of the Parasols before he is completely exposed, but it's enough to take out the tier 2 turret on the top side.
Yeah, it's enough to take out the tier 2, and now VP has 5 towers from the Koi side as Koi only has 1 tower. Definitely slowly falling down in gold objectives. And Ganon Mo, I mean, pretty huge range, being able to kind of poke out the MKoi players here constantly. Just look at that, not being able to even walk into the bush. Goose is gonna have to walk up and face check for his teammates here. And the Azure Golem is gonna go ahead here and go to Hanshin. So Alim doing a lot of invading here. Very similar playstyle to the Pei on the Hanshin here. And he's doing a great job at it.
Yeah, Virtus.pro just already being able to accentuate this lead further and further. The gold lead now has just grown immensely to 5,000. So finally able to break open the game seemingly. Movistar Koi running out of options here. The Shadow Overlord ready for the taking. Getting burned down here. No chance for Movistar Koi to really move in and contest for it. All they can do is at least secure a red buff for Lowly's D Renja, but the range advantage is starting to become a real problem for the side of Virtus.pro as MKoi can't really step up. If they can find the World Is My Board secured in, then maybe the fight looks winnable as Waji, a 1v3. Yeah, this is not ideal. He's doing a lot of damage, and he's able to at least make it super competitive, but at the same time, still falls. And, geez, Alim was ready to go toe-to-toe. Shisu chasing Kentao on the backside, but doesn't have that Death at Sunset for the second cast. Of course, the Q was not available until, has refreshed it now. So Shisu can go again. Going under the high ground turret, dashing backwards, just trying to leverage the power of this Overlord Vanguard, trying to make its way through the bottom side tower.
Yeah, the Shadow Vanguard is here now, super tanky, and they might be able to get a kill here. Li Lu actually picks up the Hanshin here. Red picks up Li Lu here. Great trade from both sides so far, but the high grounds are slowly being chipped away here for the VP side. If they're able to get it, you know, MKoi gonna have a very hard time.
Yeah, MKoi there. Oh no! Virtus.pro. I think Prince was able to dash over with a Parasol, just get a couple auto attacks in to chip it down. High ground turret 1 is gone. Shisu now Death at Sunset, looking for the double cast, almost solos out Kentao. Doesn't get the kill, but his job has been successful as he buys enough space. High ground turret on the bottom side is secured, and Virtus.pro are setting themselves up to go to match point.
Yeah, definitely a lane out there creating a lot of space, even though he's not able to finish up some of these kills. The double ultimate with the help of Dolia has been putting out a lot of pressure on the MKoi side throughout the entirety of the game. And, you know, they are able to secure 2 high ground towers here now. The super minions are going to be spawning down in the mid lane and the bot lane. That is going to be a lot of minions for MKoi to answer to. They're going to be super tanky. And I don't think Miyu is going to be able to kind of catch these waves alone.
It has not been successful for the side of MKOI in any of these scenarios here. And even though that this Muaji Miyu pick was bearing a lot more promise from the previous time they played against Virtus.pro on the off-streamed match, it's not really doing that much in this game. Death at Sunset, double cast onto the backline, just chunking the backline members as Shisu now guarantees the minion wave will crash into the turret. Prince trying to get some chip damage using the power of the Parasols to blink back to safety once it gets a little too much. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, is this a limb chasing over Muaji? But now Virtus.pro are just going to collapse and ensure that Muaji has nowhere to go. What can MKOI do during this time? I don't think it's going to happen. Oh, they lose the high ground turn on the top side? Oh, man. They were trying to answer onto the bot side, yikes, but then they lost control of the minion wave that was pouring into the base. And now it's all 3 high ground towers completely gone. Enhanced minions coming in through every single lane.
Yeah, Red having the knowledge, knowing that, you know, a Dark Transfer is going to be used by Miyu and is going to try to teleport back to that. Just camp the Dark, you know, the crow that was coming out of Miyu and just killed him easily. And now Alain again going in with the double death at Sunset. Alain gets a kill on the back line. It's going to go down here and they're just going to go for the Crystal. Wow.
Virtus.pro had all 3 lanes exposed. They could easily just force the opposition, and look at that, they're high-fiving each other up. The series is not won yet, but they feel so confident that it's already theirs to claim. Now they move to match point.
Yeah, match point coming out for VP. Seems like MKOI is running out of what they want to do. Seems like that there's a bit of an argument also going on. So they're definitely not happy with how they play. I would say definitely the Miyu pick, as you mentioned, is kind of like a dark horse pick, like it's never usually picked. And they tried to pick the Miyu, tried to counter the Alain. But Alain having the Dolia, obviously having the constant team fighting. And what they did actually was pretty smart. They assigned the Hanshin to kind of answer the Miyu while the Alain joined the team fights instead of the Hanshin.
Yeah.
And they were able to just abuse the Dolia ultimate with the Alain ultimate, which was pretty insane from the VP side. So definitely well played to them, and how they played against that Miyu pick by MKOI that they previously apparently lost to on an offline match.
Yeah, well, they were able to best it this time around, and maybe it was the Hanshin being the answer that they needed. But I think the most impressive thing about this Alim pocket pick was how very similar it played to almost like playing a pay. You go for the early aggression, you go for those early skirmishes and fights, and the fact that he was able to actually dive in between turrets, get that first injection of gold off of the first 2 kills on bot side, I think, you know, one of the things that was probably being talked about from MKOI's side with, you know, Lowly being very vocal to his teammates is like, I need more help, I need more protection on the bot side. If they're going to have an aggressive pick like that and just steamroll me bot side, we need to be getting stronger advantages on the top side. Otherwise, it feels like I'm dying for nothing. And for Virtus.pro, the fact that they were able to leverage and get a very similar style to a blitz comp and just steamrolling through MKOI in the early stages of the game and taking all those towers before MKOI got a chance to really set up a scaling advantage for themselves is the reason why Virtus.pro are now sitting at match point in the series.
Yeah, definitely Hanshin being a similar hero to kind of like Pei and Luna, which is definitely right up the alley for VP's jungler here. He was able to kind of use that and get a lot of farm and was able to get a couple of kills in the early game. The Gan and Mo actually had a kind of a free game. Like Gan and Mo actually had a bunch of the damage. A lot of the farm did go to the Hanshin here. But MVP again gonna go to the Ganon Mo. Red, as I mentioned, 3-1-2 scoreline, damage taken 10%, 35% damage dealt, and total gold 18%. So pretty good game by the Ganon Mo from Red from the VP side. He was able to, you know, poke out a lot of the targets that were being finished off by his teammates, even though he doesn't have the best KDA here. Definitely had a huge impact, and that's why the deserved MVP goes to him, and we're gonna see some of it in these fights here.
Yeah, this early pick on the Muaji with Red's Gun and Mo. Just the range advantage proving to be such a huge asset for the side of Virtus.pro. I mean, the fact that they can either look for long-range snipes through Red or go for long-range dives on Shisu with the Death at Sunset. Yeah, it's
Gonna knock transfer here.
Yep.
Ooh.
That was a clean snipe by Red.
Yeah, and that's just the game. Yeah, they're gonna end the game right here, and this is the winning part of the match. But yeah, 2-1 to Virtus.pro. They're on the match point. Koi has to, you know, see what they can do to try to put up a fight and take this to a game 5, hopefully. So yeah, what are your thoughts? What do you think they can do here?
I mean, well, at this rate, the way that Virtus.pro were able to dismantle them in back-to-back games, I think it gives a lot of confidence to the Kazakhstan representatives and for any of the Virtus.pro fans watching, knowing that their team was able to bounce back after a very, very convincing or a very, you know, crazy late game scenario where Movistar Koi were able to, you know, best them in the late game team fights back in game 1 with the Tempest Dragon being taken off the board. But now I think it just goes to show that Virtus.pro are very much in control, favored to close out this series. We'll see if they can do it or if Movistar Koi can mount a comeback. We'll have to wait and see. Right after this break, we'll be back.
Stranger to the fallout, it's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon, blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers.
And welcome back, y'all. We're getting ready for game number 4 of the series between Virtus.pro and Movistar Koi. Virtus.pro find themselves at match point 2-1 in the series score. And Movistar Koi, for any NA fans that are hopeful of seeing their boys trying to make it through, they would have to start with a comeback win to bring us to a game 5. But for Virtus.pro fans, it's just one more game, and the strength of their back-to-back games 2 and 3 were so convincing. Early blitz setups, being able to blast MKoi in the early game and overcome any of the points where they might have been able to best them in the team fighting stage, have been very, very clean on Virtus.pro sides. Even game 1, technically, it was more back and forth, but Virtus.pro was controlling a lot of the map play. Just came down to a late game Tempest Dragon fight that MKoi were able to at least best them in. But if we go to this final draft, yikes, I think Movistar Koi are going to really have to think about what other picks Virtus.pro can look for in terms of early game power and try to deny them away from a limb.
Exactly. I mean, Elim seems to be liking a lot of these assassins, as you mentioned. A lot of the times he's trying to lock in this assassin jungler. So if they're able to take some of that away from him, that'd be nice. But I'm not too sure how MKoi is going to be able to, you know, just play around that. Because once you are able to lock out Elim from, you know, getting his best junglers, you have to answer Prince. If it's not Prince, you have to answer Red. So they're gonna have to come up with a better solution than just banning the assassins here or banning out a single player on the VP side. And I don't know, so far they haven't been able to do that other than the first match where they had the late game heroes. They had Kenta on the Nuva and they had Liuli on the Lunkir. So if they're able to come up with a solution, we're about to see in just a moment once they get into the draft. But what do you think? What do you think is the answer to how VP is playing here? They're playing a lot of assassins, or trying to, you know, invade a lot And you know, MKOI doesn't really have an answer. What do you think is an answer?
I mean, if in other titles, I would say you can't just get rolled early game every single time. You need a little bit more early game agency for yourselves. The question is, what can Movistar KOI draft for themselves? They have yet to pick the pay for themselves. If like that is the answer, like maybe Movistar KOI have to use it now, because every time they've been trying to just wait out the early game blitz and then just play for the later stages of the game, it has not really worked. The only time it did work in their favor was game 1, but I think it was also a less strong or a less oppressive composition that Virtus.pro had. They had the macro play and they were able to take a lot of the early game turrets, but they didn't have the heroes that gave them, you know, such a dominating, you know, force to be reckoned with in terms of the early game stages. You know, for now that Pei is gone, for Virtus.pro, now that Han Shin is gone, I mean, I don't know if there's other heroes that I have yet to see be picked in the tournament that they could like resort to. Dian Wei is something that comes to mind that a Lim could look for again, but or at least in this series in terms of like just early game brute power and just trying to, you know, stat stick your way through these fights. So, but Movistar KOI, if they try to go for just something that scales late game without any or enough early agency, I think Virtus.pro would just be able to take it again.
Yeah, and we can see that in the ban so far. So Arlie gets banned from the VP side along with Musashi, while Dharma gets picked up here as the first pick, as are the blue side. MKOI bans out the Mai and the Nuba. They want to ban out Red, as he had a pretty good performance last match actually on the Gan and Mo, and they're gonna lock in the Princess Frost here, hoping to get Li Yang probably. Yeah, right here. They're gonna go with the Princess Frost and Li Yang.
Okay.
Pretty solid picks.
Yeah, this is strong power duo. A lot of CC potential. You can make a lot of early game plays as soon as level 4 for both of these heroes. So, you know, not necessarily what I was thinking of in terms of, you know, early agency from the jungle role, but for MKOI, this is some playmaking potential that you can do. Now, Virtus.pro answer back with the Zhang Fei, so very solid frontliner and initiator for the Virtus.pro squad. And now they're going to go for Yixing for red, so they can lock members down if anyone at MKOI is isolated or separated. Going to come down to what MKOI want to lock in for their final round before we go into the second round of bans.
Yeah, Yixing Ping, you know, pretty solid, being able to kind of lock in the Liang and Princess Frost combo. Could be massive if played right. And Zhang Fei definitely a good counter as well, being able to use the ultimate, knock back the target. So it's going to be pretty impactful against both the Liang and the Princess Frost. But I do like the Liang Princess Frost pick here, as it's going to limit the heroes that, you know, Alim is going to be able to play. Those two heroes specifically are very strong against assassin style pro heroes, as you're going to be able to slow them, lock them down with your ultimates. So yeah, definitely going to want to see what Alim wants to play here. And I think a Dian Wei here has to come out from the MKOI side. Oh, they're going to ban out the Fade instead.
Wow. I mean, they are just being very cautious and very aware of what a Lim could go to in terms of hero pool for the jungle, as you already called it the Jingbing ban. Virtus.pro actually respecting MKOI locking in a Pei, so not going to get a chance to use that as your early game agency. But MKOI thinking about what farmlanders they could look for and just waiting till the very last pick to lock in a jungler for Demon Cat. And right now they're looking at the Shoyu. This
I think the Shoyu is pretty solid here, as it's gonna give them the distance they need to kind of poke out the Dharma, Zhang Fei, and the Yixing picks here. That's not necessarily Yixing, because Yixing obviously still has a little bit more distance than the Shoyu here, but definitely if you're able to land the snipes, you're gonna have a lot of poke and Lom here getting picked for Alim. Not the, they're laughing. Look at Alim, he's smiling. He's like, wow, how you guys let this through. And you know, it's gonna be a hard time for MKOI.
Smile on his face right now. He's like, oh baby, I get to pick in Lamb for potentially our series winning game. Hell yeah, baby, give me this assassin right now.
Swift as an arrow.
If I'm MKOI, I am super nervous. What is your answer into something like this for a limb? It doesn't really seem like, an early agency hero for the side of MKOI that wants to fight blow for blow with Lamb, but it is going to be Kaiser. And as you talked about before, Yikes, a hero that when you pop the ultimate, you become super tanky, so you can be a decent front line for Movistar KOI. But so far, it just seems like they're going back to kind of what has been working for them in the past. Just have Demon Cat be the front line, and then your damage coming out from Kentao, Lowly, and Waji. But at least for Movistar KOI's sake, you have some playmaking potential off of the Princess Frost Liang combo.
Yeah, the Princess Frost Liang combo are going to be what's going to stop the Lam and the Constant Yu here from kind of getting to the point that they're unstoppable. Constant Yu is very weak against magic damage, and when you're able to lock her down, that is when you're able to kill her. Same thing with Lam. If Lam is able to get onto your backline, be able to reset his autos, just dash behind you, over you, and pull you away from your team, that's when you're gonna die. So having Liang here and Princess Frost is definitely a plus for the MKOI side, and it's a good way to counter the Lam. But seems like Alim is confident enough to go with the Lamb, so we're gonna have to see how that is going to play out throughout this game. And again, we are taking a look at the final lineup for both teams here. How do you feel, Rafa? Do you think MKOI is gonna be able to make this a 2-2 or not?
I am not nearly as familiar with some of the heroes here on Movistar KOI's side, other than obviously the Princess Frost Liang and the Mai Yin. So there's potential for playmaking, but just based off of how well Virtus.pro have been able to manufacture these early map leads, the one thing that MKOI have done in prior series where they get map leads for themselves is when they do the 5-man overload into the mid-tier 1. They have not been able to pull that off successfully this entire series so far. Virtus.pro have been in control of the early macro every single game, even the one game that they lost in the beginning of the series, and that was just because it went super late and MKOI, bested them in the team fight around Tempest Dragon. So I still think, based off of what we've seen so far and then just pedigree, Virtus.pro should have map control once again in the way that they have been navigating the first few minutes.
Yeah, and it might be something to do with respect or whatnot. Maybe they didn't have enough of respect that they have for VP, as they were constantly going 5-man into the mid lane and getting the mid lane tower from AYLO Gaming a little bit earlier into the day. But now, as you said, that's something they've been used to and kind of worked out for them, and they haven't been able to kind of do it in this matchup against the Virtus.pro side. So definitely interesting to see what they're going to come up to keep themselves in the series, as if they do not get this match under their belt, they're not going to be able to take it to a game 5.
Yep. 3-on-3 in the mid lane. No real fights emerging though. No ultimates expended. It seems like it looks like no common skills burned either. Both of the junglers still have their ultimates available, and the only ones that were level 4. So just a bit of a stare down. Quick rotation over to the top side thanks to Kentao, ensuring that the River Sprite is secured for Movistar KOI. A little bit of extra gold in their pockets. Still about 2 minutes away before objective spawn on the Gorge here.
Yeah, 2 minutes away. And it seems like both junglers are just going to go back to jungle. Again, both teams are playing it pretty safe. Gold is kind of even. Shoyu almost takes that Firehawk with the second skill. Lily doesn't land it just in time. I mean, Constant Yu is a direct counter to the Shoyu here, and we can see that as she freely engages on the top of the Shoyu. Not able to get the kill though, but it's going to force out the ultimate as well from Lily here. And it seems like we might have a fight in the mid lane here as Alim sees Demon Cat and just backs up instantly.
Yeah, the world is my board popped by Red to ensure that no one from Movistar KOI could really go for a complete lockdown there. Alim not feeling confident enough to look for the pick off of it. So one ultimate expended by VP side early on into the game. Should it have it back up before the next Tyrant. So if you're going to pop the ultimate, now or then was the time, as now any closer to this timing would be unideal. You definitely want to save it for a potential Tyrant fight instead.
Exactly, and speaking of Tyrant, both objectives are coming up in around 30 seconds. We've seen so far that most teams just try to go for a Tyrant to get that, you know, damage boost early on so they can get some picks and also try to take down the towers early on. And from what we can see, both teams are kind of preparing and trying to get control of that zone. More so on the MKOI side, seems like they have a lot of presence in the mid lane right now. And Lam here, seems like he wants to go for Muaji here. They do go for him, but Muaji has to flash away, so we're gonna have to burn that off here. And MKOI kind of wanted to respond to this, which is not great from the look of it as Tyrant. But Liang is gonna get a full-on ultimate on Dharma here, take him down. Goose gets the first blood here on the MKOI side.
World is my board popped though. Demon Cat could be in trouble, but no one from Virtus.pro feels bold enough to step up and look for the collapse on the pick. Really nicely done from Movistar Koi to be able to find Shisu after the rotation, trying to snap back from the play onto Muaji. As you called out, they burned the Mayin's flash, but instead of going for the Tyrant, Movistar Koi just wanted to go for a quick rotation and get that first blood for themselves. But now this opens up the map to allow Virtus.pro to go for Tyrant instead.
Yeah, Virtus.pro is going to pick up the Tyrant here, which is going to give them the damage boost they need to kind of just clear these waves, hit up the targets, and try to protect the towers. This is their playstyle. This is what they want to do, and the Tyrant is definitely going to get them there. And yeah, I mean, it was a pretty nice first blood from Liang, but again, the first blood went to Goose, who is a roam, so it's not going to have huge impact. For the MKOI side, you obviously want to get the first blood usually on your carries. Didn't really work out the way they wanted it to. And Tyrant goes to the VP side. So far, I would say the trade has been positive for VP, even though MKOI was able to get a kill.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And Virtus.pro have been able to at least leverage these macro leads in the past. Now, they haven't gotten a chance to really knock on to the turrets on either the side lane. A little bit of damage from the minions pouring in since Muaji was not able to answer the wave right away. MKOI definitely playing a little bit more grouped up in the mid lane though, having a 3-man core constantly looking for roams and looking for opportunities to make fast plays.
Yeah, and it seems like that we might have a bit of a Liu rotation here as he goes into the mid lane. This might be a 5-man dive here, or 4-man dive right now, as of now, for the side of MKOI. But I mean, Liu doesn't get that.
Truth mantra from Shisu just slams Lowly and Goose into the wall. Movistar Koi thought that they could make a fast rotation to the top tier 1 and just ignore Virtus.pro trying to defend the mid tier 1, but Virtus.pro able to answer beautifully, and it's all set up by Shisu's Dharma.
Yeah, set up by Shisu's Dharma right on with the Zhangfei ultimate coming out from Grizzly Q. He's definitely playing the Zhangfei pretty well so far. And I mean, Muaji had to teleport away from that 4v1, which turned into a 4v3 as the VP side rotated. And now Demon Cat is gonna get a pick right onto a limb here, overextending, trying to go for the buffs, I believe, on the side of MKOI. So not too bad still so far. Demon Cat getting that pick was pretty huge for them. Kind of opens up the space for them to try to go for this mid tower, as Kentao is just going to use the ultimate to zone off the enemy side from walking up. And Lilu is just going to secure the tower with the range he has on the Shoyu here.
Yeah, it guarantees that Movistar Koi still have some time to be aggressive in the blue jungle before Alim makes his way on over here. What is my board? Does not snag anyone, but it's enough for Grizzly Q to jump right into the backline and lay that smack down onto the backline of MKOI. Alim follows up the death from below. Big knock up onto the Overlord, buys even more time as Demon Cat at least is able to secure the Overlord, but that's a full 5-man ace coming out from Virtus.pro.
And now we know why Alim was laughing during the draft phase as he picks up a triple right there. He's able to just get on the backline, be so slippery, regen a lot of the health from the second skill. And Lam literally matches this guy's playstyle, so definitely a great play for, from Alim followed up by the Grizzly Q Zhongfei ultimate as he was able to secure the first blood in that fight there.
And that was such a big skirmish for Virtus.pro to take. MKOI thought that they were totally safe in that choke point there. The World Is My Board didn't even like clip any of them inside, but it's off the back of Grizzly Cube finding that big initiation, and then no one can pay attention to a limb, sneaking up, getting the 3-man ultimate into the back line and chasing them into the Overlord as well. And now MKOI, yeah, they have at least Vanguards that were momentarily pushing in favor for them, but now they've lost all the outer turrets in every single lane. High ground turrets have not been pressured yet, but this is such a devastating position to play from if you are Movistar KOI. A 6,000 gold advantage now on the side of Virtus.pro.
Yeah, 6,000 gold difference, 6 tower difference actually, and only to 1. So VP is super ahead now, and I mean this is where they snowball. They have a Lom here using space split, being able to get around the targets, using death from blow, using the ultimate, pushing away. So Lom here is pretty fed, getting that triple kill. Even though they lost the Overlord, that's not gonna be what's gonna keep MKOI in the game. They haven't been able to abuse the Liang Princess Frost combo so far, and it's an 8-2 score. And I mean, things are not looking great for the MKOI side.
No, they are not. And Virtus.pro fans are rejoicing in the chat right now. I imagine, without even looking, that off of the back of that fight, a lot of GGs were already being typed. That's a very convincing position to take at this point in the game. Now shadow objectives have spawned. No one from MKOI can really contest on the Tyrant side, and they're going to split up their members here. They're going to send 2 to secure the Tyrant. The other 3 should be able to secure the Overlord. They're that confident that no one from MKOI can take it, but yet, yeah, it already got secured by Virtus.pro. I thought that there's going to be a chance that MKOI could yoink it away, but that's both objectives secured. And now with Shadow Vanguards pouring in, Virtus.pro just need one more fight, and this series is theirs.
Yeah, definitely the series is going to be theirs, with both objectives being taken by the VP side. So MKOI is definitely going to struggle here if Virtus.pro tries to go for a dive here. They do have the Zhongfei's ultimate ready to kind of try to tank everything. So even the Liang and Princess Frost combo, the CC chain, is not going to be too helpful. So yeah, they're definitely going to try to wait for these Vanguards to kind of walk in slowly. And once they get there, they're definitely going to fully commit to a fight on the VP side.
And the World Is My Board just sections off MKOI members so that they can protect the Vanguards and do as much damage to the high ground turrets as possible. And because they occupy their focus on the top lane, mid lane turret was totally defenseless. First high ground turret falls. We're going to try to do it again. Looks like Kentao used the Princess Frost ultimate just to try and freeze this enhanced Vanguard, but big truth mantra flash from Jisoo slams another 2 into the wall, and this should be it, baby. Virtus.pro being able to come back from a devastating game 1 loss, show no remorse, show no mercy against MKOI. They will take the series 3-1.
Yeah, Virtus.pro, wow, what a great game by Alim, playing that Lom how you are supposed to, being able to finish up targets, and Shisui with the perfect Dharma ultimate. The moment they locked down Alim with the Liang and Princess Frost combo, Shisui jumped in and knocked them both into a wall, CCing them and killing them off. VP taking the win 3-1. Pretty much, I would say they kind of secured their path to the lower bracket here.
Yeah, depending on what the series score was against Nextruya, I have no idea if it was already played before this series that we got between KOI and Virtus.pro. But if Virtus.pro have yet to play Nextruya off stream, then if they are victorious in that series and get 4-0 score, that pretty much secures their spot out of Group A and into the knockout stage, because no one else would have a chance to match that series score. Maybe AYLO Gaming, but still, that would still put you even in series score, and you would have to be up on them in game differential, not just head-to-head, if I'm understanding the format of the rules correctly. So they're not guaranteed, technically, but Virtus.pro are pretty much the team to beat for contention of getting that final spot in the knockout stage, and it doesn't seem like the other teams have nearly as high a percentage to do it.
Exactly, and we're looking at the scoreboards here. We can see Alim 5-1-3 scoreline on the LOM here. The most scored in the game, 10,000. So this guy definitely has a playstyle that he likes to play, and these assassins are paying off for the Virtus.pro side from what it looks like.
We've talked about it before. This is where Alim feels most comfortable when he is able to be the aggressor, the ones finding the big plays when it's backed up by damage as well. You know, it's not just about CC for this guy. It's about being able to control the game and being able to just dominate in his own right. And this was probably one of the cleaner games that we have seen from Virtus.pro. There was a moment where MKOI was trying to look for an early macro trade onto the top side, over investing, and oh man, I mean, obviously we can talk a lot about Alim's LOM, but Shisu's Dharma was just as important to the game, being able to set up those truth mantra plays into the wall that allowed the rest of Virtus.pro to collapse easily.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Shisu played it perfectly. That was almost surgical. Whenever you know, he was waiting out the combo from Liang and Princess Frost. Obviously, they're going to be able to lock down a target. And the moment it happened, Shisu was able to jump in and push them away. But our MVP is going to go to Grizzly Q with a scoreline of 208 and damage taken 31%, 14% damage, and total gold of 16%. Grizzly Q put up a great Zhangfei performance here, countering the combo that MKOI had prepared for the VP side.
Yeah, we'll get a chance to look at the highlight reels. I mean, most of it really is the truth mantra setups, but I imagine that where a lot of the favor of this Zhangfei comes into play is just solo disrupting the backline around this fight right here. The Unbridled Outburst, even though it pushed him out of the World is My Board, he immediately jumps in and just smacks him down.
Yeah, being able to kind of frontline for the LOM here as well, getting that triple kill for LOM, put him up ahead, and we can see a lot of these tower dives have been happening because of the Zhangfei here and the Dharma. So definitely great play from the entire VP side, being able to kind of protect the LOM, being able to get him where he has to be, and being able to kind of secure the win here. So definitely great job by the VP side and well-deserved MVP.
Yeah, well, as we said before, unless we get a chance to see on our standings graphic later on at the close of the show to see if Virtus.pro already played against Nextruya or not, we are assuming that they have not played against them yet, but obviously we'll find out. But there are two more matches that will need to be recorded for Virtus.pro versus Nextruya, as well as AYLO Gaming and Nextruya as well. But for us, that is the end of all three series we have for our stream today, yikes. So now we'll get a chance to roll through the group standings. We'll get a chance to look at and remind everyone at home what the results for today's series were, as well as tomorrow's schedule. So once we get a chance for all those to be ready to be shown, we'll roll through those. But yikes, while we're waiting, tell me, man, what was some of your favorite highlights from all three series today? Which one stands out the most for you?
I feel like the last match we had between AYLO Gaming and Movistar Koi definitely was pretty solid. I liked the Marco Polo game pretty much. That was pretty nice.
Oh, true,
and we saw VP actually respect that throughout the entire series today by banning Marco Polo whenever they got the chance. So that was quite nice to see that they respect Liu Li's Marco Polo that much. But yeah, as you mentioned, today's matches, the scores are 2-3 AYLO Gaming for 2-3 AYLO Gaming versus MKOI, OG 3-0 versus 9ZG, Virtus.pro 3-1 against MKOI. We just watched that. We had a couple of good games, I would say. I would say the first series of the day was pretty good. But now, Rafa, take us through the group stage survival weeks.
Oh, wait! So apparently the NRX series actually already happened with Virtus.pro during the day. because that's why Virtus.pro is now at 4 series wins. So this means, I think, I'm going to wait for official confirmation going into tomorrow's broadcast, and we'll officially announce it there. But I think this pretty much determines that Virtus.pro have secured their spot into the knockout stage, because at this rate, even if, as we said before, even if AYLO Gaming are able to win the next 3 series, or MCore are able to win 2 more series for themselves, head-to-head, at least MCoy don't beat Virtus.pro, and the game differential score, it might not be in the cards for them. But this is just because it's also assuming that Virtus.pro do not win their next 2 series. So
yeah, exactly. So I mean, we've seen Virtus.pro play already. We know how they play, and that's going to be rough to kind of imagine. But looking at the event preview, this is going to be our matches for tomorrow. It's going to be Virtus.pro versus NRX next Ruya. We got Twisted Minds versus OG. That's going to be a fun one to watch. And then for the last match of the day for tomorrow, we're going to have NRX versus MCoy, which I believe is going to be a fun one to watch as well.
Yeah, at this point, yeah, I think it just really comes down to, you know, the one more off-stream match that we have after the end of this broadcast between AYLO Gaming and next Ruya. Maybe there is, you know, who knows if that would cause a change in the standings. But you know what, Virtus.pro are pretty much, either there's confirmed or they're pretty much 95% there. So Virtus.pro have done everything they needed to do to put themselves in a spot for a fighting chance in the knockout stage. We'll see how everything concludes for tomorrow, as we still have some series. But thank you all to everyone who tuned in for day 3 of the Kings Major West League. It was a blast. Me and Yax are going to be back again tomorrow, so make sure you tune in same time as always. And of course, stay healthy, stay safe. See you next time.
Peace out, everyone.
Cut through the sound of the rain.